When you think about your future, you know what calls to you. Meaningful work, happiness, growth, and sharing these values with others. But how will you find all of that? There are many paths forward, including one you may not have considered. The military provides countless opportunities to pursue your calling, where you can be part of something bigger than yourself, while still being yourself and having the future you want. You have a calling, we have an answer. Learn more at todaysmilitary.com.
Hey y'all, life's journey is filled with change, growth, and exciting new chapters. Whether you're welcoming a new family member, stepping into a new city, or chasing after your biggest dreams, you need a ride that's built with more space for the grand challenges ahead. The Toyota Grand Highlander is made for those who embrace every twist and turn. With advanced safety features, innovative tech, and a bold, sophisticated design, it's the SUV that adapts with you with room to spare. This spacious beauty seats up to 8, gives you up to 97.5 cubic feet of cargo space, and has a diverse engine lineup, available in gas or hybrid options, including the powerful 362 horsepower Hybrid Max. Plus, available all-wheel drive means you'll have confidence no matter where life takes you. Ready to take on your dreams? The Grand Highlander is more than a vehicle. It's your partner in embracing all life throws at you. From daily routines to unexpected adventures, it's up for every grand challenge. Learn more at toyota.com/Grand Highlander. Toyota, let's go places.
McCrispy strips are now at McDonald's. Tender, juicy, and its own sauce. Would you look at that? Well, you can't see it, but trust me, it looks delicious. New McCrispy strips, now at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
A warmer friendly hello, welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Craig Hoops Peterson, now part of the Beast Family Podcast. We've got an excellent podcast for you. We're not doing a recap of yesterday, we're not doing any guest interviews or anything like that. That is because we've got another harebrained, insane, and fun college basketball Saturday ahead of us. North of 140 games on the board, so we're cutting out everything except for just giving you guys picks and analysis on every single one of these games as we hit some bank shots. As per usual on Saturday, I'm probably going to be going a little bit shorter on some of the breakdowns on some of these games just simply due to the fact that we've got so many games and we do have to power through them a little bit faster than normal on this podcast, so I do apologize that, and we're going to be keeping this as commercial free as humanly possible. You're going to get like 5+ hours of podcasts with only 2 breaks along the way, and this will be going in Las Vegas rotation order. By that I mean the bigger conferences, they're going to be in time order and they are going to be at the top, and then the smaller conferences, those are the ones that are at the bottom, and here are the smaller conferences I am alluding to. Any independents, so I am looking at you, Chicago State, the America East, the Northeast Conference, the SWAC, the MEAC, the Patriot League, the Big South, the Southland. I believe that I have covered all of them. I apologize if I left one out, but those are the smaller conferences that are going to be at the bottom. If I didn't say Atlantic Sun is down there as well, and that's pretty much how it works. And if you ever do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you do have one of 2 ways we'll fire those in. First one is my Twitter /X timeline at @unit_D1. Keep in mind letters EM, they mean does not matter, so as per usual, please send these into the timeline. Other way is via an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. And then from there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. And I'll answer those questions when we don't have 140 plus games on the college basketball board. And we only have a few of these Saturdays left, so we must cherish every one of them. And that starts right now as we give you guys picks and analysis on every single one of these games as we hit some bank shots.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
We start with 601, 602 on the betting board. Texas Tech hits the road. They're facing off against Iowa State, and Iowa State does find themselves as a 7.5 to an 8-point favorite. Your total on this game going to be getting it anywhere between 137.5 and 138. Did set my total at 136, so I'm going to be diving in on the under. You've got 2 very immovable forces. Iowa State is a top 3 defense in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got one of the most efficient offenses in college basketball in Texas Tech. And I do wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a progression in terms of what we've been seeing out of Texas Tech. They're 24th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and to the credit of Texas Tech, they actually have not traveled too badly this season. They're only averaging about 4.7 points fewer per 100 possessions at a road/neutral court venue rather than at home. And for Texas Tech, they do a relatively solid job of being able to take care of the ball. 10.5 turnovers per game. That against an Iowa State team that is a top 5 team nationally in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But this is an Iowa State defense that they really do ramp things up when they are at home. This is an Iowa State defense that is going to swarm you regardless of whether they are at home rather than on the road. But still, this team is giving up more than 20 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. And you've got a pair of guys in Keyshawn Gilbert, Taymon Lipsby. They're combining for about 27 points per game. They both give you a combined 9.5 assists, and Lipsby 3 steals, shoots 37.5% from 3. And Iowa State in their own right, they're pretty solid on offense. They are shooting about 35.5% from 3-point range. Milan Bilbo Silovic has been able to do a solid job shooting 39.5% from 3, 12 points per contest. And for Texas Tech, it's all about getting to the outside because Iowa State, they are a team that is outside the top 150 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage because they do sell out to be able to get turnovers. But of your top 4 scorers for Texas Tech, none of them do shoot above 32.5% from 3-point range. That does involve Mr. Cambridge, who's currently on the fold. So that does add a little bit of context, as you do have a pair of guys in Chance McMillan and Darian Williams that both shoot north of 40% from 3. Both guys give you about 10.2 points per contest. You got Williams giving you about 7.5 boards per contest, or more. Washington give you 7.5 rebounds per game. That's going to be big as well. I like Pops Isaacs, Joe Toussaint in the backcourt, combining for about 8 assists, 29 points per game. I do think that there's really good balance with this Texas Tech team. And Texas Tech, they are a team that's outside the top 85 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've been a little bit better on this front recently, giving up fewer than 60 points in each of their last 2 games, going up against an Iowa State team that has scored 71 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games, but it's just absolutely bottling teams up. I do think that this is going to be a rather controlled game. I do think that things are going to be slowed down a little bit. So I did set my total 136. Here at the 137.5, 138 diving under with Iowa State. Made them a 6-point favorite, so here at 7.5 to 8. Going to be willing to take those points with Texas Tech to go along with the under. 603, 604 on the betting board. TCU is on the road facing off against Kansas State. And Kansas State is a 1.5 to a 2-point favorite. And your total on this game in between 142.5 and 143. And with Kansas State, I did set them as a 2.5-point underdog. I'm going to be looking at TCU right on the money line. For Kansas State, they've got a 15-9 record, but you do have to wonder how much of this is built on a little bit of sand. They literally have not lost an overtime game ever since the coaching regime change to Jerome Tang, and this is a Kansas State team that has lost 4 of their last 5 games, and they've scored 72 points or fewer in regulation each of their last 5 games. They did score 75 against Kansas, but that came in overtime. Meanwhile, you got a TCU bunch that they do a solid job in terms of their defense. I'm not going to call it amazing by any stretch of the imagination, but Kansas State is outside the top 300 in terms of taking care of the ball, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They barely shoot 31% from 3-point range. Now, Kansas State in their own right, they're pretty much on par with TCU. TCU 35th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Kansas State, they're currently clocking in 39th. And for this TCU team, they do take a little bit of a drop off in terms of their defense away from home. They're giving up about 16.3 points more per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court venue rather than at home. But I do think that they're going to do a good job bottling up a Kansas State team that has been relatively solid on the glass. Saban Agasson has been able to give you 6+ rebounds per contest. You've got Arthur Kaluma, who's been able to be very versatile for the team, about 14 to 15 points per contest. Supplies you with 7 boards, and his mid-33 point shooting is honestly one of the better marks you're going to find on the team. But despite the fact that you really don't have a bunch of just absolute bruisers for this TCU team, Ernest O'Day has been able to become a little bit more of a rim protector, but Manuel Miller is right now your top guy with 5.8 rebounds per game. It is a TCU team that is in the top 30 in terms of rebound rate, and for TCU, sharing truly is caring. You've got a bunch of guys that do a nice job, be able to flow the offense. 4 separate guys give you at least 2.9 assists per contest, with Avery Anderson being able to lead the team. He's been able to give the team right around about 3.8 assists per contest. For a TCU team that is shooting 35.5% from 3, I do think that that's a little bit of fool's gold. This Kansas State team has been pretty good at being able to guard the 3-point arc, while they themselves have had a tough time popping it for 3. You've got Cam Carter, who's able to give you about 16 points per contest. I do like the fact that Tyler Perry is able to give you 14 points per contest. I don't like the fact that he's been very inefficient this far this season, though, and I do think that this is going to be a game that is going to lead to a lot of brick shots. I think that Kansas State holds up on defense, but I do think think that in the end, TCU is going to be able to get it done, and Kansas State has been playing with a lot of fire this season. So I did set TCU as a 2.5-point favorite. I do like them on the money line in this spot. I did set my total at a 140.5, so here 142.5, 143, diving under and looking at TCU on the money line. 605, 606 on the betting board. It is Wake Forest on the road facing off against Virginia. Virginia is a 2.5 to a 3.5-point favorite. Your total between 130 and 130.5. I did set Virginia as a 3-point favorite. Personally, I would rather lay 2.5 rather than take 3.5, and this was an opener of 2.5 as well. Just for a little bit of context, I'm willing to lay the 2.5 with Virginia. Virginia is just a completely different animal when they're at home. Virginia is giving up more than 20 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside court venue. As a matter of fact, 24.3 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home, and they do a good job of being able to take the ball away. They're a top 25 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, to the credit of Wake Forest, they've been able to do a much better job of guarding the arc than they did at the beginning part of the season. Beginning part of the season, they were getting torched from the outside. Now they're about 62nd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but once again, Virginia, they guard the arc so much better at home rather than on the road. Opponents shoot 28.2% from three-point range against Virginia at home in a roadside court environment that balloons up to north of 35%. And for Virginia, we know that this team is going to play slow. Bottom 10 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. Wake Forest, they're a top 100 team in terms of total possessions per game. And Wake Forest, they're going to be able to win the battle down low. Virginia's outside the top 240 with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, you've got Efton Reed, Austin Carr is providing a combined about 15 rebounds per contest. And then Hunter Sallis has been your main scorer for this Wake Forest team. 18.5 points, shoots 40% from 3 for a Wake Forest team as a whole. They shoot 37.5% from 3, 80% of the free throw line. A top 50 offense in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But with Virginia, I do think that they're going to be able to generate turnovers. Ryan Dunn is the only guy that's getting her done down low. He's the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 3.2 rebounds per game, 9.7 boards, 2.2 blocks, and a steal and a half per game. So very versatile there. And then you've got Isaac McNeely shooting 47.5% from 3-point range. That is a mark that really has been just absolutely incredible all season long with about 12.5 points per contest. But Reese Beekman is really the glue that brings it together. 6 assists to 2 turnovers per game. Virginia in the top 30 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. So even though Virginia is slow, they're very efficient and just a completely different team at home. And I did, as a result, set my total at a 131. Even though this Virginia team is so stifling with regards to their defense, their offense, it is very, very efficient when they're at home. And this is a Wake Forest team that they're going to be looking to push it up and down. Wake Forest has been able to get to at least 80 points in 3 of their last 4 games. I do think that late game felling helps out with the total as well. So here at the 130.5, looking at the over with Virginia, one to lay up to 2.5 with them, made them a 3-point favorite. 607, 608 on the betting board. Alabama plays us to Texas A&M. Texas A&M an 8.5 to a 9-point underdog. Total between 158.5 and 159.5. Did set my total 157.5. I'm looking under. Texas A&M is a top 10 team in the country in terms of rebound rate, and I do think that that's going to keep them lively in this game. I did set my line at a 9.5. Opener was 9.5. So now that we're getting down to 8.5, 9, we've seen a bit of line movement. That would be my buy point on Alabama. Now, for Alabama, the defense has still been rough to say the least, but this is the number 1 team in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they do average 126.8 points per 100 possessions at home. That's a full 1.2 points per possession more than any other team in all of college basketball. Number 2 is Arkansas State, and their assistant was actually on the Alabama coaching staff last season, so go figure there. But for Texas A&M, I do think that they're going to be able to stifle Alabama more than most teams, just because you do have a lot of guys down low. They're able to hit the boards. Henry Coleman has been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. Anderson Garcia, 9 boards per contest. The problem is, I just don't think that Texas A&M holds up their part with regards to this total, because they shoot 27.7% from 3-point range. That is a bottom 30 mark in all of college basketball. Now, I will say for Alabama, a little bit more of their forte is being able to guard from the perimeter rather than on the inside. Opponents from 3-point range at home against Alabama only shoot about 28.9% from 3-point range. Alabama, a little bit more, shall we say, less than sturdy in the interior, though you do have Grant Nelson, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. And despite the fact that Alabama doesn't necessarily have those supreme rebounders, they are still a top 55 team with regards to rebound rate. And then you've got the top scorer in this game, and Mark Sears, who's able to give you about 20 points per contest. Love what he's been able to provide to the table for this Alabama team. And it is an Alabama team that you've got so many good 3-point shooters on the team. Aaron Action Estrada gives you about 13 points, 5 boards, 4 assists. He shoots about 35% from 3-point range. Latrell Wrightsell, Rylan Griffin, they've combined for about 19 points, both shoot north of 40% from three-point range. Alabama as a whole also shoots 79.5% at the free throw line as well. And this is a Texas A&M team that they can be at from the outside. While Texas A&M does a very good job in terms of the interior, they're allowing opponents to shoot 34.6% from three-point range in a road/neutral court venue. It is a Texas A&M team that's well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. It's an Alabama team that's 23rd in the country with this regard, but Alabama's defense, even though it's still not great, it's starting to come along for the ride just a little bit. So I do think that they're going to be able to do just enough to be able to hold this total under. As a matter of fact, for Alabama, they are giving up about 18 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. So my total 157.5. I'm going to be looking at the under on 158 or higher. And with Alabama, one to lay up to 9 with them, set them as a 9.5 point favorite. 609, on the betting board. Nebraska plays host to Penn State. Penn State is an underdog of 7.5 points. So on this game between 153 and 154.5 with Penn State. I did set them as an underdog of 6.5 points. So here at the 7.5, I'm going to be willing to take the 7.5 with Penn State. It's been a Nittany Lions bunch that has been up and down all season long, and many people thought it was 5 point for them against Michigan State. That was not the case, but this is a Nebraska team that I don't necessarily love the form that they're in as well. Now, they're so much tougher when they're in Lincoln rather than when they are on the road, but this Nebraska team, they are outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. It's a Nebraska team that is going to be able to do a nice job down low against a Penn State team that's outside the top 300 with regards to rebound rate, other than Kudus Wahab, who gives you 8 rebounds per contest. You really don't have a lot to speak of for Nebraska. Rink Mass at 6'10" has been able to give you about 6 to 7 rebounds per contest. He's able to stretch the floor. He's able to pop a few threes, and then on top of that, you've been able to get really good production out of Casey Shomanaga in the backcourt. He's able to give you 14 points. He shoots about 37.5% from three-point range for a Nebraska team that all in all, they do shoot about 36.5% from three, but Penn State does a really good job of being able to lock teams down from three-point range. Penn State, a top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they're 31.3% opponent three-point shooting percentage. That's the top 50 mark in all of college basketball. Though for Nebraska, they are giving up 13 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. Penn State, one of the more up-tempo teams in this conference. They've got Ace Baldwin, who's been able to give you north of 2 steals per contest. Does a nice job doing it all, being able to give you about 5.4 assists per contest. But for Penn State, you need to get a little bit of help for Kanye Cleary along with Baldwin. These two guys, they combine for about 31 points per contest. Cleary, about 3 assists, shoots 37.5% from 3, but I don't know, for Penn State, they shoot about 33% from the outside without a lot of post presence. That's where this team really gets dominated, because if it was based around the perimeter and the perimeter only, this Penn State team is actually very, very good, but other than Wahab down low, you just really don't have too much, and I do think that that's where Penn State is going to go wrong a little bit, but I do think that just with their perimeter play, they're going to be able to do enough to be able to hold in there against a Nebraska team that can be a little bit hot and cold in terms of the way that they are able to get their interior scoring with Bryce Williams and company. So it is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the points with Penn State. I did make them an underdog of 6.5 points and did set my total 150.5. This has been a team that has been running and gunning it, but at the same time, I do think that with Nebraska being a more mid-tempo team and being a bunch I think is going to struggle a little bit from three-point range in this game, I do think that that is going to throttle down the scoring just a little bit. So going to be looking at the under in the spot, and I'm going to be willing to take the 7.5 with Penn State. 6-11, 6-12 on the betting board. Butler is going to be playing against Creighton. Creighton, a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. Your total between 151.5 and 153. I did set Creighton as a favorite of 3.5 points. You're at the 2.5 to 3. Really not willing to lay anything more than that, but going to be willing to lay the number. With Creighton, this has still been one of the more efficient offenses in all of college basketball. Reason why they're a little bit more volatile and all or nothing is because this is a very slow team. They're outside the top 240 in terms of total possessions per game, so they have a few brick threes. That does lead to more volatility than you're going to find for a team like Alabama, for example. But for Creighton, they are 16th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. It does take a fall off of about 16.7 points per 100 possessions when they do leave home, but they've been pretty efficient with that regard. And this has been a Butler team that's been able to light it up as well. 69th, very nice, is where they rank in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now, they do have to bust through a Creighton bunch that is a top 75 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and in terms of three-point shooting defense, as Butler, they've been able to make some hay from the outside, shooting 36% from threes. The collective each have their top 3 scorers in DJ Turn-It-Up Davis, along Pierre Brooks, Jamal Telford. They all do shoot at least 36% from three-point range, and between this trio, you're able to get about 45 to 45.5 points per contest. It's a Butler team that's not necessarily dominant down low, but Jalen Thomas is able to give you 6.5 6.5 rebounds per game. The problem that they're going to run into is that your main three for Creighton, they all do a good job of being able to hit the glass. Baylor Shireman, 18 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. Ryan Kalkbrenner gives you 2.7 blocks, 7.5 boards, 17 points per contest. Trey Alexander, 17 points, 4.7 assists, 6 rebounds, a steal per game. Now with Creighton, they do shoot about 36.5% from three-point range. As Fran Farabello and Mason Miller off the bench, they've both been able to shoot north of 42% from three-point range, but you need a little bit more of Steve Ashworth in my opinion, but you've been able to get that a little bit more recently. He's given you about 4 assists, 10.5 points per contest. He's been able to elevate his play with 12 plus points in each of the team's last 5 games, and that's a big reason why we have seen this Creighton team be able to get past the 75-point plateau in each of their last 5 games. Being able to unlock Mr. Steve Ashworth, who was a very highly touted transfer coming into the season, I do think is a difference maker for Creighton. I do think that Butler is going to be able to bottle things up just a little bit because I do think that this is going to be a lower possession game. And if you take a look at this Creighton bunch, they've been able to do a little bit of a better job since they got completely bludgeoned on defense last time these two teams played. That was a 99-98 slobber knocker where neither team could miss. And I do think that we are going to see quite a bit of regression with that regard. As for this Creighton bunch, they have now allowed 72 points of fear in each of their previous 2 games. After this time around, you saw a big giant shooting expose. Meanwhile, for Butler, that is really the only game that they have broken the 75-point plateau in since late January, as they did get to 88 points against Villanova, but that took double overtime in regulation. They were nowhere near 75 points, so I do think that things are going to be a little bit more muted than the first time around. I did set my total 149.5. We went at the under, and with Creighton willing to lay up to 3 with them. 6-13, 6-14 on the betting board. Richmond, they hit the road. They're going to be playing up against George Washington, and George Washington, our nation's first president, is an underdog of 6 points. Their total on this game in between 145 and 146. I did set Richmond as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the 6 with George Washington. George Washington has been a completely different team at home rather than in a roadside church court venue. Now, it has been a rough go of it for George Washington. A bunch has lost, I believe, now 7 out of their last 10 games, and it has been a struggle for them on defense. They were out of conference, a top 75 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That's down to about 150th, but at home, this team is allowing about 18.7 points fewer per 100 possessions rather than in a roadside shooter court venue. And they do go up against a Richmond team that has really locked teams down from 3-point range. Richmond, a top 40 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and a Richmond team that as a whole, they are 19th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But I do think that this George Washington team can have some success on the offensive side of things. You've got a fearsome foursome for this team that's headlined by James Bishop. He's been able to do a very solid job being able to supply this team within that neighborhood about 17 points per contest, and then you're able to couple that with the fact that you've been able to get a combined about 12 or so rebounds per game out of Derek Johnson along with Darren Buchanan. Buchanan has been able to give you a little bit over a steal per contest as well. And the Maximus Edwards, 7 boards, 12.5 points per contest. It's a very top-heavy team, but for George Washington, they do a nice job on the interior as you've got Babakar Akinbola, who's been able to give you about 3 blocks per contest. That is a top 20 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for Richmond, this team is outside the top 250 with regards to rebound right now. They do shoot about 36% from 3-point range, and in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, a top 3 team in all of college basketball. Jordan King be able to supply the team with about 18.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest. Really like what he's been able to bring to the table. And then you've got a pair of guys in Delani Hunt along to G. Bailey, who have been able to combine for a little bit over 3 steals per contest. Now, with Hunt, he has been in and out of the fold throughout the season, but they've been able to get him back 8+ points at each of the last 5 games. That gives this team another dimension on offense. I do think that for Richmond, they're going to do a nice job of being able to take care of the ball, but I do think that George Washington being able to hit the boards, with them being quite strong on the interior, that is going to bode well for them. It is a George Washington team that has been muted with regards to their offense, 70 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, going up against a Richmond team that they themselves have not broken the 70-point plateau in 2 out of their last 3 games. So I do think that things are going to be a little bit more in control in this one. I did set my line at 3, so I'm going to be willing to take the 6 with George Washington. With regards to total, did set it at a 143 as well. George Washington, they are a top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, but Richmond doing a good job on defense, and George Washington much better on defense when they're at home. So looking at the under, and we'll take the points with our nation's first president. 6-15, 6-16 on the betting board. Wright State plays us a Robert Morris. Robert Morris, an underdog of 8.5 points. Your total on this game, it is 161, and I did set my total at 160.5. Here at 161, I'm seeing a 162 popping up as well. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. Now for Wright State, this has been a very good offense and a not so good defense. Wright State outside the top 320. There's a points allowed on a per possession basis while being a top 75 offense in all of college basketball, with Tanner Olden, Trey Calvin combined for about 36 points per contest, and between the two of them shooting about 38.5% from 3-point range. As a matter of fact, among your top 5 scorers that have made at least 1 3 this season for Wright State, all 5 of them have shot at least 36% 36% from three-point range, but for Wright State, I do think that they're going to do a nice job against a Robert Morris team that just continues to turn the ball over. The 13.8 turnovers per game I do think is going to be costly in terms of this total, because with Robert Morris, they are a team that, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they are outside the top 225 with that regard, just because they don't have a lot of efficiency. They're shooting about 33.5% from three-point range, with Marquise Hastings being very versatile and solid for the team. 15.5 points, 8.5 boards per contest. I like what he's showing there, but that said, you don't necessarily have a lot of consistent three-point shooting outside of Hastings as well. Out of your top 5 scorers for the team, only 2 of them in Hastings along Josh Corbin shoot above 30.8% from three-point range. And for Robert Morris, this team I do think is going to get a little bit manhandled on the glass as well. For Wright State, you've been able to have A.J. Braun be able to give you about 7 rebounds per contest. Wright State is about 130th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Robert Morris is right around about 100th, but at the same time, when they do hit the road, they do lead to having a negative rebound rate. You've been able to get about 6.5 rebounds per game out of Stephon Walker, but he and Hastings are the only 2 guys on the roster that do give you north of 3.7 rebounds per game. The backcourt, guys like TJ Wainwright and company, don't have that versatility, and I do still have my question marks with Justice Williams, who has been able to give you about 13 points per contest, but the 2.5 turnovers per game, that has been a little bit rough. And for Wright State, not saying that this defense has been by any stretch of the imagination magical, but they're coming off of giving up 74 points in their last game against Oakland. For Robert Morris, the team has been having a little bit of a tough time getting it going, 72 points or fewer in regulation in 3 of their last 5 games. So, circumstance where I'm going to be taking a look at the under. I did set my total at a 160.5, and with Wright State, I did make them a favorite of 8.5 points. Right now, we are primarily seeing 8.5. I was seeing before a 9.5. If we can get back to the 9.5, I would be willing to take the points with Robert Morris, because the Wright State has been a little bit better with their defense. It's still the Wright State defense. So, going to be taking a look at 9+ here with Robert Morris, and the under 617, 618 on the betting board. VMI, it's a road face-off against the Citadel. The Citadel is laying between 11.5 and 12 points. So, on this game is between 149 and 150, and I did make my line 12.5. I am going to be willing to lay it with the Citadel. Honestly, for VMI, out of conference, I'm not saying this team was great by any stretch of the imagination, but they were getting a little bit of something going. Since conference play has began, that's when they've really started to give up 100+ points, and they're just not in good form, to say the least. For VMI, one of the biggest issues for the team is just being able to take care of the ball. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, it's a bottom 25 team in all of college basketball. Brandon Watkins has been able to give you about 15 points, 3 assists per contest, and does shoot 37% from 3, but as a whole, the team shoots 32% from 3, despite the fact that you've been able to get 10.2 rebounds per game out of Tashad Jackson. This is also a squad that, in terms of their rebound rate, they are well outside the top 250 with that regard, going up against a Citadel team that is in the top 100. Each of your top 4 scorers give you at least 4 rebounds per contest. That includes the Vanderbilt transfer and Quentin Melora Brown, who down low gives you 10.5 points, 9 rebounds per contest. Citadel well outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but in the backcourt, A.J. Smith, Elijah Morgan, they combine for 31 points. They both shoot it well from 3, with Morgan being your primary guy, shooting about 40.7% from 3-point, more like 36% from distance for A.J. Smith. Couple that with the fact that each of your top 3 scorers throwing their Michael Dewar into this mix, they've all been able to shoot at least 79.5% at the free throw line, so they are very good in that sort of a circumstance as well. And I do think that for VMI, they're just going to continue to bleed points upon points. This is a Citadel team, though, that they play very slow, very under control. They're going to be looking for revenge after the last time these 2 teams played. VMI won that game by a count of 70-63, where the Citadel shot 1 of 18 from 3-point range. I do recognize that the Citadel can be a little bit hot and cold from 3-point range. I tell you right now, I do not anticipate them shooting 1 of 18 from 3-point range like they did the first time around. I do think that things are going to be a little bit warmer, but I did set my total 146.5. The Citadel is very much more a defense-oriented team, and when it comes to VMI, they've actually guarded the arc a little bit better when they've been away from home rather than when they've been at home. And while we talk about VMI and the amount of points that they're giving up, they have failed to break the 70-point plateau in 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Citadel team that has scored 64 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. So here at north of 150, I'm going to be willing to take a look at the under, set my total 146.5, and willing to lay up to 12 with the Citadel. 619, 620 on the betting board. Georgia is going to be playing against Florida. In the Florida-Georgia line for you country music fans, totals between 156 and 157.5. And for Florida, they're a road favorite of between 3 and 3.5 points. I did set Florida as a 2-point favorite. Here at the 3 to 3.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points. Last time these 2 teams played at the Swamp a few weeks ago, Florida got the job done, but that was very much a nip and tuck blowout game that went to overtime, 102-98. In that affair, you did see Georgia go 11 of 26 from 3, and I do think that they cooled down a little bit, but the reason why they lost the game is because they did go 9 of 17 at the free throw line, and I do think that they're going to be a little bit better there. You've got Noah Thomason, Jabri Abdul-Rahim, who'll be able to combine for about 25 points per contest. They both shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range, and it's a Georgia team that they're solid in terms of their offense, they're solid in terms of their defense, they're really not great in terms of everything. They sort of model their coach in Mike White. I mean, he's not bad, he's not great, and for Georgia, I will say this, they are giving up about 9.6 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. And for Florida, they do give up about 11.4 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. But Florida's really been able to get it going on offense. 25th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And it's not because they go into flamethrower mode from three-point range. This Florida bunch, they're only shooting about 33.4% from three-point range. That's it. You've got Zion Pullen along with Walter Clayton, who have been able to combine for about 32 points per contest. They combine to shoot about 38.5% from three-point range. And Florida is a top 20 team in the country in terms of percentage of missed shots that do result in an offensive rebound, as you've got Therese Samuel, Michael Hanglon, along with Alex Condon, who have been able to supply the team with about 22 rebounds per game between the three of them. Riley Kugel has been able to come on a little bit as well. He's giving you overall for the season about 11 points per contest, but over the last 3 games, that has been a little bit more amplified with a combined 40 points in these affairs, so do like to be able to see that. And for Georgia, you do have to wonder what you're going to be able to get down low out of Russell Chewa, who has been able to give you about 7 rebounds per game. In the first affair, he was able to give the team 11 boards in that one, but for Florida, with them being one of the top rebounding teams in all of college basketball, they do have a nice edge there. Georgia's a bunch that ranks about 238th in the country with regards to rebound rate, but this is a Georgia team I do think is going to be able to do a relatively solid job of being able to guard the exterior. It is a Florida team that they can be at a little bit more from the outside. They've been turning the ball over about 12 times per contest, and Florida, away from home, they do allow opponents to shoot 37.8% from three-point range. So, while I do think the Florida wins the battle down low, and I do think that they win the game outright, Georgia, with allowing opponents to shoot just 30.5% from three-point range at home, is able to remain lively. I do think that this comes down to late game fouling to be able to help out with the total. I did set my total at 160, looking at the over, and Florida made them 2-point favorites, so we'll take the 3.5 here with Georgia. 621, 622 on the betting board. For Wayne, it's a road face-off against Detroit. Detroit is the 9.5-point home underdog. Total on this game is between 147 and 148. I set Fort Wayne as a 10-point favorite. I do not think that Detroit gets win number 2. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. With Fort Wayne, this has been a top 80 defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis this year, and they're a top 80 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Fort Wayne also does a really good job of being able to generate turnovers. Top 20 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and you feel good for Detroit. Nobody deserves to lose them all. At the same time, this is still a pretty poopy team. As for Detroit, they rank outside the top 300 in both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They have been able to get quite a bit of production out of their top scorer, as they've been able to get Jaden Stone going for about 20.5 points per contest. That's been big. And Marcus Tankersley has turned out to be a really nice number 2 scorer for the team as well. He's supplying the team with about 15.5 to 16 points per contest. But all in all, this is a Detroit team that from three-point range, they shoot as a collective 27.4% from distance. That's the bottom 30 mark in all of college basketball. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, that's the bottom 30 mark in all of college basketball. Donovan Totley has been in and out of the fold, and other than Eduardo Del Cadilla and Jaden Stone, nobody else on the roster gives you north of 4.2 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, for Fort Wayne, they're outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. Eric Mulder's really the lone guy that gives you north of 5.7 rebounds per game, but you've got some good three-point shooting for this team. Quentin Morton Robinson, Jalen Jackson, they've been able to combine for 29 points per contest. They combine to shoot about 43.5% from three-point range, and this is a Detroit team that they certainly are going to give up their open looks from three-point range. They allow opponents to shoot 37.1% from the outside. Fort Wayne has done a nice job holding on to the ball as well, only about 10.5 turnovers per game, considering they're a top 50 team. With regards to total possessions per game, I do think that this is going to be a game that does get a little bit more ugly. This Fort Wayne team has been able to put up some big numbers all season long, and the last time these two teams played, they won that game 91-56. Now, in that game, I believe that you were without Jaden Stone for Detroit, so that should be able to help them out a little bit offensively, but defensively, this team still pretty much a train wreck. So it is a circumstance where I did set my line at 10. I'm going to be willing to lay 9 to 9.5 with Fort Wayne, and I did set my total at a 148 right now, seeing a 147 out there, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay a Fort Wayne 623, 624 on the betting board. Houston plays host to Texas. Texas is back to being an underdog of 10 to 10.5 points. 131 to 132 is your total line. I did set my total 129.5. Diving in on the under. This Houston team continues to be number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. The last game these two teams played went over, but that was because of overtime as well, and I mean, it was sort of trending over in regulation. I will throw that in there, but I do think that Houston is going to be able to do a solid job batting down the hatches after the first time around. They had to go to overtime to be able to take down Texas, but they were able to do so. And in that first affair, they played relatively even up with regards to the turnover battle, as that was 10-10. Houston, one of the best teams in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, while they themselves do a really good job of not turning it over. Houston, top 25 in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and really love what Jamal Shead is able to bring to the table. He's the number 2 scorer for Houston, but he, in my opinion, is the engine that makes this thing run. Shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, 6 assists, to fewer than 2 turnovers per game while giving you 12.5 points, and he does a good job of generating 2+ steals per contest, while LJ Cryer is more of your sharpshooter. He's been able to shoot about 37% from the outside. It is a Houston team that just up and down the boulevard, you've got guys who are able to pop up from 3, and it's a Houston team that as well is a top 30 team with regards to rebound rate. Now, what you do like for the Texas team is that Dylan Dessou has really been able to bring this team some rough and tumble down low. Dessou is able to give you about 4.5 boards, 17 points per game, and has been able to shoot 56.5% from three-point range. I do think that there's going to be a little bit of regression there, but for Texas, has been a relatively efficient offense with Max Asmus being able to do a solid job doling out right around about 3.5 to 4 assists per contest, 17.5 points per game, as Tyrese Hunter has become your leader in assists. So these two guys, it feels like they're finding their footing out there in the backcourt, and when it comes to the Texas team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, it's actually traveled quite well. They're only scoring about 3.7 points fewer per 100 possessions when they leave home. They're about 37th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But the one thing that you do want to be a little bit alert of when it comes to the Texas team is that they just don't shoot it from three-point range the same way when they do leave home. They shoot about 36% from distance away from home. That's closer to about 38.7% from three-point range at home. And you've got a Houston team that year in and year out is in the top 25 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. It is a Texas bunch that has been up and down with regards to their offense. They have failed to get past 70 points in 2 of their last 4 games in regulation, and 72 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5. Meanwhile, you're going up against a Houston team that, other than that 78 spot that they gave up against Kansas in regulation, they've only given up 70+ points one other time all season long. I do think that this is going to be a game where offense is going to be at a premium, and I do think that Texas is going to do an okay job of holding in there. I don't think that they get blown out by double figures. I set my line at 9.5, here at 10.5, going to be able to take the points. Did set my total 129.5, though I do think that Houston really slows this thing down, and I think that both teams have a tough time getting some open shots. So I'm going to be taking a look at this total under, and I'm looking at the 10+ here with Texas. 625, 626 on the card. It is Dayton playing against Fordham. Fordham's a 15 to a 16-point underdog, and your total on this game, 138.5 to 139.5 with Fordham. I did set them as an underdog of 15.5 points. I'd rather take 16, and we did see an opener of 16.5 with Fordham rather than lay it, even though this Dayton team has been an absolute machine in terms of their offense. Top 25 team in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. A Dayton team has really been able to let it fly from three-point range. You've got 2 guys that have great versatility, Nate Santos, Dayron Holmes. They combine for about 14.5 boards per contest. Both of these guys shoot well from 3. Santos, 43.5% three-point shooter. Holmes, while giving you 2.3 blocks and 19.5 points per game, shoots 36.5% from three-point range. It is a case, though, with Dayton that you just fear that they don't play fast enough to be able to get this one done. They do go up against a Fordham team that has a little bit of an opposite style. Fordham is a bunch that they rank in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game. Now, Fordham still looking for that main point guard, as you've got Jasoph Meadow along with Antrell Charlton combining for about 6 assists per contest, and this Fordham team, they just aren't a good shooting team in general. That's why they're outside the top 240 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They shoot 32% from 3, 65% at the free throw line, but you've been able to get a little bit of help with 9 points and about 40% three-point shooting out of Kyle Rose. He's been able to step up a little bit more for this bunch, and Fordham is still a top 125 team in terms of their rebound rate. Dayton is going to be able to have them outgunned a little bit there, but Abdul Sambilia, even though he hasn't been super effective in the last few games, still gives you 2.5 blocks. He still gives you 6.3 rebounds per game, and outside of your main 2 scorers in the backcourt, Jasoph Meadow along with Will Richardson, everyone else that gives you at least 7 points per contest, that's their other 4 main scorers. They all do give you at least 3.8 rebounds per game, so they do a solid job as a collective there. And for Fordham, the biggest key for this team is just being able to take care of the ball. 13.5 turnovers per game. That has been quite ghastly, but you go up against a Dayton team that, while they've been able to do a really nice job in terms of their defense, this Dayton bunch has given up 71 points or fewer in all but 2 of their games, really, since they went to South Carolina for that multi-team event. It is a Fordham team that they themselves just are not generating offense. 70 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. So I do think that in terms of this total, it is relatively correct what we're seeing here at a lot of 139.5. So I am seeing now now 138.5, popping up just with the way that Dayton is able to let it fly from three-point range. I do think that you've got a little bit of value there, and if you're going to be able to knock off this Fordham team, you're going to do it from the outside. As for Fordham, they do rank well outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so I do think that there's going to be some open looks to be had. I just don't think that Dayton wins this game by margin. I think that Fordham does just enough down low to hold in there. Willing to take 16 plus here with Fordham. Semi-total 139.5, so you're at the 138.5. Looking at the over to go along with 16 with Fordham, 627, 628 on the betting board. UMass, they are on the road against LaSalle. LaSalle is a 6.5 point home underdog. Total on this game is 151.5. With LaSalle, I did set them as an underdog of 5 points, so I'm going to be willing to take the 6 to 6.5. UMass does an incredible job down low. Top 100 team with regards to rebound rate. Matt Cross, coupled with Josh Cohen, they've been able to give you combined about 15 rebounds per game. They're going to be able to win that battle against a LaSalle team that has been able to get a little bit of production recently out of Jashawn Shepard, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, but let's call it what it is. This is a LaSalle team that is outside of the top 275 in terms of rebound rate. The way that LaSalle is going to be able to hold in this game is by just being able to protect the ball and being able to hit a few shots, as you've got Jabari Breakis, Khalil Brantley, being able to supply the team with about 28.4 points per contest between the two of them, 8.8 assists to 4 turnovers per game, while Breakis has been able to shoot about 42% from three-point range. LaSalle only turns ball over as well, 9.7 times per contest. They do go up against a UMass team that's in the top 75 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and when it comes to Rasul Diggins, he's been able to help out the backcourt of this UMass team as well, generating a little bit over steals, shooting 36% from three-point range, but for UMass as well, they have been a little bit of a different team when they've been on the road. Now, I will say for LaSalle, their home and road splits are really not demonstrative whatsoever. They are quite small, but for this UMass team, they're 84th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but giving up about 11.4 points more per 100 possessions when they do leave home, that's a little bit of an issue. And then you've got Anwar Gill, who I really do like for this LaSalle team. He gives you about 10 points, 4 boards, 3 assists, just does a little bit of this and that for the team. And the way that you do want to be able to get to this UMass team is by being able to launch it from three-point range. UMass 246th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. So I do think that the backcourt of LaSalle is going to be able to make do for the fact that they don't have a ton down low. Both of these teams are playing quite fast. UMass in the top 100 with regards to total possessions per game. LaSalle, they're right in that top 130 mark as well. So I did set my line at 5. Here at the 6.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with LaSalle because I do think that this is going to be a tighter game. I think that you get some late game felling. So I told 153. So looking over and looking at the points with LaSalle, 629, 630 on the betting board. Mercer plays those to Samford, and Sam Amford is a favorite of 9 points. So on this game is 147 to 147.5. I did set my line at 8. So here at the 9, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Mercer. Mercer has been able to do a really solid job of just checking every box in terms of being okay there. They don't have any sort of a forte whatsoever. They don't have a true weakness either. They're just very milquetoast. They're like 225th in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're right around about 220th with regards to rebound rate. They're 254th in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, though. They do allow opponents to shoot just 32.8% from three-point range, so they're more around nation average when they are at home. So and it's a team that, it's just very much a team that they do an okay job in terms of everything. Masters of none. The weakness, that is not there either. They go up against a Samford team that is looking to run it and gun it. Samford is in the top 30 in terms of total possessions per game. Samford shoots north of 40% from three-point range, and they're very efficient as well. Ryland Jones has been able to give out 5.2 assists to just 1.3 turnovers per contest, and Samford just surrounds them with so many guys. They're able to pop it from three-point range. You've got a Samford team that their top 3 scorers, every one of them, to shoot at least 42.2% from three-point range, with Anchor leading the way with about 6 boards, 15.5 points per contest. It's going to be very key for Mercer to be able to get the most out of Jaden McCreary, who's been able to give you about 15 points, 5 rebounds per game. For Samford, it's a bunch that you can get them a little bit more down low. They're about 160th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. For Mercer, they do leave a little bit of something to be desired down low outside of McCreary, but it is one of those, once again, is greater than some of his parts approach teams that they have been able to get some relatively good production out of Robbie Carpenter along with David Thomas. They've been able to combine for about 16.5 points per contest, combine and shoot about 37% from three-point range. You get about 4.5 boards, 9 points out of Jake Davis as well. He's been able to shoot about 40% from three-point range, and if you are able to get Samford in one way, it is by being able to launch from three-point range. Samford is going to give you some open looks. They allow opponents to shoot about 34.1% from three. Interestingly, Samford allows opponents to only shoot about 31.5% from three-point range when they're away from home. At home, that's north of 36% from three-point range. I I do think that those splits are going to iron out just a little bit, and I do think that for Samford, while they do get the job done, I do think that Mercer is going to be able to hold in there. I do think that this is going to be another one of those Samford games that's up and down in airbrain. I did set my total at 152. I'm going to be taking a look at this total over, and with regards to Samford, made them an 8-point favorite, so we'll take the 9 here with Mercer. 631, 632 on the betting board. Missouri State plays us with Valparaiso. Valpo is an underdog of 11.5 to 12 points. 146.5 is your total, and with Missouri State, I did set them as an 11.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take the 12 with Valparaiso. Valparaiso has certainly been having their issues, especially on the offensive side of things. Valparaiso 307th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but it does feel like they're getting their go-to guys, as you've got Isaiah Stafford, who's now been able to give you about 16 points per contest. He's been able to do a nice job of being able to lead the way. You've been able to have Darius DiViero give you about 5 assists, fewer than 2.5 turnovers per game, and they go up against a Missouri State team that is now outside the top 110 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Missouri State still doing a good job of being able to guard the perimeter, 103rd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. At Valparaiso, they are getting torched from the outside, 318th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but for Valparaiso, they do allow opponents to only shoot about 34.5% from three-point range when they're away from home. At home, that actually balloons up to about 37.5% from three-point range, so a little bit of an interesting split there, but for Valparaiso, I do think that they are going to be able to do just enough to be able to hold in this game, because Missouri State is a bunch that they only do shoot about 32.5% from three-point range. They are a team that they do turn the ball over as well, about 12 to 12.5 times per contest. They get a little bit sloppy with it, despite the fact that they have the top scorer in this game, and also Mason, who's able to give you 18 points per contest. Donovan Clay, along with Chance Moore, they've been able to combine for about 11 boards, and Donovan Clay, he stands right around about 6'8". He's able to give you about 2.5 assists per contest. Missouri State, a top 100 team with regards to rebound rate. They're going to be able to win that battle down low against a Valpo team that they're clocking in terms of their rebound rate well outside the top 325. As a matter of fact, they're 338th overall, but I do think that for Valparaiso, them being able to have DiViero be able to take care of the ball, Matthew Lee turn the ball over 3 times per contest, that's going to be just enough for Valparaiso to be able to remain lively in this one against the Missouri State team that all of a sudden has given up 72 plus points in each of their last 5 games. I did set my total 143.5. Good old situation if something's got to give. Valparaiso really lacking on offense right now. Missouri State has seen their defense really hit the skids. I did set my total 143.5 as a result, looking at the under, and here are 12 plus 1, take the points with Valpo. 633, 634 on the betting board. It is Towson. They hit the road. They're facing off against Hampton. Hampton is a home underdog of 12 points. Totals between 135.5 and 136. I said Towson as a 10-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Hampton. I just don't know if Towson's going to be able to score enough to be able to cover this number. And I recognize that Hampton is outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Towson has a big advantage, although they're a top 25 team in terms of rebound rate, and Towson has really been able to just maul teams on defense, 74th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But what is good news for Hampton is that you finally have Jordan Nesbitt playing like the Jordan Nesbitt of old. He was out for the beginning part of the season. He came back in the first few games, and you could tell that it was not the same guy that was leading the team in scoring with 15 points and 6.5 boards per contest 8 seasons ago. He has now been able to give the team 9 plus points in 8 out of their last 10 games, and has been a better facilitator this season. 4 plus assists in 4 of the team's last 5 games. Turnovers are a little bit unsightly. This Hampton team does turn the ball over about 13 times per contest. That's going to be a little bit of an issue, but also with this Towson bunch, just offense in general has been rough for them. The good news is, since Nenda Tark has been in the fold, this team has been a little bit more efficient on the offensive side of things. Tark has been able to supply about 11 points, 5 boards, shoots about 33% from 3. It doesn't sound impressive, but overall Towson does shoot about 33.4% from 3-point, so he's right on par with that. But Towson, about 209th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They score 16.2 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. So you do have some issues on that front. Now for Towson, they are going to be able to dominate things down low. Charles Thompson being able to supply the team with about 8 rebounds per contest. He's able to throw in there about 9 points per game. And then Charles May, it has been May Day for him. He's been able to give the team about 11 points, shoots 37.5% from 3-point. So love what he's able to bring to the table for a Towson team that they've been able to do a very solid job of being able to hold up in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting as well. With Towson, they allow opponents in a road or neutral court venue to shoot just 31.5% from 3-point range. That is going to be critical, and the way that you are able to take down the Hampton team is that they have been very, very bad in terms of the 3-point shooting defense, 276th in all of college basketball. But I do think that with the reinvigoration of Jordan Nesbitt, coupled with the fact that you do get a little bit of something down low, Reese Mullins is able to give you about 8 to 9 rebounds per game. You've been able to get a little bit out of Tedrick Wilcox, who's been able to give you about 11.5 points, shoots 34% from 3-point range. I do think that Hampton does just enough to remain lively against a Towson team that is very slow and very under control. So So I did set my line at 10. I'm going to be willing to take the 12 with this Hampton bunch. I did set my total at 136 here at the 135.5. I do think that Hampton, with their lack of defense, but their ability to be able to get things going with Nesbitt, does just enough to be able to get you the over. So looking at the over and looking at the 12 with Hampton, 635, 636 on the betting board. Penn St plays host to Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois, an underdog of 10 points. Totals between 145 and 145.5. With Penn State, I did set them as a favorite of 8.5 points. Going to be willing to take the 10 with Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois has been having a rough year in terms of both offense and defense. They're outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've had the best scorer in this game, and that'd be David Coit. 19 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists. Shoots only about 34% from three-point range, but for Northern Illinois, they do get back one of their main pieces down low, and Yannick Konen Niederhauser. He stands right around 6'11". He's been able to supply the team with 2.5 blocks, about 5 rebounds per game. That's big because Northern Illinois, they are outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. They need all the help that they can get up against Chris Payton, who's come in from Pittsburgh and given this Kent State team 13 points, 7.5 boards, and he does a good job of being able to stretch the floor. He does shoot about 37% from three, but you can tell that this Kent State team just not what they were a season ago. Sincere Carey was one of the better mid-major guards in all of college basketball, and for Kent State, they're okay on the glass. They're not great. They're about 176 in the country with this regard, and they've had to take Giovanni Santiago from being a little bit of a three-point specialist to on the ball, and his three-point shooting, it has really suffered. He has been able to do a good job of being able to reduce on the turnovers recently. He's down to about 2.2 turnovers per contest, but last year he shot well north of 35% from three. That's down to about 30% this season. You've got Jared Sullinger, who's able to give you about 14.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest, but Kent State also not generating the same amount of steals that they did a season ago, and to the credit of Northern Illinois, they've been able to play some defense recently. If you look at their game against Central Michigan in regulation, they had given up 63 points there. So if you look at regulation and regulation only, they've given up 68 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Kent State team that it felt like they were playing a little bit too fast for their own good to begin the season. They've been a top 125 team in terms of total possessions per game, but has now allowed 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that with the sheer amount of possessions in this game, it is going to lead to a little bit more scoring, and I do think that Northern Illinois is going to be able to keep this game close enough for some late game fouling. You have a couple that with the fact that they were without Zariq Nutter for a little bit of a period. He and Xavier Amos have been able to combine for 30 points per contest, with Amos shooting 39% from three-point range, with Kent State being able to get some second and third chances, even though both of these teams have been a little bit better with their defense recently. I do think that you get a little bit of an explosion of points here. It is a circumstance where I did set my total at a 148.5, so I'm going to be taking a look at the over in this spot. And with Kent State, going to make them an 8.5 point favorite, so going to be willing to take those points with Northern Illinois and the over. 637, 638 on the card. Hofstra is playing us to Northeastern, and Northeastern is an underdog of 6.5 points. 138.5 is your total, and I did set my total 138, so here at the 138.5, I'm going to be looking at the under. Hofstra has been outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but also for this Hofstra team, they're outside the top 150 in terms of total possessions per game, going against a Northeastern team that's outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Now, for Northeastern, they're getting just completely lambasted from three-point range. They are outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but they do a good job on the interior. Northeastern, a top 25 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, a top 50 team with regards to rebound rate, and Chris Doherty has been a big reason why. 13.5 points, 7 boards. They're able to pop threes. Doesn't necessarily do so very well, but the guys around him, Lucas Dakota, along with Hunter Woods, you're able to throw in there Masai Troutman. These are guys that have been able to combine for about 30 points and 36 to 37% three-point shooting. Love what they're able to bring to the table, though. For Northeastern, this is a little bit of a tricky matchup for them because they go up against an Hofstra team that they've got absolutely nothing on the interior. They're outside the top 280 in terms of their rebound rate, but for this Hofstra team, they're able to do a really nice job of lighting it up from three-point range. Hofstra as a collective, they do shoot 37% from three-point range. You've got Darlison Dunbar is able to shoot 40% from 3, 17.5 points, 6.5 boards, a block, a steal per contest. Tyler Thomas, he's been able to give you about 22.5 points per contest while shooting 37% from 3. And Jaquan Carlos being able to do out 5.8 assists to fewer than 2.7 turnovers per contest. That's been big as well. You really don't have a lot of size outside of Jakob Fritz, who's a little bit of a 6'8" gadget player for the team, but with this Hofstra bunch, I do think that they're going to do a nice job knocking down shots from the outside against a Northeastern team that, despite the fact that they do play very slowly, this is a bunch that they are very prone to giving up some very, very big numbers. As for this Northeastern team, they have now given up at least 77 points in 4 of their last 6 games. You've got a Hofstra team that they've been able to crank things up a little bit more in terms of their offense as well, being able to score a combined 158 points in the last 2 games. The defense has looked a little bit better, giving up 71 or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, but I do think the Northeastern finds a way to be able to get some good production down low. I do think that for Hofstra, they're really able to let it fly from three-point range, and I do think that Hofstra, with their outside shooting, is going to be able to win and cover with this game. I did set my total 138. I do think that just because you're going to have a lot of sloppy possessions from Northeastern, a team that turns the ball over 13 times per contest in the bottom 50, turns the turnovers on a per possession basis. Couple that with the fact that both of these teams do play at a relatively slow tempo, I do think that you're going to get just a little bit of a lower scoring game. I did set Hofstra as an 8-point favorite, going to be willing to lay it in here at the 138.5, diving under. 639, 640 on the betting board. Arkansas, it's the road they're facing off against Mississippi State. Mississippi State is a favorite of 12.5 points. Total on this game is 146. With Mississippi State, I did set them as a favorite of 13 points. So here at the 12.5, I am going to be willing to lay it. Don't want to lay anything more than that, but this Arkansas team is just all sorts of dysfunctional. And you just take a look at the roster itself for Arkansas. There's no reason why they should be this bad, but the reason why they have not found their point guard all season long. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 2.4 assists per game, and as a result, you have no floor general on offense, which is why they're outside the top 130 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they have no floor general on defense. That's why they're outside the top 140 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got Draymond Mark, who gives you about 17.5 points per contest, and K-Leaf Paddle has still been able to give you 10 points per contest, but Paddle has really been wearing down recently as well. For Mark, he shoots about 37% from three-pointers, but outside these two guys in isolation, being able to pop threes, you have no other offense, and right now, Trevon Brazil is the only guy that's giving you north of 4 rebounds per game. Arkansas really lacking down low, and this is a Mississippi State team that's still a top 40 team in terms of their rebound rate. Mississippi State has not been the same on defense this season as they were a season ago in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's not like there's some sort of an abject disaster, anything like that, but you're used to seeing them more in the top 10, top 15, and they're 25th in this regard right now, but they're going to be able to absolutely bludgeon this Arkansas team down low. You got Tolu Smith, Charles Matthews being able to combine for about 15.5 rebounds per game. Smith has been able to supply the team with 17 points ever since he came back after missing the first 12 or so games of the season due to injury. This team still has outside shooting issues, but it's better than it was a season ago. You've got Shaquille Moore shooting about 37.5% from three-point range. Josh Hubbard, he throws in there 15 points, shoots about 35.5% from three-point range. And for Arkansas, this team typically gets a nice boost when they're at home. They honestly have not seen too much of a fall off with their play when they're on the road. They are giving up about 5.6 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home, but that's honestly not a bad split. They're just in general really not playing good basketball right now, as they've had a tough time really getting things going on the defensive side of things, giving up 75 plus points each out of the last 4 games. Meanwhile, the defense, it does appear to be back for this Mississippi State team. They've now allowed 62 points for fewer in 3 of the last 5 games. One of those 2 games in which they did not was on the road against Alabama. They had a little bit of a rough one against Ole Miss as well, but I do think the defensive effort is going to be there on this side. Meanwhile, you've got a Arkansas team that I don't think that they're going to be playing a whole lot of defense as well, so it's a situation of something's got to give. I did set my total 143. I think that Mississippi State gets this game played on their terms. I do think that they're able to lock down this Arkansas team that has been just scuffling all season long and has no primary point guard. So did set my total at 143, looking under of Mississippi State, one to lay up to 12.5 with them. 641, 642 on the betting board. Coastal Carolina plays us of Marshall. Marshall is a favorite of 4.5 points. Your total on this game is 155.5. With Marshall, I did set them as a 4.5 point favorite. So we're going to be waiting upon a little bit of line movement here. And with regards to the total, I did set mine at a 156.5. So here at the 155.5, I am going to be willing to take a look at the over. And I was seeing a 5.5 a little bit earlier out there that dried up very, very quickly though. But if we can get back to a 5.5, that'd be my buy point on Coastal Carolina. Coastal Carolina has still some guys that are able to do a nice job down low. Jinai Ojiaka has been able to give you about 10 rebounds per contest. It is a Coastal Carolina team that's still outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, and Marshall has been able to get some good production out of Nate Martin, who's been able to give you about 12 points, 9 rebounds per game, and then Obiana Onchile Killian shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. He's been able to throw in there a block, a steal per contest, so he's been all sorts of versatile, but Marshall not generating the same amount of turnovers as they have in past seasons. Typically, they've got really good active hands. They don't have that this season, and for Marshall, they're a little bit better at hitting the glass than they have been in past seasons, but still, 175th with regards to rebound rate when that's your main forte. That's still not necessarily too amazing. Meanwhile, for Coastal Carolina, they are, despite having quite a few guys with good versatility, about 183rd. With this regard, you've had Kevin Easley be able to give you about 5 boards. He chips in there about 8 to 9 points per contest, so he's been able to give you a little bit of something. And then you've got Mr. Myers, who's been able to do a nice job, and Jacob Myers, who's been able to supply the team with about 14 points per contest, shoots in the high 30s from three-point range. You're able to find your main facilitator really on both of these teams. Marshall, as Jacob Connor being able to give you about 3 assists per contest. John Sanders is able to give you about 2.7 to 2.8 assists per game for Coastal Carolina. And for Marshall, they've really been bottled up in terms of their offense. They have failed to get past 70 in each of the last 2 games since putting up 91 on Coastal Carolina on that day. Marshall was really able to do a nice job of being able to get it down low and shot an uncharacteristic 38% from three-point range, while Coastal Carolina shot just 22% from three-point range. I do think that things are going to iron out a little bit more there. And for Coastal Carolina, to their credit, they've been a little bit better offensively with 75-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, which is why I do take a look at this total over. I do think that we're going to see things iron out a little bit more. Coastal Carolina well outside the top 250 as well in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and with Marshall a top 75 team in terms of total possessions, I do think that you get a little bit more of an up and down game. So going to be taking a look at this total over, and I'm going to be willing to take anything north of 5 here with Coastal Carolina. 643, 644 on the betting board. Akron, they have the road they're facing off against Buffalo. Buffalo does find themselves as a home underdog of 14 points. Draw on this game between 140 and 140.5. Set Akron as a 15.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Buffalo is looking like a bottom 20 team in all of college basketball. Anquan Bolden Jr. is right now arguably your best guard for this Buffalo team. He's been able to give you good effort, 7 points. He gives you a mid-30s three-point shooting percentage for a Buffalo team that is in the bottom 40 in terms of turnovers on a per-possession basis with 14.5 per game. They shoot 27% from three-point range, and among their top 5 scorers, one shoots above 25.4% from three-point range, and that's their top rebounder, Janavia Smith, who at 6'9", has actually been able to shoot about 44% from 3, 8 points, 9 rebounds, and a block per contest. He's been able to do a relatively solid job, but Akron, since getting Ali back to the fold, he's been able to supply 16 points, still only shooting about 29% from 3. This team has been all the more efficient, both on the offensive side of things and the defensive side of things, as it really does free up these guards to be able to roam around a little bit more. Greg Tribble has been able to give you about 2.5 assists. He's able to throw in their 10 points, shoots about 34% from three-point range. Akron as a whole, they only shoot about 34% from three-point range, but they're doing a nice job not turning the ball over, as Caleb Thornton has become a nice primary ball handler with about 3 to 3.5 assists per contest, and this is an Akron team that's really bearing down on defense, down to the top 50 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, Buffalo currently 337th in the country in terms of points allowed per possession, and they're giving up 3.2 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court venue. So it is a situation of something's got to give. This has been an Akron team that has been quite dominant in terms of just locking teams down with their defense. 70 points of fear surrender in 4 of their last 5 games, and in MAC conference play, they've only allowed north of 70 points in regulation twice. The last game that they gave up north of 70 in, that was against James Madison. That was at MAC versus Sunbelt Challenge. Meanwhile, you've got a Buffalo team that they just have not really been able to bust through with regards to their offense. They were able to score 82 points on Georgia Southern, but in regulation, they were only able to get to 72 points. If you look at regulation and regulation only, this Buffalo team, they'd be able to get past the 72-point plateau, I believe, just twice against C2 competition this season. So I do think that the scoring is going to be quite a bit more muted. I do think that with Enrique Freeman giving you 18.5 points, 13 rebounds, that Buffalo is going to get absolutely bludgeoned on the glass. And typically that is a forte with Cy Chapman, give you 18 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. So just feels like a really bad matchup for this Buffalo team. And with Buffalo not being able to pop it from three-point range whatsoever, that is going to lead to a little bit of a lower scoring affair. I did set my total 139.5. I'm looking at the under. With Akron, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 15 points with them. 645, 646 on the betting board. North Carolina A&T plays us to Delaware. Delaware is a 11.5 point favorite. Your total is 142. I did set A&T as an underdog of 14 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with North Carolina A&T. Landon Glassberg is their top scorer, giving you north of 21 points per contest, but it's been out since late January, and it's looking like he's going to be out once again. Camden Shell has been able to step up with giving the team nearly 5 assists per game, and for North Carolina A&T, it's just a really weird offense. They're outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They can't make shots to save their lives. They don't turn the ball over, though. They're only turning the ball over like 10 times per contest. If you look in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, they're one of the best teams in all of college basketball, but it's not led to points. Meanwhile, you've got a Delaware team where you've got all sorts of really good versatility on this team. You've got someone like a Jelon Trent who gives you 10 points, 4 boards, 3 assists, does a nice job of just being able to bring a lot to the table. Jair Davis, 18.5 points. He throws in their 6 boards. Christian Ray is able to give you about 9 rebounds per game as well. For a Delaware team that overall they're shooting 35.5% from 3. They're another top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, going against the North Carolina A&T team that is well outside the top 310 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. A&T certainly gives it up from the outside as well. For North Carolina A&T, 307th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, though that does dive down to about 30.5% from 3-point range at home in a road/neutral court environment. That certainly does hike up. Meanwhile, the Delaware team, they're 53rd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Now, you do have Eric Joyner back in the fold for A&T. He's been able to give the team about 6.5 rebounds per game, but they're still outside the top 275 in terms of their rebound rate. And for Delaware, they've really been able to do a nice job of stifling on defense. 63 points or fewer surrender in 3 of their last 5 games. And for North Carolina A&T, ever since they've had Glassborough out of the fold in 5 games in the month of February, they've not gotten past the 65-point plateau. So I did have to set my total at a 140. Here at the 142, I'm going to be looking at the under with Delaware. I do think that they take it to an A&T team that just is not generating any offense. I set my line at 14. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Delaware and looking at the under. 647, 648, BYU hits the road face-off against Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State is a 7 to a 7.5 point underdog. Your total on this game is 150, and with Oklahoma State, I did set them as a underdog of 7 points. So here at the 7.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Oklahoma State. Has been a tumultuous season, to say the least. So you still have a team that's in the top 125 in terms of their rebound rate. And Oklahoma State, when they're at Stillwater, they do get a little bit of a boost from the home crowd, especially in offense, as they've been able to generate about 15.3 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road or neutral court venue. You've had Javon Small come up very big for this team with about 15 points, 5 boards, 5 assists per contest, going up against the BYU team that they're in the top 25 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're a top 20 team in terms of their rebound rate, and now they've got Suni Traore, who's been able to give you about 5 rebounds per contest back at the fold. That gives them just yet another weapon, as it feels like this BYU team is Noah's Ark. They've got 2 of everything. They've got 7 different guys on the roster that give you at least 9 points per contest, and all but one of them in their top scorer, Jackson Robinson, is able to supply you with at least 3.5 rebounds per game as well. It is a BYU team that shoots 36% from 3-point range, but we do know that this is a BYU team that they do scuffle a little bit more when they're away from home. They're averaging about 11.8 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are away from home. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, that does hike up by about 11.8 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home as well. And for this Oklahoma State team, they are one that isn't amazing with regards to their defense, especially down low. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 6 rebounds per game, unlike in past seasons, but at home, they hold you to shooting about 33.5% from 3-point range, where that does climb to north of 35% when they're away from home. They've been dealing with the Bryce Thompson injury. That has been hurting them, as he's been one of their better scorers all season long, packing in their double figures, shooting about 34.5% from 3-point range. But I do like what they've been able to get on the Daily Show. As Eric Daly, he's been able to do a solid job, being able to supply the team with about 9 points per contest. Has been a little bit touch and go recently, as he's seen his minutes get slashed just a little bit, but as a freshman, I do think that he's going to be able to bust through just a little bit more moving forward. And then you've got a pair of guys in Keon Williams, along with Brandon Garrison, who've been able to combine for about 11.5 rebounds per game. That I think is going to be just enough to hold them in there against the BYU team that they're going to have a little bit of inclement travel with BYU. The defense has been a bit all over the place, giving up 72 plus points in 4 out of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for Oklahoma State, though it's been a little bit less than savory for them, 72 points of fear surrender in 3 of their last 5 games. So I do think that Oklahoma State going to be able to hold in there on their own floor. I did set my line at a 7, so I'm going to be willing to take the 7.5. I did set my total at 145. I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a rougher game in terms of a scoring perspective on both sides, and Oklahoma State a little bit more of a mid-tempo team. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take north of 7 here with Oklahoma State, 649, 650 on the betting board. Florida State, they play also Duke. Duke is a 5.5 point favorite. Your total is 152. I said Duke is a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number with Duke. This team has been very efficient on the offensive side of things. You wouldn't know it by looking at the raw numbers, but Duke has really slowed things down ever since John Shire has taken over. They're outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, but Kyle Filipowski, he's been able to do it all. 17.5 points, 8.5 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range while giving you 2 blocks per contest. Duke, a top 30 team in terms of ball security, only turning it over 9.5 times per contest, while Tyrese Proctor has not been an amazing scorer. He has been a good distributor. 10 points, 3.5 assists, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range, and then you got Jeremy Roach shooting about 44.5% from 3-point range. They go up against a Florida State unit that has been just all over the place in terms of their defense. They're outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Florida State, they allow opponents to shoot 36.3% from 3-point range in their home games. That actually dips down to about 31% when they're away from home, and typically, Florida State is a pretty dominant team on the glass, but right now you've only got one guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. That'd be Jameer Watkins. He's been able to give you 14.5 points, 8 rebounds. They've been dealing with injuries all season long, with having the fold someone like a Cameron Fletcher that's been hurting them. They've gotten back Primo Spears, but he's not very efficient. He does give you 10 points per contest, but really doesn't give out a lot of assists. He shoots 28% from 3-point range. I just don't know what he necessarily does great and how he elevates this Florida State team as 265th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Duke Duke, meanwhile, they're a top 50 team in the country with this regard. And Duke, they can be at a little bit from the outside, but all in all, they're about 87th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, going up against the Florida State team that shoots just 32% from distance. And among Florida State scorers that are averaging north of 1.7 points per contest, we've only got one guy that shoots above 33.5% from three-point range, and Darren Green. And I do think that Duke, as a result, they're going to be able to get the job done. And I do think that they take it to a Florida State team that's had a tough time guarding the perimeter at home all season long. I did set my total 149.5. I think that Florida State is not going to be able to get a lot of second chances on the glass. Looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 7 with Duke. 651, 652 on the card. It is Virginia Tech on the road facing off against North Carolina. North Carolina is a 11-point favorite. Your total is between 153.5 and 154. I did set North Carolina as a favorite of 11 points, so this is a circumstance where if we can get back to the 10.5 opener that I was seeing before, because this is literally moving as I do this podcast, so 10.5 or less, willing to lay it with North Carolina. With this North Carolina bunch, Armando Bacot has honestly not been what he has been in past years, but he hasn't needed to be because they've gotten a lot of help down low out of Harrison Ingram. Ingram, ever since conference play, has actually been the top rebounder for this team. We have seen that slip slide away just a little bit, but still giving the team about 9 rebounds per contest, chipping in there 13.5 points per game, and then R.J. Davis, one of the more unstoppable scorers in all of college basketball, being able to supply 21.5 points per contest while being able to shoot from three-point range about 41.1% from the outside for a North Carolina team that all of a sudden is a top 30 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. North Carolina for the longest time has been a pretty dormant defense going up against the Virginia Tech team that has Sean Padula being one of the most high usage guys in all of college basketball, gives you 15.8 points per contest and 4.5 assists, but 3.8 turnovers per game for a Virginia Tech team that honestly doesn't turn it over a ton. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, but Padula is trying to create a little bit of everything. You do have Lynn Kidd, who down low has been able to give you about 6.5 to 7 rebounds per game, but that's going to be enough to hold up down low against a North Carolina team that is in the top 40 with regards to rebound rate. You've got a Virginia Tech team that is more around 130th with this regard. You do have Hunter Couture for Virginia Tech, shooting north of 40% from three. He's able to supply you with about 11 points per contest, but with this North Carolina team doing a really nice job of being able to guard the perimeter as well. North Carolina is allowing opponents to shoot 30.4% from three-point range overall this season. I do think that UNC is going to be able to take it to Virginia Tech. Honestly, the three-point shooting defense for North Carolina has been diminished a little bit at home, so I do think that allows Virginia Tech to get a few points on the board, but Virginia Tech, they're not a team that really runs it and guns it. They're in the bottom half of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, and with the way that North Carolina stepped up on defense, do think that this total is too high. So my total 149, looking at the under, and at 10.5 or less, one to lay with North Carolina. 653, 654 on the card. It is Drexel. They play us to Campbell. Campbell is a underdog of 12 points. Total between 137.5 and 138.5. With Campbell, I did set them as an underdog of 12 points. So we're going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement here. This was a game that we saw at a 10.5 a little bit earlier. If we can get back to that 10.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. With Drexel, this team is a top 30 team in the country with regards to their rebound rate, and they go up against a Campbell squad that, other than Anthony De La Rosa, you just don't have a ton with this bunch. They've been able to have Lariani Versterias, hopefully I said that correctly, giving you about 10.5 points, shooting 40% from three-point range. But for De La Rosa, he gives you about 5 boards, 18 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range for a Campbell team that they've been able to do an okay job of being able to guard from the perimeter when they're at home, but that goes to north of 35% when they're away from home. Fortunately for them, Drexel has been going through a little bit of a doldrum period in terms of their offense. Drexel was very slow to begin the season, not scoring any points whatsoever, and then in January, they had some sort of an offensive renaissance. I'm not sure where it came from, but they were getting to 70 on the regular, and now for this Drexel team, in their last 6 games, they have scored 70 points or fewer in all but one of them. They were able to put 79 up on the board in their previous game against Hofstra, but this Drexel team, they shoot about 33% from three-point range. You do have a pair of guys, Mate Okoros along with Luke House, who have been able to combine for about 14 points per contest. They both shoot north of 37% from the outside, while Amari Williams, he's the most versatile player in this game. 8 boards, 1.7 blocks, 12.5 points per game. Not to speak badly of De La Rosa, but Amari Williams just does a little bit of everything for a Drexel team that has been quite dominant with their defense, and while this Campbell team is very slow. Campbell is outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. They're just not very efficient with their defense, as Campbell, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 246th in all of college basketball. They actually give up 1.6 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. Meanwhile, Drexel is 82nd with this regard, but Drexel is all the more dominant at home. They are giving up 13 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/court environment, and they're a top 50 defense when they are specifically at home. So I do think that that leads to a little bit of a a more rough performance for both of these offenses. I did set my total at 132. Feels like Drexel getting back into the defensive mode that we saw towards the beginning part of the season. And for Campbell, really, other than what you're able to get out of Del Rosso, a lot of Rainas Vesterias, you just don't have a lot there. So I'm going to be looking at the under. And with this Drexel team, if we could get back to that 10.5 I was seeing before, going to be one to lay that. Set them as a 12-point favorite. 655, 656 on the betting board. Iowa plays host to Wisconsin. This is a pick'em game / Iowa as a 1-point favorite. So on this game is 152.5 with Wisconsin. I did set them as an underdog of 2 points. I'm going to be looking at Iowa on a pick'em line / laying a point. I'm willing to lay up to a 1.5 with them. Iowa is just a completely different team at Carver Hawkeye Arena, averaging more than 13 points per 100 possessions more at home rather than in a road / neutral court venue. And they get a Wisconsin team that, while they've been able to do a nice job on the glass, they're a top 40 team in terms of rebound rate, with Stephen Kroll, Tyler Wall providing about 13 rebounds per game. Wisconsin has just not guarded the arc. In a road / neutral court environment, opponents are shooting 40.2% from three-point range against Wisconsin. And as a result, you have been seeing Wisconsin catch quite a few overs, despite the fact that Wisconsin is still that same traditional slow-controlled team. Wisconsin outside the top 320 in terms of total possessions per game, but they're about 144th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. They're only giving up about 5.1 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. So it's not like they're horrible when they're away from home, but at the same time, it is a Wisconsin team that's very much built on offense, and the offense does take a drop off when they leave home. They're averaging 15.1 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they're at home. And you've got an Iowa team that, even more demonstrative than their offensive splits, is their defensive splits. They do give up about 16 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than when they're away from home. And when it comes to Tony Perkins along with Peyton Samford, these two guys have been tremendous in being able to generate some offense for this Iowa team, combining for about 30.5 points, 11 boards, and Samford shoots about 37% from three-point range. But guy that's really stepped up for this team is Owen Freeman. He doesn't pop it from three at all, but he gives this team a lot down low. A combined 7 blocks, 22 rebounds in the team's last 2 games. Not necessarily some sort of a flamethrower scorer or anything like that, but it's done a nice job being able to supply some offense for this Wisconsin bunch. You've been able to have A.J. Storrs supply 16 points per contest, and last season over at St. John shot about 40% from 3. That's down to about 30% this season, so we should see some progression there. Meanwhile, Stephen Kroll along John Blackwell combining shoot about 46% from 3. That should drop off a little bit there, but all in all, I do think that Wisconsin going to have a little bit of a tough time hitting the road. Their offense just is not the same when they do hit the road, and for Iowa, they have been able to get to at least 75 points at home in all but 2 out of their last 35 home games. I do think that they're going to be able to have some success here, but I do think that this total is just went a touch too high. It opened up at a 155.5. You had a nice edge there. It's now down to a 152.5, which is my minimum buy point on the under with my total at 152, but still going to be looking at the under. I think Iowa gets their 75, but I think that Wisconsin just isn't able to pull this game out on the road. I'm going to be taking a look at the under, and with Iowa, want to lay up to 1.5 with them. 657, 658 on the card. It is Duquesne playing out to St. Joe's. St. Joe's, they have to not be average Joe's. They are 3.5 point underdogs. Your total is 147. I did set St. Joe's as an underdog of 2 points. So here at 3.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points. St. Joe's has been seeing their defense really slide downward. This St. Joe's team, like 3 weeks ago, was the top 75 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They now find themselves outside the top 100, and the big reason why is their three-point shooting defense. Out of conference, they are a top 40 team in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. That is now down to about 164th, but now they get to go against a Duquesne team that it's a very top-heavy bunch, and for Duquesne, reason why they've been able to pick things up here in the Atlantic 10 is far from their offense. It's been via the defensive side of things, as this Duquesne team, they are, in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis, still well outside the top 185 in all of college basketball, but Duquesne has really been able to bear down in terms of their defense. For Duquesne, they have given up 72 points or fewer in all but 2 of their games since the turn of the calendar to 2024. Duquesne really has only 2 guys that supply the offense. A.J. Grant, Jimmy Clark the third. They've been able to combine for 31.8 points, about 6 assists per contest. Both only shoot about 32% from 3, and all in all for Duquesne, they shoot 32.7% from 3-point range. They've been dealing with an injury to Andre Seversov when they're ancillary pieces that gives you about 7 points, 4 boards per contest, and Fusani Drame is right now the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 6 rebounds per game. For St. Joe's, you've been able to have Rasheer Fleming be able to give this team about 7 rebounds per game, so that should be able to allow St. Joe's to either play even up on the glass or win the battle down low. St. Joe's is about 159th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Duquesne more around 203rd, and for Duquesne, they're relatively solid at taking care of the ball. About 11.7 turnovers per game. They've had to slow things down a little bit more because they have dealt with quite a few ailments with guys around them. And for St. Joe's, they were really in a rough slide with their defense going into their game against Loyola Chicago. They lose that game, and if you had the points in that one, that was rough with St. Joe's falling with a tenth of a second remaining to blow that cover. But they looked much better on defense. They gave up 64 points against Loyola Chicago, and I feel like that was just a little bit more of a bad stretch rather than a representation of what St. Joe's is overall, with Eric Reynolds being able to supply the team with 17 points. He shoots 40% from three, and then Lynn Greer along Xavier Brown. I do think that they're going to do a nice job being able to dish out the ball. They combine for about 24 points in the neighborhood, about 7 assists per contest, and Brown does shoot 45% from three for a St. Joe's team that they do shoot as a whole, about 36.7% from the outside. They go up against a Duquesne unit that has been very up and down in terms of their three-point shooting defense, about 143rd in all of college basketball, but allow opponents to shoot about 34.2% from distance at home. So I do think that Duquesne, they get the outright win, but I think that this is going to be another very close nip-and-tuck game that comes down to the final possession, and I do think that St. Joe's has their swagger back on defense. I set my total 144, looking under, and I'm going to be willing to take anything north of 2 with St. Joe's. 659, 660 on the betting board. New Mexico is going to be playing on the road against Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky, a 9 to 9.5 point favorite, with your total between 154 and 154.5. I did set my total 151.5. I'm looking at the under. New Mexico, well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Western Kentucky has really cranked up their tempo. This team is in the top 30 in terms of total possessions per game. Not an efficient offense, though. 216th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and I do think that for New Mexico State, they're going to be able to do just enough to be able to keep this game within single digits. I did set my line at a 9.5, so we're seeing a mix of 9 to 9.5. I'm willing to lay up to a 9 here with Western Kentucky. A Western Kentucky team is going to have a nice little leg up on the glass. For New Mexico State, they're outside the top 200 in terms of rebound rate. You've got Kalu Azugu, who's been able to give you about 6 or so rebounds per game, but past that, you really don't have too much. While Western Kentucky, they're a top 85 team in terms of their rebound rate, despite the fact that they don't necessarily have that one guy that goes down and is able to give you like 10 plus rebounds per game. It's one of those holes greater than the sum of its parts approaches, as they've got Babacar Faye, who comes in from Charleston, giving you about 5 rebounds per contest. Brandon Newman from Purdue hasn't necessarily given you a lot in terms of the outside shooting or anything like that, but he has been able to give you about 6 boards, a steal and a half per contest, and then Don McHenry has been your primary scorer with about 16.5 points, shoots 41.5% from 3, but where Western Kentucky really shines is that this perimeter defense has been one of the best in all of college basketball, allowing opponents to shoot only 30.2% from three-point range. That actually does balloon up to about 32.9% from three-point range when they're at home, but don't have a lot of guys for New Mexico State that's really going to be able to take full advantage. Femi Odekale is able to give you about 11 points, 4 to 5 rebounds per contest. I like what he's been able to bring to the table for the team, and for New Mexico State, they're very different in terms of their defense when they're at home rather than on the road. At home, New Mexico State allows opponents to shoot 27.2% from three-point range. Away from home, this balloons up to about 39%. That's one of the biggest disparities in terms of perimeter defense that you're going to find in all of college basketball. And for New Mexico State, in terms of just overall points allowed on a per possession basis, 262nd in all of college basketball, giving up in the neighborhood about 21.9 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. But at the same time, you do have to have your trepidation as to whether or not, for one, Western Kentucky drills enough outside shots to be able to take advantage, and for two, if New Mexico State could do their part with regards to their offense, as other than Odekale, you don't have anyone else that gives you really north of 10.5 points per contest. Robert Carpenter, he was suspended for punching that guy a few games ago. He's been able to give you about 10.5 points per contest, but it's been a relatively up and down New Mexico offense. It's one that has failed to break the 70-point plateau in regulation since the game against Liberty went to overtime in each of the last 5 games. Meanwhile, for Western Kentucky, they've been able to crank things up quite a bit more in terms of their tempo, 70-plus points in each of the last 5 games. But I do think that for New Mexico State, they do a nice job making things a little bit sloppier, but I just don't think New Mexico State does their part with regards to the total. I did set mine at a 151.5, looking under with Western Kentucky. Want to lay up to 9 with them. 661, 662 on the betting board. Tulsa is going to be playing host to Rice. We give our to Lane Kiffin go Owls, as Rice is a 4.5 to a 5-point underdog. Your total on this game is 146.5. I did set Rice as a 4-point underdog. I'm going to be willing to take the 4.5 to 5. Now for Rice, they have been giving up all sorts of points. They're well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but the defense has been a little bit better for them recently. I still remember the last time these teams hooked up, both teams were able to get past 80 points, but ever since then for Rice, they have given up 76 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. For Rice, in games involving teams outside the SWAC, the Southland, along with the Division II level, in all but 4 of them, they have given up at least 80 points this season, so that's been a bit of an issue. Meanwhile, you've got a Tulsa team that's just stuck in the mud with their offense right now. 63 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games, 70 points or fewer in each of their last 4. for Tulsa. They have really been getting exposed after playing one of the most Sherman-style out-of-conference schedules in all of college basketball, though. You do have P.J. Haggerty, who's able to give you 20 points, 3.5 assists, and this is a Tulsa team that they're just so different both on offense and defense at home rather than in a road or neutral court environment. For Tulsa, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're just 242nd in all of college basketball, but they do score 13 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home. And then the defensive split, that is even bigger. Tulsa, 101st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up about 17.4 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. And when it comes to this Tulsa bunch, I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job of being able to shut down the Rice backcourt, but I think that they're going to have their hands full with Max Fiedler. Max Fiedler just does it all. 9 points, 9 boards, 5 assists per game while being about 6'10", and for the Tulsa bunch, they're well outside the top 225 in terms of rebound rate. Not to say that this Wright team is amazing with regards to being able to hit the glass or anything like that, but having the versatility of Fiedler, I do think is going to be a great elixir, and we did see that the first time around when these two teams played that 85-83 slobber knocker in that game. You did have Fiedler be very solid, 7-7 from the floor, 14 points, 11 boards. Big reason why Rice was very lively in that game. Only reason why Tulsa was able to win that game. They shot 11 of 23 from three-point range. Rice, they themselves were able to shoot 13 of 34 from distance. I do think that things are going to came down a little bit more here, though. Rice is still outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. You got Makai Mason, Travis Evie combined for 30 points per contest, but combined only shoot about 33% from three. Both of these guys are having career low years from distance. It's a Tulsa bunch that has been able to generate a few turnovers, and Rice does turn the ball over north of 12 times per contest, but Tulsa, they themselves do turn the ball over about 14 times per contest. While I do think that things are going to be a little bit tamed down with regards to scoring from the first time around, both of these teams have legitimately not been good with their defense, and for Tulsa, they're giving up more than 12 points more per 100 possessions in conference play rather than out of conference play. They played against really bad competition out of conference, and I think that they're starting to get exposed. I think this is a little bit of a bad matchup for them. Semi-total 154, looking at the over, and with Tulsa, could I make them a 4-point favorite? So we'll take the 5 here with Rice, 663, 664 on the betting board. IUPUI is on the road. They're facing off against Oakland, and Oakland is a 21 to a 21.5 point favorite. Your total on this game is between 144 and 145. I said IUPUI as an underdog of 20.5 points. At 21 to 21.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points. And the biggest reason why is that Oakland is actually far worse on defense when they're at home rather than on the road. Oakland, out of 362 Division I teams, they are 362nd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 11.3 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a road/neutral court venue. And that's part of the reason why I did set this total a little bit higher than I typically would for an IUPUI game. I did set my total at a 146.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the over for IUPUI. It's been Jalen Counter and really everyone else. Counter has been able to give you about 14 to 15 points per contest. You've been able to get some good rebounding out of him with about 4.5 to 5 boards. He's able to give you a few assists, so absolutely love what he's able to bring to the table. That said, this is an IUPUI team that they're outside the top 300 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. Their rebound rate is one of the worst in all of college basketball. You do have Quincy Samuels, so who is able to give you about 5 rebounds per game. Oakland, they should be able to win that battle down low. You've got Trey Towson giving you 7 boards, 16.5 points, shoots 39% from 3. And all in all, Oakland is shooting about 34.5% from 3. Rocket Watch just continues to be useless for this team, 8 points per game. He just has never really panned out, but you've been able to have Blake Lampman, a couple of Jack Golke, who have been able to combine for about 25 points per game. Lampman was dealing with injuries towards the beginning part of the season, but now he's shooting about 38% from 3-point range, but with this Oakland team just at home, they have been really bad with their defense. On the road, the defense has actually been quite good. That said, when they just go at home, these games, they just turn into slobber knockers, and they just become very much up and down, and Oakland has been able to score 74-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, so I do think that you're going to get a little bit more of a harebrained, frenetic game going up against an IUPUI team that they have been just bleeding points as well. IUPUI has now given up at least 78 points in each of their last 8 games, so I do think that we're going to be seeing a lot of points in this one. Last time these two teams played, 88-66. Oakland was able to go on the road, got the win in a game where both teams did shoot about 40% from 3-point range, and I do think that it's going to be a little bit more muted there, but I do think that you still get a fair amount of scoring in this game for and over, so I'm looking at that over, and with IUPUI, I mean, they're a 20.5 point underdog, so at the 21, I'm going to be willing to take those points. 665, 666 on the betting board. Abilene Christian, they are on the road, they're facing off against Stephen F. Austin. Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin is a favorite in this ordeal of anywhere between between 9 to 8.5 points. Total on this game is 146.5. Did set my line at 10. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Both of these teams pride themselves on being able to generate turnovers. Both of these teams are top 25 teams in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but the Stephen F. Austin team just feels like they're doing a better job this year, especially on the glass. Stephen F. Austin, top 75 team in terms of their rebound rate. Meanwhile, for Abilene Christian, they are well outside the top 300. Now, I will say this about Abilene Christian. They're the team that's doing a better job of being able to guard the three-point arc, and we've seen Stephen F. Austin go from being a top 30 team in all of college basketball in terms of three-point shooting percentage a season ago to being average or below average this season. Abilene Christian, meanwhile, they're allowing opponents to shoot about 33% from three-point range. It's not amazing, but you know what? That's about 152nd in all of college basketball. They go up against a Stephen F. Austin team that they are 341st with this regard. And for Abilene Christian, they do have Hunter Jack Madden, who's able to shoot about 40% from three-point range, supplying the team with about 11 points per game. Ali Abdu-Diba, who comes in from Chicago State, has been able to give you 15 points per game as well, and this has been a Stephen F. Austin team dealing with quite a few ailments. Stady Hall has been out since the latter part of January. Latrell Jossel has been in on the full, but Jossel, he's going to be good to go in this one, and he's supplied the team with 14 plus points each of the last 5 games and 3 plus steals in each of the last 4 as well. He really does elevate the Stephen F. Austin team, makes them all the more efficient on offense, despite the fact that the Stephen F. Austin team is a bottom 20 team in terms of being able to retain the ball. But for Stephen F. Austin, they've been able to do a nice job bearing down a little bit more with their defense recently, giving up in regulation 75 or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you've got an Abilene Christian team that certainly has been having their issues on defense. 74 points or more given up in each of their last 5 games, and the offense just has not been there for them as well. In regulation, since their Tarleton State game went to overtime, they have scored 67 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, with the lone exception coming in their last game against a really bad UT Rio Grande Valley team. So it's a good old situation. If something's got to give, I do think that Abilene Christian might have gotten something going with that UT Rio Grande Valley game with regards to their offense, and both of these teams do play at a top 50 rate in terms of total possessions per game, so you're going to get an up and down game. Did set my total at a 152 as a result, looking at the over, but I do think that with Stephen F. Austin getting jostled back to the fold, they're going to jostle away a winning cover. I did set my line at 10. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I'm going to be looking at the over. 667, 668 on the betting board. UConn plays host to Marquette. Marquette is an underdog of 6.5 points. Your total on this game between 147.5 and 148.5. I say UConn as a favorite of 6.5 points. This was an opener of 7.5 points. If we can get back to a 7, that'll be my buy point on Marquette. I'm seeing 1 or 2 straight 7s out there, so I'm going to be willing to take a 7 here with Marquette. The Golden Eagles have been able to do a really nice job on their defense. A top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Doesn't quite compare to UConn, but with UConn, even though they have been just absolutely destroying teams on defense, you just take a look at the way that this team has been able to step it up recently. They have now given up 65 points or fewer in each of their last 7 games. I do think that Marquette, even though they might not be able to quite match it, their offense, it has become very, very supreme. 75 points or more in each of their last 5 games. And Tyler Kolek, after he was having a little bit of issue out there in like late December, early January, he's back in full force. 16 points, 7.5 assists, 5 boards on 41% three-point shooting. He's looking like a top 10 player in all of college basketball right now. They go up against a UConn team that sometimes can be had a little bit from the outside. UConn is about 73rd in the country with regards to their opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but now they have to go up against a Marquette team that's in the top 25 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, you can get this Marquette team from the outside. They're about 168th in all of college basketball in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and Marquette, they've got a big-time weakness down low. Also, Ogudero is the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, going up against a UConn team that's in the top 30 with regards to rebound rate. You've got giant of the earth Donovan Clingan. He and Alex Caravan combining for about 12 boards, 27 points per game, and then the duo of Cam Spencer and Tristan Newton as second to none with regards to backcourts in all of college basketball. About 12 rebounds, 30 plus points per contest, with Spencer shooting 44.5% from 3. And UConn, a top 50 team in terms of ball security. They only turn the ball over about 10.2 times per contest. I do, though, think that Marquette is going to be able to generate some turnovers, and this is going to be strength on strength. Marquette really kicking into mock turbo with regards to their offense. UConn just absolutely bludgeoning teams in terms of their defense. It's a situation of something's got to give, and I do tend to think that this is going to be a lower scoring game, especially with this UConn team being outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, and Marquette not necessarily flying up and down the court. So a circumstance where I just said my total 146.5. I'm looking at the under at 7 or more. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Marquette. Made them a 6.5 point underdog. 669, 670 on the betting board. Youngstown St is road face off against Cleveland St. Cleveland St is a 3-point underdog, and your total on this game is between 152.5 and 153. I did say Youngstown St as a favorite of 2 points. So here at the 3, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Cleveland State. Cleveland State, a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they do go up against a Youngstown St team that, when they're at home, they're one of the best teams at ball security in all of college basketball. They're a very average team, about 150th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis when they leave home, though. Now, Youngstown State, they're going to have a nice little advantage down low. DJ Burns, 10 boards, 13 points per game. Couple that with Ziggy Reed being able to give you about 5 boards, shooting 41.5% from three-point range. And Youngstown State, they've got the rebound battle won. You've got a Cleveland State team that, in terms of their overall rebound rate, it's about 253rd in all of college basketball. Youngstown State, they're more around 54. So, nice advantage there. And for Youngstown State, they've got one of the best rebound rates on the road in all of college basketball. But this Cleveland State team, they've got really good balance in the backcourt. You've got Tristan and Aruna, who's your main guy. 19 points, 6 boards, 1.3 steals per contest. But out of your top 6 scores, 5 of them do generate at least a steal per contest. Devin Smith is able to shoot about 45.5% from three-point range. Drew Lauder, Tay Williams, they combine for about 24.5 points per contest. And Lauder, he makes some noise. He shoots 36.5% from 3. Now, if you got some trepidation with Cleveland State, it's probably because they shoot about 66.7% at the free throw line. That is going to be a little bit of an issue, but I do think that Cleveland State is going to be able to do a nice job of mitigating a lot of the outside shots. They're 80th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Youngstown State, this team could be had from the outside. They allow opponents to shoot 35.4% from 3, though. Just an absolutely wild split. They allow opponents to shoot 30.8% from three-point range on the road, 40% at home. So as a result, I do think that this is going to be a very tight nip-and-tuck game. I do think that Cleveland State, even though they lose battle down low, they do a solid job in the backcourt. And because this Youngstown State team has been able to guard the arc so well along Cleveland State, I do think that allows for a little bit more of a defense-oriented game. Set my total 150. Looking at the under of the Youngstown State, made them a 2-point favorite, so we'll take the 3 here with Cleveland State. 671, 672 on the betting board. Florida National, they throw the facing off against Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech is a 14.5-point favorite. Your total on this game is 141 with Louisiana Tech. I did set them as a 14.5-point favorite, so we're going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement here, as this is a number that is actually shifting as I do this podcast. We were seeing a lot of 14s out there a little bit earlier. I saw 13.5 a bit earlier as well. If we can get back to 13.5, 14, I'm going to be willing to lay the number with a Louisiana Tech team that is in the top 3 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, the big question is, what are you going to be able to get out of Daniel Baccio, if anything at all? Daniel Baccio actually missed the team's last game against Jacksonville State. They were able to get the win in that one, but they were unable to get the cover. The defense was actually still very, very good. So that was something that was very much rest assuring for this bunch, but it's sounding like Daniel Baccio was just having one of those very, very strange absences in general. So I think that's going to be very interesting to see what happens there. I'm sort of planning on him being in, but not at 100%. I typically take this approach a lot of times when it comes to injuries. You sort of give like half credit, and I've done so here with this Louisiana Tech team. But even if you don't have Daniel Baccio in the full, this is a Florida International team. Last time they played against Louisiana Tech, they were down like 30 points at the half. This is just an absolutely terrible matchup. Florida International does not have a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, and Florida International, they're looking to generate turnovers. They're a top 5 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they've got the leader in steals in all of college basketball, Ontario Dean, who's had to do it all. 12.5 points, 4 steals, 4.6 rebounds, 4.1 assists per contest, but I mean, he's right now leading the team in rebounds as well. And then you've got Sean Newman in the backcourt, who's done a nice job being able to control the offense. 7 points, 5 assists. He really doesn't get too loose with it. Now, he had to leave the game early against Jacksonville State as well. He only played 14 minutes. That is something that has also been noted in terms of the handicap, as you're probably going to be looking at a little bit more Devin Ree in the backcourt, who has been playing some limited minutes, but shoots about 45.5% from three-point range. And it is a Florida International team that they're looking to avenge the fact that the last time they played 95-53, they got blown out. But for Florida International, they have now scored 68 points of fear in each of their last 5 games, and they go up against the Louisiana Tech team that's just taking you to the woodshed. 63 points of fear is rendered in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that this is going to be a game in which we see things be a little bit more explosive, but at the same time, I do think the Louisiana Tech going to be able to execute offensively with Isaiah Crawford, giving you 15.5 points per game. I did set this total a little bit higher just because I do think that Baccio, if he does play in this game, he's going to be a little bit more limited. I think that affects the defense of Louisiana Tech more so than the offense, because I do think that the offense is going to be all or nothing. If they don't turn it over, they're going to get a clean look against a Florida National team that's allowing opponents to shoot north of 45% from three-point range when they're on the road. So going to be looking at the over in this spot at Louisiana Tech, 1 to lay up to 14 with them. 673, 674 on the betting board. Southern Miss plays those to Texas State. Texas State is a underdog of 3.5 to 4 points. points, totals between 130.5 and 131. It's at Texas State as a underdog of 2.5 points. So this is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take 3+ here with Southern Miss. They have just been very much an all-over-the-place team this season. They've been dealing with the injury to Andre Curbelo, who's been just really not able to give this team anything thus far this season because he hasn't been able to get out there on the court. Meanwhile, for Texas State, this bunch has been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of their defense. They're a top 145 team in terms of their rebound rate, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You perhaps were expecting a little bit more out of this Texas State team, but they've been able to step it up a little bit more on that front. 147th in all of college basketball, with Jordan Mason being your main guy in terms of being able to get this thing flowing upstream. 3 assists, 12.5 points. Shoots only about 30% from 3, but now for Texas State, they've got a little bit of boost from the outside with Colton Benson supplying 7 points on 42% three-point shooting. Really the lone guy on the roster that shoots above 35% from three-point range. Going against this Southern Miss team that they do actually a relatively solid job in terms of the interior defense. Victor Uwakar has been able to give you 2.2 blocks, 9.5 points per game, and then Austin Crawley along with Donovan Ivory. They combine for about 29.5 points per game, with Ivory being able to shoot 40.5% from three-point range, but Southern Miss well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis and very vulnerable from three-point range. 313th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, going up against the Texas State unit that they're a little bit stronger down low than they are overall in the perimeter, but Texas State, with regards to being able to lock it down from three-point range, are still 43rd in all of college basketball. They're just a team that they really don't generate a lot of steals. They do allow for a lot of freedom of ball movement in terms of what I mean, in terms of their perimeter defense being a little bit laxing, because they are a team that they bear down with regards to their three-point shots, but they really don't put a lot of pressure on teams. I do think that is going to be the case here. I think that there's going to be a lot of long, drawn-out possessions, which I do think that this total is relatively correct. I did set my total at a 130.5. This was an opener of about 130. Now that we're getting up to a 131, though, we're starting to reach my buy point on and under. I think that this is going to be a nip-and-tuck game that Texas State, with their rebounding, is going to be able to hold in on. So we'll take 3+ here with Texas State, and here at the 131, diving in on the under. 675, 676 on the card. You've got Davidson on the road facing off against St. Bonaventure, and the Bonnies are a favorite of 7.5 points. So on this game is 137.5 to 138.5. With St. Bonaventure, I did make them an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Davidson is one of those classic teams that, even though they play slowly, they don't necessarily play very well on defense, and they have to get through a St. Bonaventure bunch that has been able to do a good job from the perimeter all season long with regards to their three-point shooting defense. 59th in all of college basketball now. Strangely, for St. Bonaventure, they allow opponents to shoot about 33% from three-point range at home. That drops down to 29.6% in a road or neutral court environment. But when it comes to Davidson, this team has been really rough with regards to their defense all across the board, as they do allow opponents to shoot about 34.8% from distance when they're away from home. It's a Davidson team that's been dealing with a little bit of ailment to David Skogman as well, so that's been an issue. He's 6'10", he's able to space out the floor, and for Davidson, they really don't see a lot of a drop-off in terms of their defense. They're about 199th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, only giving up 0.2 of a point more per 100 possessions when they leave home. It's the offensive drop-off that is big. They score about 7.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they leave home, and for St. Bonaventure, they did have a little bit of a snag. In their first 15 games of the season, they had given up 72 points or fewer in all but 2 of them. It has been a little bit of a rougher go for them recently here in Atlantic 10 play, but I do think that they're going to do a solid job against a Davidson team that they very much are reliant upon the three-point shot. They only turn the ball over 10 times per contest, but they only shoot about 32% from three-point range, and with Skogman, he's really the only out of your top 3 scorers that shoots north of 30% from three-point range, and with him being in and out of the fold, that's been hurting them. You've had Grant Huffman be able to supply some good versatility, 13.5 points, 5 boards, 5 assists per contest, but not a guy that's really going to be letting it fly from three-point range. Meanwhile, you've got a St. Bonaventure team that is a top 100 team in terms of rebound rate. Davidson, they're well outside the top 150 with this regard. And for the Bonnies, you've got Mike Adams-Woods, who does a nice job as your primary backcourt scorer, shooting about 40.6% from three-point range, 13.5 points per contest. Chad Venning, he's not a guy that gives you versatility, but 14 points, 5 boards, 2 blocks, does a really good job on the interior for a Bonnies team that does a nice job being able to take care of the ball, about 10.8 turnovers per game. And if you've got trepidation with this Bonnies team late in the game, you probably shouldn't, because they do shoot about 77% at the free throw line. Other than Venning, among your top 5 scorers, all of them shoot at least 79.5% at the free throw line as well. So the late game execution, it should be there for St. Bonaventure, and St. Bonaventure just a little bit of a transformative offense when they are at home. At home, they've been able to register about 12.8 points more per 100 possessions rather than in a road/neutral court environment. And I do think that for St. Bonaventure, they are going to be able to bear down a little bit more on their home floor with regards to their defense, and they face off against a Davidson team that is one of the slowest in all of college college basketball. So did set my total 136.5, diving under with the Bonnies. One to lay up to 8 with them. 677, 678 on the card. It is Miami of Ohio playing against Ball State. Ball State is an underdog of 2.5 points. 141.5 to 142.5 is your total. I did set this line at a 2.5 myself. So we are going to be waiting upon a little bit of line movement as to the current number. And this has been a number that really hasn't moved too much. I was seeing 1 or 2 straight 2s out there a little bit earlier, but mostly been seeing 2.5. So we shall see if this goes to 3 or greater. So take for me on Ball State at 2 or less. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Miami of Ohio. Miami of Ohio is by far the better perimeter defense in this one. They are a top 30 team in college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, while Ball State, they are well outside the top 225 with that aspect. But you've had a Ball State team that has been able to really get the ball rolling a little bit more with regards to Bashir Jihad, supplying the team with 19 points. He's able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game, shoots 38.5% from 3-point range. And all in all, this Ball State team, even though they do give it up from 3-point range, are a top 45 team in all of college basketball in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, being able to knock down about 37.7% of their series. And they have the advantage down low. Miami of Ohio, 328th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Meanwhile, for Ball State, they're about 125th in the country, with being able to have Mikey Pearson along Jalen Anderson combining for about 10 boards. Anderson comes in from Loyola Marymount. He shoots 37% from 3-point range, and for that matter, for Ball State, each of your top 5 scorers all do shoot at least 37% from the outside. Meanwhile, for Miami of Ohio, you've got a nice go-to guy in Darwishi Hunter, who's coming in from Northern Illinois, giving the team 12.5 points on about 36% 3-point shooting. And Miami of Ohio, they're going to be able to exploit that rough 3-point shooting defense of Ball State, as they do shoot about 36.1% from the outside. You've been able to get about 5 boards, 8.5 points out of Bryce Boltman. He's been able to do a nice job of aiding the team just a touch. And then from there, it's a lot of ancillary pieces, and most of them shoot about like 35, 36% from 3-point range. I like what Ian Elmer has been able to bring to the table, but all in all, I do think that Miami of Ohio going to be able to do just enough to be able to get it done. Miami of Ohio turned the ball over about 11.8 times per contest, going up against a Ball State team that doesn't really impose their will in terms of turnovers. And last time we saw these two teams play, Miami of Ohio in overtime got it done 87-80 on a day where they actually shot worse from 3-point range than Ball State. Ball State did go 10 of 25 from distance, but Miami of Ohio, they were able to play relatively even up on the glass. And I do think that they're going to do just enough on the glass to be able to get this one done at a 2 or less. I'm going to be willing to lay with Miami of Ohio, 3 or more. I'm going to be willing to take the points with regards to this Ball State team. And with this total, I did set mine at a 142.5. The last game that these two teams played went to overtime. So I do think that both of these teams are going to be able to threaten 70 in this spot at a 141.5, 142 or so. That is going to be my buy point on the over. Don't want to go any further than that, but want to go over, and I'm going to be willing to take 2 or less, willing to lay that with Miami of Ohio. 679, 680 on the betting board. It is Eastern Michigan. They're going to be playing us to Bowling Green. Bowling Green does find themselves as a road favorite of 5.5 to 6 points. So on this game between 146.5 and 147. Eastern Michigan, I did set as an underdog of 6 points. Here at the 5.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Bowling Green. This has been a top 125 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Marcus Hill has been able to do a really nice job of just supplying offense for this team. 20.5 points per contest. Now, does not shoot it well from 3-point range. He is only shooting from distance in that neighborhood about 30-31%, but he's been able to do a nice job of helping the offense flow. And for Bowling Green, they're going to have a nice rebounding edge as well. As Rashawn Agee along Jason Spurgeon, they're combining for just under 15.5 rebounds per contest, going up against an Eastern Michigan team that you don't have a single guy in the roster that really gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. It has been all about what Ty Acuff is able to bring to the table. And he's been able to give you about 22.5 points per game, but he shoots less than 30% from 3-point range. So it's been a really inefficient 22 plus points per contest. And really, other than Orlando Lovejoy, who's been able to supply the team with about 10.5 points per contest, you've got no support there whatsoever. Jalen Billingsley sound up to about 5 or so rebounds per game, as he's been able to give the team 6 plus boards in far the team's last 5 contests, but he's been a touch-and-go player all season long. Bowling Green about 132nd in the country with regards to the rebound rate. Eastern Michigan is about 308th. Eastern Michigan as well has been not doing a world's greatest job of being able to guard the interior as well. And when they hit the road is when they really have their issues guarding the 3-point arc. They should be able to do a solid job holding up here. They actually allow opponents to shoot about 30.8% from 3-point range at home. But I mean, it's a Bowling Green team that they really don't rely a lot on outside shooting. They only shoot about 31.5 to 32% as a collective from distance to begin begin with, and with this Eastern Michigan team turning the ball over about 12 times per contest despite being not an up-tempo team, and Bowling Green being able to do a relatively solid job of being able to just hold on to the ball themselves. They turn the ball over less than 11.5 times per contest. They've been able to get some nice production out of Dejan Humphrey, who's coming in, shot it at the mid-30s clip from three-point range, giving you about 6.5 points per contest to be able to give this offense a little bit more flow. I do think the Bowling Green goes on the road, gets it done. Set my line at 6, so I'm going to be one to lay up to 5.5 with Bowling Green, and I did set my total 144.5. I do think the Eastern Michigan does a good job guarding the three-point arc, but with them having limited scoring options, I think that this is going to be a lower scoring slog, despite the fact that Bowling Green has been cranking up their tempo. So looking at the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 5.5 with Bowling Green. 681, 682 on the betting board. South Carolina, they play us at LSU. LSU is a 5.5 to a 6-point underdog. Your totals between 143.5 and 144. With LSU, I made them a underdog of 6 points. 5.5 is a max. I'm going to be one to lay with South Carolina, but I'm going to be one to lay it. South Carolina continues to be a top 55 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're coming off of a rough loss against Auburn, but I don't think that we should let one loss warp our opinion of this team. They're still 21-4 straight up. They still have a nice primary scorer, Michi Johnson, who I think is going to be able to take over the game for a South Carolina team that they do a really nice job of hitting the glass as a collective. They're a top 75 team in terms of their rebound rate, all despite the fact that they don't have a single guy in the roster that does give you north of 5 rebounds per game. You've got BJ Mack, Tavon Cooper, guys like this that will be able to give you about 4 to 5 rebounds per game, and Cooper gives you about 4 assists to about 1.2 to 1.3 turnovers per game. But the guy that's really elevating this team down low is Cullen Murray Boyles. Murray Boyles has been able to supply the team with 5+ rebounds in each of the team's last 5 games. He's had 16+ points in each of the last 4 games as well. This guy has been a very unsung hero as a freshman that has come in and given the South Carolina team a nice breath of life, and I don't think that there's anyone on LSU that can really match up with them. LSU outside the top 125 in terms of their rebound rate. You've been able to have Mr. Jordan Wright be Mr. Wright, 15 points, 5 boards, 2.5 assists per contest. So I love what he's able to bring to the table, but it's an LSU unit that it just feels like they're a hodgepodge on defense. They're outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. When they leave home, they allow opponents to shoot 36.7% from the outside. They've done a nice job generating turnovers. They're a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but now they go up against the South Carolina team that the way to beat them is from the outside. South Carolina, 174th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage for LSU. Not that they're the world's worst three-point shooting team at about 35.5%, but they're inconsistent. Will Baker, the true 7-footer, he's been able to shoot about 35.5% from three-point range. He's given the team about 10 points per contest, and Jarius Cook, ever since he became eligible, was one of those two-time transfers that was out for the first 7 games of the season. He's been able to give you about 32.5% three-point shooting, and has been your top leader in assists, give you about 2.8 assists per contest. But for LSU, this is a bunch that they shoot about the same from three-point range on the road rather than at home, 35.3% away from home, 36% at home. But I do think that South Carolina does just enough with their exterior defense to be able to hold up in this one and to be able to get it done against an LSU team that they have been horrible with regards to their defense. They've given up at least 74 points in each of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for South Carolina, really other than the bludgeoning that they took against Auburn a few nights ago, this team has really been able to hold up on the defensive side of things, giving up 65 points or fewer in all but 1 out of their last 8 games. I do think that things get tamed down. I'm going to be looking at the under in this ordeal. I did set my total more around a 142, and I'm willing to lay up to 5.5 with South Carolina. 683, 684 on the betting board. Stony Brook plays on the road against Monmouth. Monmouth, a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. Total on this game is 145.5. I did set Monmouth as a favorite of 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. Xander Rice is the best player in this game, and I don't think that there's much debate about it. Xander Rice has been able to supply north of 22 points per contest. We saw the dramatic 3 that he was able to hit a few nights ago to get Monmouth that win over Campbell, and he just has been doing it all for a Monmouth team that is outside the top 200 in terms of rebound rate, but they now get to go up against a Stony Brook team that is also outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, and Stony Brook is right around about 300th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Rice shoots 37% from 3 as a whole. Monmouth shooting about 35.3% from the outside. You've got a pair of guys in Joey Valencia, along with Abdi Bashir Jr. They'll be able to combine to shoot about 42.5% from 3 with 15 points between the two of them. Nika Kotsanatovsky, along with Jack Collins, I think, are going to be able to do okay. John Lowe, they're able to combine for about 14 rebounds per game. Collins has been able to give you about 10.5 points per contest. Everyone is really there to support Xander Rice at this point. Meanwhile, for Stony Brook, you've been able to get Tyler Stevenson more going with about 15 points per contest, despite being outside the top 180 in terms of their overall offensive efficiency. Stony Brook does a nice job taking care of the ball. 10.5 turnovers per game. They shoot 34.5% from three-point range. They're just really weak on the interior. This despite the fact that you've got Charles Mado, Andre Sandi, combined combined for about 13 rebounds per game. Aaron Clark has done a nice job giving this team about 2.5 assists, 13.5 points per contest, but has been a little bit in and out of the fold and has been quite inconsistent all throughout the season. He's been able to give the team a combined 17 assists in the last 3 games. He had a grand total of 0 in the previous 2 games, so you just never know what you're going to be able to get out of him. It's a Stony Brook team that's outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, and Monmouth is a relatively mid-tempo team themselves. For Monmouth, the defense has been hot and cold, to say the least. They have now given up at least 77 points in 3 out of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, they go up against a Stony Brook team that has been able to generate some offense. They've been able to get past 70 in 4 out of their last 5 games, but I do think that things are going to be a little bit more muted on this game. I do think that for Monmouth, they're going to be able to take advantage of the fact that Stony Brook just does not do a good job of being able to guard the outside. I think that that's the path for Monmouth to be able to get this victory, one where I don't think that there's going to be a lot of second chances on the glass. I did set my total 144.5, so now that we're seeing this actually go up to 146 as I record this, look at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4 with Monmouth. 685, 686 on the betting board. Central Florida, the playoffs to Cincinnati. Yes, we are on to Cincinnati, who's in a pick'em game. Total on this game between 135 and 136. I made Central Florida the 1.5 point favorite. So on this pick'em line, I'm going to be willing to go with Central Florida, with Ibrahima Diallo doing a very good job down low. He's able to give the team 2+ blocks per contest. For a Central Florida team that is a top 75 team in terms of rebound rate, I do think that they're going to be able to hold up in this ordeal against a Cincinnati team that they've got the rebounding advantage. They're a top 20 team in terms of rebound rate. Aziz Bandango, he's been able to give you 8+ rebounds, north of a block per contest, but I talk about a team with some dramatic home and road splits for Central Florida. They're giving up 19.8 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shoot record environment. And this is a Cincinnati team that they themselves are 20th in the country with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up 13.2 points more per 100 possessions when they do leave home. And for Cincinnati, they do a nice job of being able to take care of the ball. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, but not necessarily the strongest backcourt. You've had Dan Skillings along with Day Thomas combined for about 22 points per contest, but this team doesn't go into flamethrower mode from 3-point range, and really neither does Central Florida. Central Florida's Jarius Johnson give you about 38% 3-point shooting, and Johnson along Jalen Sellers have been able to combine for about 3.3 steals per contest. Central Florida, top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Sellers, who last year shot north of 43% from 3-point range at Ball State, down to about 31% this season, has been able to give the team about 17 points per contest. But I do take a look at this ordeal. I do think that Central Florida going to be able to match what Cincinnati is able to do down low. I do think that with Central Florida, they're also going to be able to hold up from 3-point range as well with Cincinnati. Not necessarily shooting at the world's greatest from 3-point range, and Cincinnati having quite a fall off with their perimeter defense, allowing opponents to shoot 35.8% from 3-point range away from them compared to more like 30.5% when they are at home. And Central Florida just being much stronger with their defense at home, I think is going to lead to a slog and a Central Florida win. I do like Central Florida on this pick'em line and set my total 133.5. So win at UCF and the under 687, 688 on the betting board. Western Carolina plays us East Tennessee State. ETSU is an underdog of 7.5 to 8 points. Your total on this game between 138.5 and 139. And with ETSU, I did set them as a underdog of 8.5 points. So you're at the 7.5 to 8. I am going to be willing to lay the number with Western Carolina. Western Carolina has one of the top players in all of college basketball. That'd be Vatavius Woolbright, giving you 22 plus points, nearly 12 boards, a top 5 player in all of college basketball, by the way, with regards to his rebounds per game. And then you're able to throw in there the fact that he's a leader in assists as well. He has been absolutely incredible going up against an ETSU team that just hasn't been able to get it going from the outside. They're shooting 29.8% from 3-point range. That is a bottom 75 mark in all of college basketball. Going up against a Western Carolina team that has a weak point from the outside, as they do allow opponents at home to shoot north of 37% from 3-point range. So if you're unable to exploit that, that makes it a very rough horse-apiece situation. East Tennessee State is a about average team in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, Western Carolina, they're just inside the top 100. But for ETSU, this team also does give up quite a bit from the outside in a road or neutral court environment. They do allow opponents to shoot 36.2% from 3-point range. For ETSU, they're okay at holding onto the ball with about 12 turnovers per contest. You've been able to get some good production out of Ibi Asamoah along Kamari Peterson. Great name. They've been able to combine for about 28 points per contest. Peterson, he's your main facilitator, rightfully so. 2 steals, 3.3 assists per contest. But for Western Carolina, what they did very well is around Woolbright, who's not a strong 3-point shooter. He only shoots about 27% from the outside. You've got a bunch of guys like Russell Jones, DJ Campbell, and Trey Jackson. These 3 guys have been able to combine for about 39.5 to 40 points per contest. With Jones and Campbell, they both shoot north of 40% per 3, and Jackson shoots 37% from the outside. And for Western Carolina, they were outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, but they don't turn it over. They only turn the ball over about 10.5 to 11 times per contest, going up against an ETSU team that has been very good with their defense recently. 65 points for fear surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games. Offense has been not good, scoring 63 points for fear in 4 of their last 5. And for this Western Carolina team, them being able to hold up very well on defense, giving up fewer than 65 points in 2 out of their last 3 games. I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a slow down slog. I did set my total at a 140.5. I do think that this is going to be just close enough for late game following, so that is why I'm going to lean a little bit more to the over. And for ETSU, they were figured out in their last game, giving up 84 to Chattanooga. And I do think that for Western Carolina, they're going to have Wright take over the game. I did set Western Carolina as an 8.5 point favorite, one to lay the 7.5 to 8, and here at a 138 to 139, going to be looking at the over. 689, 690 on the betting board. South Alabama plays also Arkansas State. Arkansas State a 1.5 to a 2-point road favorite. Your total 154.5 to 155. I did set Arkansas State as a 3-point road favorite. Going to be one to lay the number. Now, Arkansas State takes a big fall off with their offense. Away from home, they are scoring more than 22 points fewer per 100 possessions than they do at home, but their road defense is a whole lot better than it is at home. Arkansas State overall is 308th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they give up 7.7 points fewer per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. That's one of the biggest splits you're going to find in all of college basketball. And they go up against a South Alabama team that has not been tremendous in terms of their defense either. South Alabama, while outside the top 250 in terms of their rebound rate, South Alabama 253rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're only giving up 1.2 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than in a road or neutral court venue. For South Alabama, it's been just trying to cobble up everything that they can in terms of their offense, as they've been dealing with injuries all season long. Maxwell Land, the transfer from St. Francis of Pennsylvania, has been in and out of the fold all season long. You were expecting to be able to get some good production out of Judah Brown. He's been missing due to injury, and when he's been out there, he's been rather ineffective. So it's been up to Isaiah Gator, a due to transfer, along Tyrell Jones, to be able to provide you about 27 points per contest, and they combine to shoot about 37% from 3-point range. South Alabama only turned the ball over about 11.3 times per contest, but I do think that Arkansas State has a versatility down in this game. They got 5 separate guys. They're able to give you between 9.8 and 13 points per contest. Arkansas State, well outside the top 150 with regards to their rebound rate as well, but like what DeAndre Dominguez is able to bring to the table at 6'8", 12.7 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range for an Arkansas State team that overall they shoot about 35.7% from 3-point range. And I do think that Arkansas State is going to be able to exploit a South Alabama defense that certainly is going to give up some looks from distance. They actually allow opponents to shoot 33.8% from 3-point range at home. That goes down to about 31.5% away from home. And for Arkansas State, to their credit, when they're away from home, they've done a nice job of being able to take away the 3-point line. Opponents only shoot about 30.5% from 3-point range away from home against them, with Arkansas State's ability to be able to hold up in this game on the glass, with both of these teams turning the ball over about the same rate with regards to a per possession basis. I do think that Arkansas State can go on the road, get the job done. And again, I do think it's still going to be very up and down. I think that you're going to see a very much lack of defense in this one. Arkansas State, a top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game. And for Arkansas State, they have gotten to at least 78 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and they have given up at least 71 in each of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a South Alabama team that has been better with their defense recently, giving up fewer than 70 points in each of their last 3 games. That was against Texas State, Northern Illinois, and Georgia Southern, though this is a much bigger step up in competition, and I do think that that leads to a frenetic game. Looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2.5 with Arkansas State. 691, 692 on the betting board. It is Denver. They play us to North Dakota State. North Dakota State is an underdog of 3.5 to 4 points. Your total on this game, it is 155. I did set North Dakota State as an underdog of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number with North Dakota State. This bunch is outside the top 330 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Denver, this team does an absolutely excellent job of being able to find space on offense. Top 40 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they've got the nation's leader in scoring in Tommy Bruner on their side. He's been able to supply north of 25 points per contest. He's been able to give you nearly 40% 3-point shooting, so I mean, he has been absolutely superb. Has had a little bit of a clunker last 2 games against North Dakota along St. Thomas. I combined 29 points in those games, but I do think that he's going to be able to duplicate what he's been able to do all season long, and that is just put up points upon points, as this man in his home venue SMU has been able to shoot about 37.5% from three with 27 points and 5 assists per game. And then you've got Tuki Tanamo to be able to control things down low. 8.5 rebounds per game for a Denver team that is outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but is relatively middle of the pack with regards to rebound rate, thanks to what Tanamo is able to do. Meanwhile, you've got a North Dakota State team that they're about 222nd with regards to their rebound rate. You've got Andrew Morgan, who's saying 6'10", but he only gives you about 4.5 rebounds per game. North Dakota State has to rely upon Bowden Skunberg to be a bit of a versatile do-it-all player. 5.5 boards, 15 points per contest on 35% three-point shooting, and to the credit of North Dakota State, they shoot about 38.5% from three-point range. That is a top 30 mark in all of college basketball for North Dakota State. They also do a nice job of being able to keep things relatively clean in terms of their possessions. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest. Biggest reason why they're not like some sort of a top 40 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis is just because they're not getting anything going on the interior whatsoever. But for North Dakota State, to their credit, they actually shoot 39.3% from three-point range away from home. So I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be featuring just a whole bunch of points in this one. I did set my total as a result at a 157. I'm going to be looking at the over, both Denver having Jackson Brenchley being able to help out in the backcourt, giving you about 3.5, 4 assists per contest, chipping in their 12 points, and North Dakota State not having that guy that's really able to dole out the ball. It's a lot of isolation for them. I think that that'll allow Denver a defense that has been rough, giving up 77 plus points in each of their last 5 games to do just enough to get over the top against a North Dakota State team that they themselves have been giving it up 78 plus in 2 of their last 3 games. And the last time these two teams played, it certainly had a nice up and down expose there with Denver going on the road, winning that game 78-70. I think that things are going to be all the more explosive out here in Denver. So did set my total 157, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 with Denver. 693, 694 is going to be the DK Network Wright pick. Oklahoma is going to be playing up to Kansas. Kansas is a 2-point road favorite, and your total on this game is between 142 and 143. For the Circa Invitational, I actually played Oklahoma +1 because I'm just going to be willing to take the money line here with Oklahoma. My write-up is on Oklahoma. If there's no money lines available when this is published, you're just going to be seeing the +2 with Oklahoma. But that said, I do think that Oklahoma gets it done. Now, I am fully aware of how Kansas responds off of a loss of Bill Self. I think that their win percentage is like 90%. Coming off of a Bill Self loss, I do not care. This is a Kansas team that just does not look like themselves on offense, and with this Kansas team, they just really have not been able to hit the road well all season long as well. For Kansas, the defense has actually traveled to Kansas in terms of their points allowed on a per possession basis. They're a top 45 team in all of college basketball. The defense really doesn't take too much of a drop-off. The bigger thing, though, is that Oklahoma really elevates when they're at home. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, overall they're 24th in the country. Points scored on a per possession basis are 59th, but they are allowing 13.8 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. Meanwhile, their offense elevates by 13 points per 100 possessions when they are at home as well. This is an Oklahoma bunch that is going to be out for revenge. You may recall the last time these two teams played about a month or so ago, Kansas got the win and cover, and that was a right pick as well. I did take Kansas in that one. It was a nip and tuck game. Midway through the second half, it was pretty much even up, and then Kansas was able to pull away late, and Kansas did shoot just 3 of 15 from three-point range the first time around. They should shoot a little bit better here, but they do go up against an Oklahoma team that's a top 15 team nationally in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. For Oklahoma, I do think that they're going to do a nice job of holding up, and I do fully expect Kevin McCullough to play in this game. Kevin McCullough is averaging 19.5 points, 6.5 boards, 4.5 assists. He's been out since the team's game against Kansas State 2 Mondays ago, so he's missed the last 3 games. I do think that he plays. I don't think he's going to be 100%, though, and that's a big thing that you always want to be taking a look at. Not just does the player play, but is he going to be at 100%? And Kansas badly needs him, because without him in the fold, they have scored 70 points or fewer in all 3 of those games, and the only reason why they got to 70 in their game against Kansas State is because that game went to overtime. Meanwhile, Hunter Dickinson is averaging a double-double, 18 points, 10 boards. He's been pretty consistent, and Johnny Furphy has been able to up his game a little bit more recently, shooting 40% from 3, about 9 points per contest, but you can tell that he's not really a guy that you really want in your starting lineup at this point. He's still a little bit raw. Meanwhile, for Oklahoma, this team has seen a little bit of a fall off with their three-point shooting, but Ortega away along Javion McCollum, they're combined to give you about 26.5 points per contest. Away has been able to shoot 44% from three-point range, and Oklahoma has a leg up with regards to their rebound rate. A top 40 team with regards to their rebound rate. They are outside the top 90 Kansas is in terms of their rebound rate, and you've got a lot of guys for Oklahoma that they just give you some nice production, like Milo Suzan is able to give you about 3.5 plus assists per contest. John Hughley has been a little bit out of favor recently. He's been more of a role/gadget player, but he's someone with 6'10" size that's letting it fly from three-point range, is able to give you a few rebounds, It's a very deep Oklahoma team, and for this Kansas bunch, I just feel like they're a little bit out of sorts right now, even with being able to get good facilitation out of Dwan Harris. He just doesn't give you enough scoring, and I do think that for Oklahoma, they are going to be the first team in a very long time to hand Kansas back-to-back losses. We don't see it happen very often, but I just flat out don't think that Kansas does their part with regards to the offense, and I do think that Oklahoma really going to be able to bear down on the defensive side of things, as for Kansas, they have to go up against an Oklahoma team that in their last 2 home games held BYU to 66 points and Oklahoma State to 62 points. So I am also going to be on the under in this spot. I did something I told 138.5, and with my DK Network write-up, I like Oklahoma outright on the money line. You might see if there's not money lines available at the time of publishing, me just taking the +2, but I do like Oklahoma to be able to get the job done here. That is my write-up. 695, 696 on the betting board. Boston College, they're going to be playing against Miami. Miami does find themselves as an underdog of a point. Totals between 149.5 and 150.5, and with Miami, I made them the favorite. I'm going to be taking them outright on the money line. Made Miami a 2-point favorite. They are a really good 3-point shooting team going up against the Boston College team, whose main kryptonite is giving it up from 3-point range. Boston College is outside the top 245 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. It really doesn't get too much better at home. They allow opponents to shoot 34.3% from 3-point range at home, 35.5% from 3-point range in a road/neutral court venue. And the biggest thing for Miami, they do need to clean up the turnovers. They've been turning the ball over north of 12 times per contest, but they go up against the Boston College team that really doesn't exert their will in terms of being able to force turnovers. Meanwhile, for Miami, they're a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That does balloon to closer to about 34.3% away from home, and they should have their issues with Quentin Post, who in the post has been able to give you about 17 points, 7 boards at 7 feet tall. He's been able to shoot it well from 3-point range at north of 40% himself, and then you've got Devin McLaughlin, who's able to give you about 7 rebounds per game, but no Chad Omier being able to supply 15 plus points, 9 plus boards, being able to pop it from 3-point range. That is big, and then you've got Wooga Poplar, who's been able to shoot north of 40% from the outside. You just take a look at the balance that you've got for this Miami team in terms of their outside shooting, and it's absolutely supreme. Their top 4 scorers, 3 of them do shoot north of 36% from 3-point range, and of their top 7 scorers, 5 of them shoot at least 36% from the outside, with Nigel Pack packing it in with about 3.5 assists, 36% 3-point shooting, 13.5 points per contest. I do think that Boston College can have their issues here, though I do know that Boston College probably going to get a few more clean possessions in this one. Boston College only turned the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. Jaden Zachary, 4.3 assists to 1.8 turnovers per game, while being able to give the team a double-figure amount of points. That's been relatively solid, but Miami a bit better with their defense this season. They're inside the top 80 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against the Boston College team that has been a little bit better with their defense recently, but still it's given up 75 plus points in 3 of their last 4 games. Boston College outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I do think that Miami is able to take it to them. Did something I told 154. I think that both of these teams are going to be able to splash in there some threes, so went at the over, and I'm looking at Miami outright on the money line. 697, 698 on the betting board. It is Hawaii. They hit the road. They're facing off against UC Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara finds themselves as favorites at home of 2 points, seeing a 1.5 out there as well. Totals between 141.5 and 142. This is pretty much a disappointment bowl out there in the Big West. I thought that both of these teams were going to be a little bit better this year, and I stubbornly am going to trust in UC Santa Barbara once again. I did set them as a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay this number with UC Santa Barbara. They've got AJ Mitchell. It's going to be the best player out there on the floor. AJ Mitchell has still been able to supply this team within that neighborhood of about 20 points per contest. He's still able to shoot darn near 40% from 3-point range. The big thing for Santa Barbara being able to hold up on the glass, and you still have out of your top 5 scorers, 3 of them being able to give you about 5.2 rebounds per game or greater. Santa Barbara is a top 70 team with regards to rebound rate. You've got Juan Traore along with Ariel Bland, who have been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. Traore is your main low post scorer, giving you 14.5 points per contest. Bland is a better rebounder and is someone that is able to pop it from 3-point range at about 40%. Meanwhile, for UC Santa Barbara, what has been really stunning, they're giving up more than 6 points per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road and neutral court environment. And for Hawaii, this team has actually been better away from the island than they have been in past years. And on the island of Hawaii, they've actually been worse. So that has been interesting to take a look at, to say the least, because with Hawaii, you've been able to get about 13 points per contest out of Noah Coleman. It's a Hawaii team that typically they do pride themselves on both being able to guard the perimeter and being able to shoot it from 3-point range. They're shooting about 33% from 3. That's slightly below average on the national landscape, and they're outside the top 125 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And for Hawaii, they're actually averaging a 1/10 of a point more per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they're at home. And they've got Justin McCoy, Bernardo da Silva combining for about 13 rebounds per game, but I do think that for Santa Barbara, they do have just a little bit too much down low. Hawaii, they've been finding their footing recently. Credit where credit is due. They've won 4 out of their last 5 games. Defense has been able to step up. They've been able to give up 70 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Santa Barbara team that all of a sudden they've been a little bit stuck in the mud with their offense, 70 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 5 games. But I do think that this is a good opportunity for them. I do think that they're going to do a nice job against a Hawaii team that has been giving it up a little bit more from 3-point range recently. I do think that the size of Santa Barbara and them being able to win the rebound battle is going to be instrumental for them being able to get the job done here. And for this UC Santa Barbara team, I do think that they're going to be able to hold up from the perimeter in this spot as well. So it is a circumstance where with Santa Barbara, I'm going to be one to lay the number. I did set them as a 5-point favorite, and I did set my total at 137. We have been noticing that Santa Barbara has been scuffling a little bit more with regards to their offense, and by trade, both of these teams typically throughout their program's history a little bit slower, and I do think that things are going to get bogged down just a touch in this game. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be one to lay with Santa Barbara, 699, 700 on the card. You've got Little Rock playing against Southern Indiana. Southern Indiana is a underdog of 10.5 to 11 points. So on games between 149.5 and 150. And with Little Rock, I did set them as a favorite of 9.5 points. You're at north of 10. I'm going to be willing to take those points. With Southern Indiana, it's been a little bit of a renaissance in terms of the offense. They've now been able to get to at least 70 points in 6 out of their last 9 games. So they've been able to do a better job with that aspect, but they're still outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And for Southern Indiana, it's been a wreck for them in terms of being able to guard the arc when they're away from home. Away from home, they allow opponents to shoot north of 36% from 3-point range. At home, it's more like 29.7% from the outside. This has been a Southern Indiana team that has just had a tough time traveling in general. At home, they're really starting to get something going, especially offensively, with Jack Milkey shooting north of 40% from 3-point range. But for Southern Indiana, they are now averaging about 91.1 points per 100 possessions away from home. Overall, their offensive efficiency is 331st in all of college basketball. They go up against a Little Rock team that is looking to gun it. They're in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game, and if you're looking to get your offense online, Little Rock is not a bad place to be able to do so. They're about 197th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but KK Robinson, Jameer Chaplin, these guys are combining for about 33 points per contest. They've been shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range. Chaplin, a little bit better than that. You've been able to have this Little Rock team get quite a bit down low as well. So you've got a lot of guys on the roster that they just give you those 5 to 6 rebounds per game. Robinson and Chaplin are both 2 of those guys, and as a matter of fact, of your top 6 scorers, if you do include Mikal Mitchell, who's been in and out of the fold all season long, but should be good to go in this one. 5 of them have been able to give you at least 4.3 rebounds per game. You've been able to get some good production as well with a 38% 3-point shooting out. Bradley Douglas, who's now giving you about 2.5 assists per contest. And for Little Rock, they've done a good job of being able to clean up some of the turnovers that have ailed them in past years. They're now turning the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. Pretty acceptable number going up against a Southern Indiana team that's about 194th in the country with regards to rebound rate, with Little Rock finding themselves more around 148th. I do think that they're going to be able to take it to a Southern Indiana team that's been having their issues all season long on the road. That said, I do think that we went a little bit too far here with regards to this line. It is a Little Rock team that they still only shoot about 33.5% from 3-point range, and this is a Little Rock team that is going to give up some open looks on the interior, while you do have A.J. Smith for the Southern Indiana team being able to supply the team with 9+ rebounds per game. He's been able to give you north of 12 points per contest. As for Little Rock, they're actually a top 100 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. On the interior, they allow opponents at home to shoot about 51% from 2-point range. That is well outside the top 225. So, circumstance where I did set my total at a 153.5 here at about a 150, looking at the over, and with 10+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Southern Indiana. 7-1, 7-2 on the card. It is UT Martin, and they're going to be playing us to Morehead St. And Morehead St is a 4 to 4.5 point favorite. Your total on this game is between 146.5 and 147. With Morehead State, I did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points. So here at 4 to 4.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it. Morehead State has been supreme on the glass, a top 35 team with regards to their rebound rate, and a Morehead State team that is now in the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Morehead State, on top of being able to do a solid job on the glass, they do a nice job of being able to guard the perimeter as well. Morehead State, in terms of their 3-point shooting defense, they're currently 26th in all of college basketball, allowing opponents to shoot 29.3% from 3-point range, and I think that that's going to be a big issue with UT Martin. Having Jordan Sears, who gives you 19.5 points per game, shoots well north of 40% from 3-point range, but I think that he's going to get a little bit more shut down on this game. Now, what UT Martin is going to be able to do is they're going to be able to do an okay job on the glass. You do have Jacob Cruz, Issa Mohammed. They've been able to combine for about 17 rebounds per game. They give you a little bit north of 29 points per contest, and Cruz has been able to shoot 40% from 3-point range himself. So, the versatility of UT Martin and the fact that they just absolutely gun it. They're top 20 in all all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. He's going to throw a Morehead St team that's more slow and controlled in for a little bit of a loop, but Morehead State has an innate ability to be able to get their tempo, and Morehead State, they do have a pair of guys in Jordan Lathan, Khalil Thomas, that I think is going to be able to exploit this UT Martin defense. They combine for about 28 points. They shoot between the two of them about 39.5% from three-point range, and then Riley Meigs is a cheat code. Gives you over a block, a steal, 2.5 assists, 9.5 boards, 20 points per game. It's a little bit of a top-heavy Morehead State team, but it's a Morehead State team that, because they do play a little bit more under control, because they do play a little bit more slowly, they don't need to go too deep into their bench. They do a solid job of not being able to get in foul trouble as well. And this UT Martin team, to their credit, they allow opponents to only shoot overall for the season about 31.9% from three, but that does go up to 33.9% at home. That's a bottom 130 mark in all of college basketball. I do think the Morehead State going to be able to go on the road, get it done in a game where I think it's going to be in the middle of these two teams' tempo. I don't think that Morehead State is going to be able to completely slow this game down. Meanwhile, UT Martin is not going to be able to get this game played at like warp speed or anything like that. So I did something I told 145.5 here at the 146.5, something like that. 147. We're going to be taking a look at the under. And with Morehead State, I set them as 5.5 point favorite. Want to lay the 4 with them. 7-3, 7-4 on the betting board. Louisiana hits the road face off against Appalachian State, and App State is a favorite of 7 to 7.5 points. Total on this game is 144.5 to 145.5. With App State, I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points. So here at 7+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Louisiana. Louisiana has been locked down with their three-point shooting defense all season long. Louisiana, as a matter of fact, number 1 in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. It's not quite on the road the same as at home, where it's 20.7% from three, but still 29.8% from distance is what they allow opponents to shoot one away from home. That is massive. Now, it's going to have less of an impact on this game because Appalachian State just really doesn't take a lot of threes. Appalachian State is a team that prides themselves on the interior. Appalachian State, a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate, with Justin Abson give you 3+ blocks per contest, able to throw in there about 6 to 7 rebounds per game, and then Trayvon Spillers to be able to give you about 13.8 rebounds for App State. They shoot less than 32% from three to go, along with about a 67% free throw rate, while Appalachian State also in terms of possessions per 40 minutes, because they played that harebrained double overtime game against Toledo, they're outside the top 225 with that regard. And App State, they themselves do a solid job with their defense. They're inside of the top 40 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're allowing opponents at home to shoot about 31.5% from three-point range. And for Louisiana, the big key for them to be able to remain in this game, force a few turnovers. This Appalachian State team doesn't get too loose with it. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, but we have seen from time to time this is a team that can occasionally get flustered, and I do think that for Louisiana, they're going to be able to do a solid job of being able to do so. You've got Joe Charles, who's really your main rebounder, only guy in the team that really gives you 6+ boards per contest, but he's been able to supply about 9 rebounds per game. They've done a nice job of having Thamus Folks give you about 4.5 assists to 2.5 turnovers per game, so he's been relatively clean with the ball against an Appalachian State team that they do a good job with regards to their man-to-man defense. They're really not going to force a bunch of steals or anything like that, but you do have also Kobe Julian, who's going to be the best scorer in this game. 18 points, nearly 5 boards, shoots 36% from three-point for the Louisiana team that overall they shoot about 36.5% from the outside. Louisiana has been able to get things going really with their defense. 60 points or fewer surrendered in 3 out of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, for Appalachian State, you had that just harebrained double overtime game against Toledo. That was obviously a high-scoring affair, but you take overtime games out of the fold, and they've had a pair of them in their last 4 games. So overtime games, they are throwing out. They have now given up fewer than 70 points in all but 1 out of their last 8 games. And I do think that they're going to do a nice job holding up here. And I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a nip and tuck, lower tempo game. I set my total 136.5. I'm looking at the under. At 7+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Louisiana. 7-5, 7-6 on the betting board. SIU Edwardsville, they play us to Southeast Missouri State. Southeast Missouri State is an underdog of 11.5 points. So on this game is 140.5 to 141.5. I did set my total at a 135. Circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the under. Southeast Missouri State well outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. For the Southeast Missouri State team, the only thing that they really do halfway decent is they're a top 130 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They've done a nice job logging down the arc. Past that, there's really not much to speak of. For SIU Edwardsville, it's been a defense that's been a little bit touch and go here in recent weeks, but feels like they got their swagger back, giving up just 63 points against Lindenwood. And if you take a look ever since conference play has began, and for that matter, since the turn of the calendar to 2023, in their last 9 games, they have given up fewer than 70 points in 6 of them. this SIU Edwardsville team, they've also got the Wright brothers and Shamar and Lamar Wright, who have been able to combine for just under 25 points per contest. Lamar shoots about 35% from three. Shamar, he shoots more around 38% from the outside. And then DeMarco Minor, he comes up major for this team with about 8 rebounds per game. He only stands about 6 feet tall, but he does a good job being able to go down low, being able to do a nice job of being able to haul in those boards. And when it comes to Southeast Missouri State, they just are not going to be able to hold up on the glass. They don't have a single guy in the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. They are 343rd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Not to say that this SIU Edwardsville team is some sort of an amazing rebounding team or anything like that, but they're more around 220th, so a nice edge there. Meanwhile, for Southeast Missouri State, they're currently dealing with Dylan Branson being injured once again. He's been in and out of the fold all season long, and that has resulted in the team not having anything down low. You've had Rob Martin along with Josh Early be able to combine for about 21.5 points per contest, and Martin is able to shoot about 38.5% from three-point range, but all in all, Southeast Missouri State, they shoot 31% from three. They really can't get the ball inside. And for SIU Edwardsville, they've got a defense that has been a little bit touch and go all season long, but now they get to go up against a Southeast Missouri State team that just has not been able to get it going all season long, fewer than 60 points in 3 of their last 5 games. So I think it's a prime spot for the under. I did set my total at 135, and with SIU Edwardsville, I did make them a 12-point favorite, so I'm going to be diving in on the under and willing to lay up to 11.5 with Edwardsville. 707, 708 on the betting board. Western Illinois, it's a road face-off against Tennessee State. Tennessee State is a favorite in this spot of anywhere between 2.5 and 2 points, and your total on this game is between 130.5 and 131. I did set Tennessee State as a favorite of 3.5 points. It's a number that I'm going to be willing to lay. Western Illinois has been tremendous with their defense. A top 80 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've got Drew Cisse down low, who's been able to supply 11.5 rebounds per game, a top 5 mark in all of college basketball, chips in there 2 blocks. So Western Illinois, very good with regards to their interior defense. And when it comes to not allowing open looks from the outside, they've still been able to do a nice job on that front as well. 22nd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They've actually been better away from home rather than when they have been at home. But Jason Thibodeau, I do think is going to be a nice counter to that. Jason Thibodeau began his career over at Florida. He's come in. He's been able to give the team north of 2 blocks, about 5 rebounds per game. So that helps out a Tennessee State team that's outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. Western Illinois has the advantage there, but Tennessee State, in my opinion, has the advantage in the backcourt. Western Illinois, they're turning the ball over north of 13 times per contest. Meanwhile, you got a Tennessee State team that has been able to get 14 points and north of 40% three-point shooting out of Christian Brown. You've got a nice do-it-all player in Keenan Hodges, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds, 1.8 steals, 10 points per contest. I know that they've been dealing with a few ailments with Marcus Fitzgerald not looking like himself this season, but he's still able to give you about 8 to 9 points per game. And for Western Illinois, they're just completely reliant upon Ryan Myers being able to supply this team with offense from the outside, shooting 43.5% from 3 for a Western Illinois team that in a close game, they shoot 60.9% at the free throw line. That is a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball. They weren't getting what they were hoping for out of Joe Petrakis, someone who began his career at Kansas State. He's averaging less than 2 points per contest and has been a healthy scratch in games all throughout the season. So that's been a bit of an issue. Been able to get about 12 points per contest out of James Dent, but all in all, I did think that with Tennessee State being able to get Thibodeau back to the fold, and really that being able to propel this defense as well. They have now given up fewer than 70 points to 3 at their last 5 games, going up against the Western Illinois team. That defense is right there. They have given up 63 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. With the offense, man, it has not been able to get going. They have scored fewer than 63 points in each of their last 3 games. I think that we're in for a slog. Set my total 129.5. Diving in on the under of Tennessee State. Want to lay up to 3 with them. 709, 710 on the betting board. Eastern Illinois plays also Lindenwood, and Lindenwood is an underdog of 7.5 points. 130.5 to 131.5 is your total. I set my total at 131, so right in the middle of 130.5 to 131.5. The opener was 129.5. Personally, I like the over a little bit more here than the under, just because I do think that you're in sort of that strike zone for late game fouling. I did set my line at 7, and if a team is down 7 with a minute remaining, you're going to get those late game fouls. So I do like the over in this spot, and I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on Lindenwood. Lindenwood does not have a guy that really doles out the ball. Nobody on the roster gives you north of 2.3 assists per contest, but Keenan Cole might be the best player in this game. 18.5 points, 6.5 boards, doesn't shoot it well from 3-point range, but that's why you've got a 36% 3-point shooter in Jeremiah Tolton, who's been able to just lend a little bit of pressure off of the rest of the staff. Meanwhile, you've got an Eastern Illinois team that is a top 100 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They've been one of your top 100 teams in all of college basketball this season, so I do think that that's going to start to dry up a little bit, and I do like what Cooper Jacoby has been able to deliver in the backcourt. He's been able to supply the team with about 10.5 points, 7.7 rebounds per game, but he's now out of the fold, so that means that you don't have a single guy on the roster that's able to give you north of 4.7 rebounds per game. Going up against a Lindenwood team, it's outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. This is also an Eastern Illinois team that they don't have anyone on the roster that's averaging north of 2.6 points per game, shooting about 33.3% from three-point range. And a way that you're really able to take it to this Lindenwood team is by going to the outside and being able to hit some threes. Lindenwood is 340th in all of college basketball in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and Eastern Illinois just does not have the horses to be able to take advantage. You do have Tiger Booker, 2 steals, 3 assists. He's able to give you about 15.5 points per contest. You've been able to get about 11 points per game out of Nikhil Shelton as well. But that's it for Eastern Illinois. I do think that they're going to be in a game in which it's going to be nip and tuck. I do think that Lindenwood is going to be able to hold up on the glass in this one to be able to keep themselves relatively lively. And you've got an Eastern Illinois team that, to their credit, they've been able to get past 70 points in 2 out of their last 3 games. It's not much, but it's something. And they themselves have actually given up 69 plus in 4 of their last 5 games. So going to be looking at the over on 130.5. And here at north of 7, going to be taking a look at the points with Lindenwood. 7-11, 7-12 on the betting board. Troy, they play us Louisiana Monroe. Monroe is an underdog of 11 to 11.5 points. So on this game, 146. I did set Monroe as an 11.5 point underdog. Not willing to lay really anything more than 11 with Troy, but I'm going to be willing to lay the 11. Troy has been a very well-rounded team that ranks in the top 45 nationally in terms of turnovers forced on a per-possession basis. Now, Troy is going to give it up from three-point range. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but they go up against the Louisiana Monroe team that's shooting 30% from three-point range. Now, for Louisiana Monroe, the offense has been quite a bit better recently. The squad has been able to get past the 69-point plateau in pretty much all but 1 out of their last 8 games, but for Louisiana Monroe, they're still outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis. You got Tariq LaCour is able to give you about 11 points, 4 boards, 3 assists per game, but his team has also turned the ball over about 12.7 times per contest. I think that's going to play right into the hands of Troy. He's got Christian Eugene, who gives you north of a steal per game, 15 plus points, shoots north of 40% from three-point range. Matter of fact, for Troy, they are allowing opponents to shoot 36.3% from three-point range all season long, but Louisiana Monroe, they do allow you to be able to have open looks from three-point range as well. 298th in all of college basketball in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and that's going to allow a Troy team that has been a whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach to really be able to feast. As for Troy, they're a top 80 team in terms of their rebound rate as well. This despite the fact that they've only got one guy that is giving you north of 4.8 rebounds per game. That'd be Thomas Stout, who's able to give you about 5.5 boards, 6.5 points per contest. You've got a Troy team that overall, they do shoot about 34.7% from the outside. Out of their top 5 scorers, 4 of them do shoot at least 35.5% from the outside. And then you've been able to have someone in Mason Rigsby, who's been able to really step it up. Miles Rigsby, I should say. He's been able to shoot 40% from three-point range, has supplied the team with 19 plus points in 3 out of the last 4 games, giving out a few more assists. I think that Troy just going to be a little bit too much for what has been a much better Louisiana Monroe team recently. They've won 3 straight games to handle. It is a Monroe team that they themselves have now given up at least 75 points in 4 of their last 5 games, but I do think that for Troy, a bunch has really been able to get it going with their offense, 78 plus in 4 of their last 5. They're going to be able to take it to this Monroe team, though. Monroe, there's still a bunch at overall at their core. They're a little bit of a slower tempo team. I did set my total 143.5, diving under of Troy, willing to lay up to 11 with them. 7-13, 7-14 on the betting board. UC Riverside is on the road facing off against UC Davis. UC Davis is a favorite of 5 to 5.5 points. Total on this game between 142 to 142.5. With UC Davis, I did make them the favorite of 7.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this summer with UC Riverside. Just a team that, even though they take care of the ball, they're only turning the ball over about 10 times per contest. They're just not getting good shots. They're shooting less than 40% from the floor. They hardly shoot above 30% from 3, and they're outside the top 240 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, outside the top 250 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Elijah Pepper is by far the best player in this game. 21.5 points, 5 boards, shoots 39% from three-point range for UC Davis team that overall has been able to do a relatively solid job of holding up from the outside. And for UC Davis, this collective around Mr. Pepper, they've been able to do a good job of being able to provide a lot of defense. In terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, UC Davis, 63rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. Meanwhile, Riverside, they have improved a little bit there to their credit, now up to about 213th with this regard, but for Riverside, you also don't have any rebounding with this team. You have one guy, that'd be Kyle Owens, gives you 5.2 rebounds per game. That is giving you north of 4 boards per contest. That's a big issue. Now, you do have a pair of guys in Isaiah Moses along with Brandon Hardress, who's been able to give you about 24.3 points. They're generating about 8.5 assists per contest. They both give you steal per contest as well, but that's it for UC Riverside, with them just really not being able to find good shots, despite the fact that they don't turn it over. That puts them in a little bit of a bind against the UC Davis team, where they do have a nice Robin to Elijah Pepper. Ty Johnson has been able to give you about 16.5 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, and and then you got so many guys like Nico Rokac, who gives you like 5.5 rebounds per game. Kane Milling, just a little bit of this and that, a steal, 9 points per game. I do think that UC Davis going to be able to do a nice job getting it done. For UC Davis, main issue that you do have with this team, they turn the ball over 14 times per contest, but against a UC Riverside team that doesn't generate a lot of turnovers, I do think that UC Davis finds a way to be able to get it done. And for this UC Davis team, it's been a very consistent offense recently, scoring between 70 and 74 points in each of their last 3 games. So, circumstance where I did set UC Davis as a favorite of 7.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay the number, and I did set my total at a 139.5. I do think that our totals went a little bit too higher with UC Davis over the last 3 games, being able to get past the 70-point plateau in 2 of them, but that said, still being a very inconsistent offense I can't trust in just due to a small sample size. So, looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with UC Davis. 7-15, 7-16 on the betting board. Battle for Idaho. Idaho plays us Idaho State. Idaho State is a 2-point road favorite. Your total on this game, it is between 132.5 and 133 with Idaho State. I did make them the favorite in this spot of 2.5 points. At 2, it is my max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it with the Bengals. They have been outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're also outside the top 250 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. But when it comes to Idaho, I just don't know if they're going to be able to take advantage. Idaho is outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, as they don't turn the ball over a ton. They turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, but they don't have a lot on the interior. Julian Mims is the only person on the roster that gives you north of 3.5 rebounds per game. Idaho State, typically they're outgunned on the glass, despite the fact that Brandon Parker along Kyrie Huey, they've been able to combine for about 11.5 to 12 rebounds per game, but in this case, they've got a very nice advantage. Idaho is 319th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Idaho State, they're more on 164th, and for Idaho State, you've been able to get a little bit of facilitation with Quinn Danker being able to supply 12.5 points, 3.5 assists per contest, but not a ton of outside shooting. Meanwhile, Idaho State, they're shooting about 33% from 3 with Brandon Parker, I was mentioning before, his versatility along with Miguel Tumley being able to combine for about 27.5 points per contest. Tomley is able to shoot about 37.5% from the outside. It has been an Idaho State team that has been dealing with an injury recently to Colton Mitchell, someone that was able to give the team about 7.5 points per contest towards the beginning part of the season. That's not been seen really in the last few weeks, but you've had Mikkel Arrington do a nice job drawing out the ball. 5 assists, 2.2 steals per contest. I think that he's going to be by far the best guard in this game, and for Idaho State and Idaho, both of these teams are well outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, and for this Idaho State team, it's been up and down in terms of their defense, but they've now given up fewer than 70 points in 3 of their last 5 games that have wrapped up in regulation, and they go up against an Idaho team that has been very much all over the place in terms of their defense. They've given up at least 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, but that said, I do think that Idaho State, in a little bit more of a nip and tuck game, they're going to be able to get it done, but I do think that this is going to be close enough for late game felling with Idaho well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Really, both of these teams, you get just enough to be able to get this total over. I set my total 134.5, so went over, and with Idaho State, one to lay up to 2 with them. 7-17, 7-18 on the betting board. Weber State is the road face-off against Eastern Washington, and Eastern Washington is a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite. Your total on this game is 150 to 150.5. I mean, Eastern Washington, a favorite of 5 points. So this is a number that I'm going to be willing to lay. Eastern Washington, just a completely different team at home rather than in a road/neutral-court venue. And for Eastern Washington, they do shoot north of 35% from 3-point range away from home. That balloons to north of 42% from 3-point range at home. And just look at the raw points scored on a per possession basis at home. It is more than 22 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral-court venue. And it's a Weber State defense that was really good towards the beginning part of the season and has waned a little bit. Now, for Weber State, they're going to have the most complete player out there on the floor. That'd be Dylan Jones. And when trying to keep up with this Jones, it's very difficult. He's able to give you about 19.8 points, 8+ boards, 4+ assists. He'll give you a block, a steal. He does a little bit of everything for this Weber State team, but Weber State now about 143rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. For Weber State, it's not a bad perimeter defense, but certainly it's one that needs to be really up to snuff when you go up against a bunch like this. And for Weber State, overall, they're about 135th in the country in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage away from home. That does go up to 34% from distance, and when you have to defend so many guys like Dane Erickstrup, who's 6'10", he's able to give you double-figure amount of points, shoots about 36% from 3. Cedric Coward, he's 6'6", he's able to let it fly at a clip of about 39% from 3-point range with 14 points per game. That makes it difficult, and then later on there the fact that for Eastern Washington, out of their top 5 scorers, 4 of them shoot at least 83.5% the free throw line. Late in games, that's big. Now, Weber State also very good at the free throw line. They shoot about 75% at the charity stripe each. Their top 3 scorers, Stephen Verplanken is one of those guys with about 11.5 points per contest. Dalton Kaler is the other guy. He's been able to give you about 10.5 points per contest. They all do shoot at least 74.7% at the free throw line themselves. But for this Weber State team, I do think that they're going to be up against an Eastern Washington team that they'll have a little bit of an advantage. Down low, Weber State is a top 100 team with regards to rebound rate, but I take a look at this spot. I do think that it's a good one for Eastern Washington. I did set them as a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number in. I did make my total 149. This Eastern Washington team is a very different team when they are at home with regards to their offense, but they do go up against a Weber State team that's well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's a Weber State team that in their own right, they've given up 72 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, so I do think that they're going to calm things down just a little bit. So I did set my total at 149, looking at the under, and I'm going to be one to lay it with Eastern Washington. 719, 720 on the betting board. It is Northern Colorado. They hit the road. They're facing off against Sacramento State. Sacramento State is a underdog of 6 points at home. Your total on this game, it is 136 after 137. Sacramento State, I did set them as an underdog of 6.5 points. 6 is the max I'm willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. St. Thomas. No, not the St. Thomas Tommies, but St. Thomas basketball player. It's going to be the best guy out there on the floor. He's able to give you 19 points, 7 boards, 3.5 assists, 1.5 steals, a block on 33% three-point shooting. Now, you pretty much have the knockoff version of him and Duncan Boom Boom Powell for Sacramento State with 12.5 points, 7.5 boards. He gives out 2 assists per game, which sadly leads the way for Sacramento State, and that's such a big issue for this team. Sacramento State, 14.8 turnovers per game. In terms of turnovers per possession, a bottom 30 team in all of college basketball, and you've got 1 out of your top 9 scorers shooting above 31% from three-point range. It's not great. Z.R. Moda is able to give you about 12 points per contest, shoots in the low 30s from three-point range. Then you've got Alex Patterson shooting about 37.5% from three-point range. Past that, you've got absolutely nothing on the outside. You've got a Sacramento State team that, to their credit, they're a top 70 team with regards to rebound rate. Northern Colorado, they certainly do wane with that regard. In Northern Colorado, they're outside the top 300 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. You're well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, but DeJure Reeves being able to chip in there about 15 points. Him being able to shoot about 38% from three-point range. Jerron Riley give you 5.3 assists, less than 2 turnovers per game. And Northern Colorado is a top 85 team in terms of total possessions per game that only turns it over about 11.5 times per contest. I think that that's going to be big. And we talk about the bad defense that you've got with Northern Colorado. Well, for Sacramento State, even though they play slowly, they don't necessarily do a great job with their defense as well. 322nd in all of college basketball in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. That balloons up to 38.7% at home. I do think that Northern Colorado is going to be able to blow them away, and I do think that Northern Colorado, a team that's been scoring at will, runs it up on Sacramento State. Semi-line at a 144.5 on this total, looking over, and one to lay up to 6 with Northern Colorado. 721, 722 on the betting board. Maryland plays us at Illinois. Fighting Illini are a 2 to 2.5 point favorite, and your total on this game is between 139 to 139.5. I did set my total at a 141.5. I'm looking at the over with Maryland. This bunch has been very good with their defense. Top 20 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that there's actually going to be some points to be had for Maryland. Maryland has actually been quite a bit better with their offense at home rather than on the road, which is not saying much because Maryland, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis this year, they're 218th, but they are averaging 14.8 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/rich court environment. And then you take a look at this Illinois team, and they have been night and day different when it comes to home and road on defense. Illinois 54th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They allow 21.2 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. Now for Illinois, they're going to be able to do a supreme job on the glass. They're going to be able to win that battle. Julian Reese for Maryland, he's been able to give you about 9.5 rebounds per game. Past that, you really don't have anyone else that gives you north of 5 boards per contest. So you do have Jameer Young, who's Mr. Versatile, and you've got a lot of versatility when it comes to this game because Marcus Somas for Illinois, he gives you about 16 points, 5 boards, 3+ assists. Love what he's able to bring to the table. I was referring to Young a little bit before for Maryland, 20.5 points, 5 boards, throws in there about 4 assists, and it was one of the only guys for Maryland that shoots it from three-point range. He's able to shoot at a clip of about 35.5% from 3. Overall, Maryland 29.8% from three-point range. But when it comes to Illinois, you have got Terrence Shannon, who's been able to give you 21 points per contest, but ever since he had the suspension and came back, this Illinois defense has just been giving up a lot more points, but they've also been more efficient on offense, with Coleman Hawkins upgrading himself to about 12.5 points, 6 boards, 3 assists, shoots about 38.5% from 3, gives you a steal and a block per contest. Love his versatility. Quincy Guerrier, about 7.5 rebounds per game, and Illinois is a top 20 team in the country with regards to rebound rate. So all in all, I do think that this Illinois team is going to be able to pull off off the outright win, but they have given up 75 plus points in 3 of their last 4 games. You go up against a Maryland team that in regulation, they have now given up fewer than 67 points in each of their last 5 games. Good old situation of something's got to give, but I do think that in a nip and tuck game where there's going to be some late game fouling, that this total is just a little bit too low. Set my total 141.5. I'm going to be looking at the over with Illinois. Set them as 1.5 point favorite, so we'll take the deuce here with Maryland and the over. 723, 724 on the betting board. It is Georgia Tech. They are going to be playing against Syracuse. Syracuse is in a pick'em to a 1 point underdog roll. Total on this game is between 150.5 and 151, up from the opener of 148.5. And with Syracuse, I made them a 2 point underdog. This actually opened up with Syracuse being a 1 point favorite. I agree with this move. I'm going to be willing to take Georgia Tech as a pick'em slash one way up to about a 1.5 with them. With Georgia Tech, this team is a top 50 team in all of college basketball in terms of percentage of missed shots that do result in an offensive rebound, while Syracuse is outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate. This despite the fact that you've been able to have about 9 points, 5 boards out of Kadir Copeland to help out down low for Syracuse, and Malik Brown has been able to give you about 7 rebounds per game. Syracuse, they're looking to generate turnovers. Syracuse, a top 35 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Brown, who I mentioned before, along Judah Mintz, they've been able to combine for about 4.3 steals per contest, while Mintz is by far your top scorer. 4.5 assists, 18.5 points per game, while J.J. Starlin throws in their 13.5 points per game, but Syracuse is very inconsistent with regards to their three-point shooting. They shoot as collective about 33.2% from distance, and away from home, they allow opponents to shoot 34.7% from three-point range. That's outside the top 200 in all of college basketball. Going up against a Georgia Tech unit that they've been solid in terms of being able to guard the arc, 45th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. The problem is they just have not been able to get a lot from their perimeter play. You've got Miles Kelly, who's been able to give you about 14.5 points per contest, but the guy that's really been able to step up for the team, Nathan George, he was able to give the team, I believe, 4+ assists in each of their first 10 games in the new year. He had that little bit of a clunker against Louisville. He's back on track, getting 4 assists in that last game against Notre Dame. He's flowing some good offense. Now, he only shoots about 29% for three and all. Now, Georgia Tech, they only shoot about 32.5% from three-point range, but Bate and Ongo, who comes over and has been able to give the team 8 boards, 12 points per game, he's really been able to give the team some versatility. And the Kyle Sturvin being able to shoot about 37% from three, I think is going to be just enough for Georgia Tech to be able to get it done. Syracuse is upping their tempo. They're in the neighborhood about 50th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Georgia Tech, they're on the more up-tempo side, and for Georgia Tech, just been very interesting for the team because they have scored fewer than 60 points in each of their last 3 games. That was against Wake Forest, Louisville, Notre Dame, and for they themselves, they have given up at least 73 points in 4 out of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Syracuse team that is just bleeding points. They've given up 77 plus in each of their last 5 games, so good old situation of something's got to give. In terms of this total, I set my total at 150. Now that we're getting up to a 150.5, 151, I think it's overreactionary looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take Georgia Tech on this pick'em line. 725, 726. It is Colorado State. They play us at Utah State. Utah State is a underdog of 6 to 6.5 points. This is up from the opener of 4, and total is between 147 and 147.5. It's a line movement that's went too far. Honestly, I thought the 4 opener was perfect. I set my line at 4. Now that we're getting 6 plus, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Utah State. It is very difficult to go on the road and win at Colorado. That said, I do think that Utah State is going to be able to hold in this game because they've got the best rebounder in this game, Great Osabori. He has been great. 15 points, 9 rebounds for a Utah State team that ranks in the top 40 nationally with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, Colorado State, not like this team is batting down the hatches in terms of their defense. Colorado State is well outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, Colorado State, a top 40 offense in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and you know that they're going to be angry after the last time they hit the floor. They scored 11 points in that second half against San Diego State. They had full control of that game, and then they flushed it down the toilet. You've got Isaiah Stevens, who's able to give you 7.5 assists, 16 points per game, shooting 46.5% from three-point range, and of your top 4 scorers for Colorado State, all of which give you at least 11.6 points per contest, they all shoot at least 40.5% from three-point range. And the one guy that doesn't, Joel Scott, he comes in from D2 Black Hills State, and he's really what the team needed. He gives them a steal, a block, 5.5 rebounds, 11.5 points per game. He does all the dirty work for the team. So, like what he's able to bring to the table for a Colorado State team that only turns the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. But for Utah State, despite the fact that they're not a great three-point shooting team, they only shoot about 32.7% from the outside. They're a top 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Biggest reason why Darius Brown is able to give you about 6.6 assists to 1.8 turnovers per game. Ian Martinez, he's really been your main force from the outside, shooting about 48.5% from three-point range. He's been able to supply the team with north of 13 points per game. But what I love about Utah State, Their defense on the road has been absolutely tremendous all season long in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Overall, they are 70th, but they're only giving up about 2 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home, so they're actually a top 45 defense when they are away from home. I think that that's going to keep this Utah State team lively in this one. I did set my line at a 4, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Utah State, and I did set my total at 148. I do think that Utah State is going to be able to find some open looks. This was an opener of 148 on the total. Now it's coming down to 147. That's my buy point on the over to go along with the points with Utah State. 727, 728 on the betting board. West Virginia plays against Baylor, and Baylor does find themselves as 7.5 to 8 point road favorites here. Total on this game 147. I set Baylor as a 9 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it despite the line move. I do think that there's still a little bit of value here on a Baylor bunch that they have not been able to shoot it the same way from 3-point range here in conference than they did out of conference. Out of conference, the team was just an absolute lightning bolt with shooting north of 40% from 3-point range, but they go up against a West Virginia team that now they finally have Jesse Edwards back at the fold. That's going to help them out down low. He's been able to give the team right around about 9.5 rebounds per game, but Baylor, despite the fact that they've only got one guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, that'd be Yves Massey, the 7-footer. They've been a top 40 team with regards to their rebound rate, and for West Virginia, it's just been a team that's been dealing with guys in and out of the fold all season long. Kirk Risa, Raekwon Battle, Noah Farrakhan, these were guys that were not eligible to begin the season, and with that 2-time waiver coming through, they were able to get through there, and then with this West Virginia team, they just have not been able to do a good job of guarding the arc all season long. They're about 189th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but I will say this about West Virginia. We've already seen them knock off some big-time teams at home. We saw them be able to get that big win against Kansas, and for West Virginia in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are overall 250th in the country. I do think that they're going to be able to buckle up a little bit more when they are at home, and where they do see the bigger advantage with regards to their home court is really in terms of their offense, because overall they're about 294th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but this goes up by about 15.5 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home, and Baylor is giving up about 15 points more per 100 possessions with regards to their defense when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. And for Baylor, they do allow opponents to shoot 37.1% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot court venue, but I just don't think that you've got the efficiency for West Virginia to be able to take advantage. Kirk Risa has been able to shoot it well from 3-point range at 43.5%, but he turns the ball over north of 3 times per contest, gives you about 11.5 points per contest, and when it comes to Raekwon Battle, the 14.5 points per game is nice. The 28% 3-point shooting, that is not nice. He has become very much a volume scorer for this team. He has scored now 14 points or fewer in 4 of the last 5 games, so that's been seeing a little bit of a drop-off. Meanwhile, for Baylor, you've got a better backcourt, in my opinion, with Ray J. Dennis, Jacoby Walter being able to combine for about 27.5 points per contest. Dennis does turn the ball for 3.3 times per contest, but throws in their 6.5 assists per game for a Baylor team that, even with their struggles in conference from 3-point range, they're still shooting north of 40% from 3, thanks to Langston Love shooting 49.5% from the outside. Jaden Nunn shoots 44% from 3. You've got for Baylor 6 different guys averaging at least 10.5 points per contest. They might be the only team in the country that's able to say that, and I do think that Baylor just are bedroth of different options with the way that they've been able to do a nice job of just having free-flowing offense against the West Virginia team that's been getting cooked on defense. They're going to be able to overcome this road test. I did set Baylor as a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did set my total at a 145 with West Virginia. They're better with their offense when they're at home, but I just don't think that they're going to be able to get enough to be able to help you out with this total. So I'm looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Baylor. 729, 730 on the betting board. It is UTEP, and they are going to be on the road facing off against Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee does find themselves as a 1.5 to a 2-point favorite. Total on this game is 136.5. I have this line reversed. I set UTEP as a 2-point favorite. I'm looking at them all right on the money line. For UTEP, this team is towards the top of all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they're going up against a Middle Tennessee offense as well outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Middle Tennessee has been able to get some good production out of Justin Porter, who's been able to give you about 13.5 points per contest, and then Elias King, he throws in there about 12.8 points per contest. But for Middle Tennessee, they turn the ball over 14.5 times per contest as a mid-tempo team that shoots 67% of the free throw line, 28.8% from 3-point range. You've got a little bit of versatility of Jared Coleman-Jones, who's been able to give you 7.5 boards, 10 points per game, but for Middle Tennessee, they're really not able to do a lot down low either, and that's big because this UTEP team, they pride themselves on being able to get turnovers, and that leaves a lot to be desired on the glass. They're well outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate. That said, this Middle Tennessee team, they're about 229th in the country with this regard. Now, for UTEP, they don't shoot it well from 3-point range either. They're right on par with Middle Tennessee, shooting about 30.9% from 3-point range, but they've got the best scorer in this game. Teardi, who's able to give you 15.5 points per game. And for UTEP, they are the only team in all of college basketball that has each of their top 6 scorers giving you at least 1.3 steals per contest. Did I look it up? No, but I can tell you right now that is an actual fact. But that said, with Sid Boom Boom Powell, he's able to give you about 5 boards, 1.7 steals per contest. Now, outside of Hardy, you really don't have anyone else that really lights it up from 3-point range, but Kevin Kalu has been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game with this UTEP team. They're a little bit more of an up-tempo team, so if you're able to break that pressure, you're really able to get some points on them. I just don't think Middle Tennessee is going to have any success, and this is going to be much like what we saw the first time around. Middle Tennessee, first time they played against UTEP, they were held to 59 points, and they had 27 turnovers on 22 made field goals. I don't think they'll have quite 27 turnovers in this game, but I think that this is going to be a sloppy, yucky game involving 2 bad offenses. I did set my total 130, so I'm going to be looking at the under, and with UTEP, made them the favorite, going to be taking them out right on the money line. 731, 732 on the betting board. It is Auburn, and they play us to Kentucky. Kentucky is an 8.5 to a 9-point underdog. This is down from the opener of more like 9.5 in a lot of spots. So on this game, between 164.5 and 165. I made my line 8.5. 9 is my minimum buy point on Kentucky. This is a Kentucky bunch as well outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But I wonder if getting away from Rupp Arena is actually going to be a good thing for this team, because a lot of things are bubbling up there, and sometimes hitting the road typically is one of the hardest things that you can do in all of college basketball. I think that this might be one of these reversal scenarios where it might not be the world's worst thing for them. And for Kentucky, this team is still really good on offense. This is still a top 20 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. This is still a team that's in the top 10 with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. Now, the problem is you go up against an Auburn team that's in the top 25 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Auburn allows opponents in their home to shoot 29.2% from 3-point range. That is a top 20 mark in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, though. They just haven't seen anything quite like this Kentucky team with Antonio Reeves, Robert Dillingham, Reed Shepard, all shooting at least 43.7% from 3-point range. Reeves being your main guy with about 19.5 points per contest. And now you've got Abdou Thiero back in the fold, who's able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. But I do think that Auburn going to be able to dominate from the inside. This is a team that ranks in the top 30 with regards to rebound rate. Gianni Broom, he's cleaning up with 2.5 blocks, 8.5 boards, 16 points per contest. Dylan Cardwell goes under the radar, but he's able to give you about a block and a half per contest. And now you've got some better 3-point shooting for this team. It's still not amazing, but they shoot about 34% from 3. You've got Jalen Williams, Chad Baker, Mazzara combined to shoot about 41% from 3 between the two of them. You've been able to get about 23 points per contest. You've been able to get some relatively good production as well out of Aiden Holloway. He's not too much of a scorer, but does a nice job flowing some clean offense with giving out 3 assists per contest along Trey Donaldson, who's able to give you about 3.5 assists per game. I do think that Kentucky going to be back on that losing skid as they have given up 77 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, but this is an Auburn team that they themselves have gotten to at least 80 points in 4 of their last 5 games, so it's a really interesting scenario. I think that Kentucky is starting to get it through their skull that they do need to play a little bit of defense. I do expect John Calipari to actually make some adjustments. Do I think that John Calipari is an amazing coach? No, I don't think that he's this big of a numbskull, though, to just continue to pound his head at the table like this and just continue to allow his team to give up 90 points on the regular. So I did set my total at 160.5. I actually think we see a little bit of a modicum of defense here from Kentucky. I'm going to be looking at the under, and at 9+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Big Blue Nation. 733, 734 on the betting board. Tennessee is playing us to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is an underdog of between 19.5 to 20.5 points. Their total on this game is 142.5 to 143. I set Kentucky as a 19.5 point favorite. Here at 20, I think we've went a little bit too far. I actually used to work at the flagship station of Vanderbilt Athletics. This is their biggest game of the year, going on the road against Tennessee. They want to do everything humanly possible to ruin their day, and for Tennessee, this has been a much better offense. They're a top 60 team in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Dalton Knecht has been one of the best scorers in the country, 20.5 points, shoots 40% from 3, and for Tennessee, they do a nice job taking care of the ball, 10.3 turnovers per game, but I think that Vanderbilt does just enough to be able to hold in there because they've got a nice point guard in Nazar Magnon. He's not given up on the season. He's given you 14.5 points, 3.5 assists, doesn't shoot it well from 3. Vanderbilt, they shoot 28.5% from 3-point range, but as we know, Tennessee is always very locked down with their 3-point shooting defense at home anyway. This is a Tennessee bunch that is allowing opponents to shoot 26.2% from 3-point range at home. That was not going to be much of an option for any team, let alone Vanderbilt. I think that they're going to look to knife the ball inside with Van Allen Lubin giving you a nice little heartbeat. he and Tyron Lawrence have been able to give you a combined about 11 rebounds per game, but Van Allen Lubin, he's been able to give you 4+ boards in each of the last 5 games, and he's come on strong with 12+ points in 4 of the team's last 5 games. Not a guy that's really going to pop it from 3-point range too much at 28%, but 6'8", he gives you a little bit of versatility, and with this Tennessee team, it's still a good defense. I mean, it's not like this team is chopped liver or anything like that, but last year they were the number 1 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That's taken a little bit of a step back this year, ranking 22nd in the country with this regard. It's a Vanderbilt team that they certainly do give up the arc. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but I think that they do just enough on the inside, and they take just good enough care of the ball to be able to hold in there. It's been rough for Vanderbilt recently. This Vanderbilt bunch, they have given up at least 73 points in 4 of their last 5 games, but they've been a little bit more competitive in their last few games. Getting that nice win against Texas A&M, I think, has the ball rolling for them going up against a Tennessee team that they themselves have been able to get to at least 88 points in 3 of their last 4 games. So, circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the points with Vanderbilt. Did set my line at a 19.5, and I did make my total 141.5 with this Tennessee team. They're a much better defense at home rather than away from home. So I'm going to be taking a look at the under, and I'm going to be looking at the points with Vanderbilt. 735, 736 on the card. Harvard is on the road facing off against Columbia. You're going to notice for these Ivy League games, there's no numbers up on these games. That's because the Ivy League does a back-to-back, and bookmakers wait to put up a line until the previous game is played. So this is a game that's off the board, and my line is I set Columbia as 1.5 point favorite. I made my total of 145.5. So want to lay up the 1 with Columbia. 2 or more going to be taking the points with Harvard, and then 145 or less, looking at the over 146 or higher, going to be taking a look at this total under. You've got a Harvard team that, I mean, they gave a spirited effort against Cornell on the defensive side of things. They just couldn't get anything to go offensively, and you do have to wonder about the legs in a back-to-back. This is a Columbia team that plays a little bit more up-tempo, and it's a Columbia team that they certainly do give up their fair share of points. Really, both of these teams had relatively similar defenses going into the day on Friday, as Harvard about 191st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, Columbia 196th, but I do think that this Harvard bunch is going to be able to hold in there a little bit better because a lot of their numbers are warped. They were without Justice A. Jabbar, their top rebounder for about half the season. Malik Mack missed a few games due to illness, and Malik Mack, he's been a Mack truck, giving you 18 points per contest, shooting 40% from 3, but this is a Harvard team that they do take quite a bit of a fall off in terms of their offense when they are away from home. Meanwhile, this is a Columbia defense that they are giving up about 12 points fewer for 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/court venue, and for Harvard, this was going into their game against Columbia. They were scoring about 7 points fewer per 100 possessions when they did leave home. They go up against a Columbia team that they're well outside the top 150 with regards to their rebound rate, but they've been able to have some nice versatility with Blair Thompson at 6'8", give you about 8.5 points, shooting 44.5% from 3-point range. And then Geronimo Rubio de la Rosa, he's been able to do a really nice job, giving the team about 13 points, 3 assists per contest, put up 25 in their win against Dartmouth the other day. So that's going to be really solid for the team moving forward. It's a Columbia team that overall, they are a top 40 team in the country with regards to 3-point shooting percentage at north of 38% from the outside. I do think that you have both of these teams be able to put up some points, even though you might have a little bit of tired legs. I do think that both of these teams are going to be approaching 70 in this one, especially Columbia, a Columbia team that has been able to get past the 70-point plateau in 4 of the last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Harvard team that they themselves have been all over the place in terms of their defense, giving up 75 plus in 3 of their last 5 games. So I did set my total at a 145.5, 145 or less, looking over 146 or higher to the under. Willing to lay up to a point with Columbia, 2 or more, taking the points with Harvard. 737, 738 on the betting board. James Madison plays host to Georgia Southern, and Georgia Southern is an underdog of 19.5 to 20 points. So the last game between 150.5 and 151.5 with James Madison. I did set them as a favorite of 16.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the 20 here with Georgia Southern. For Georgia Southern, it's been a rough year for them to say the least, but getting back their top scorer in Tyron Moore in the last game, I do think it's going to provide the team with a little bit more of a chance to hold in there than they've had throughout much of the season. For Georgia Southern, they're outside the top 250 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. It's a wreck for them down low. Devontae Parker being the only guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. But that said, you've been able to have Eugene Brown be able to give you about 9 points, shoots about 35.5% from 3-point range. And if you include the currently injured Deuce Dean, each of your top 4 scorers have been able to shoot at least 35.8% from 3-point range. James Madison has been going less into flamethrower mode with their offense, and it's been much more of a defense-oriented approach for the team as well. James Madison has really been able to ascend into the top 25 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've now given up 67 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, Meanwhile, you've got a Georgia Southern team that they've been able to emerge with their offense. They've been able to score at least 75 points in 3 out of their last 4 games. This team is riding a 5-game losing streak, but in their last 4 losses, 3 of them have been by 7 points or fewer, so they've been doing a nice job being able to hold in there in a lot of these games. So James Madison, they're certainly going to have the advantage down low. You've got TJ Bickerstaff giving you about 8.5 boards, 14 points per contest, and you got so many guys that are able to pop it from 3-point range. Julian Wood and Noah Friedel, they combine to shoot about 38% from 3-point range, a combined 22 points per game. You've got a James Madison team that really is able to go 9 to 10 deep. They've got so many different options. This team is going to be able to do a solid job of being able to dish out the ball with Terrence Edwards being able to give you about 3 assists, 17 points per game, but I do feel like Georgia Southern starting to play a little bit more respectably on offense. They have given up 78 plus points in each of their last 5 games on defense, so good old situation of something's got to give. I did set my total 152.5. I think that Georgia Southern continues to just give up the points, but I think that more coming back in the fold helps out this offense just enough for the over, and for Georgia Southern totaled in there. I'd set my line at 16.5, take the points with Georgia Southern, and looking at the over, set my total 152.5. 739, 740 on the betting board. Cornell plays us at Dartmouth. Another game with no numbers up, so I set my line at Cornell being a 19-point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 18.5 with them, 19.5 or more, take the points with Dartmouth, and then at 147 is my total, so 146.5 or less, looking at the over, 147.5 or higher to the under. This is a Dartmouth team that's just absolutely terrible in terms of their offense. Yippee skippy, they were just able to do just enough to be able to get you the over yesterday, but I believe that they have played 5 of their games the over thus far this season, and for Dartmouth, they shoot less than 30% from 3-point range. Now, it's a Cornell defense that doesn't see too much of a rise with their defense at home rather than in a roadside shoot-to-court environment. And going into yesterday, they were shooting north of 70% on their 2-point shots thus far this season, though Dartmouth is actually a squad that has a little bit more down low with Dusan Niskovich along with Brandon Mitchell-Day being able to give you about 10.5 rebounds per game rather than in the backcourt. In the backcourt, you had Ryan Cornish last year for Dartmouth be able to supply the team with a double-figure amount of points. He's down to about 9 points per contest, and for Dartmouth, they're 263rd in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents in a roadside shoot-to-court environment. Going into yesterday, they shoot 49% for 3, and Cornell at home going into yesterday, they had been taking 48.5% of their shots at home from 3-point range. This is a Cornell team that doesn't have a single guy in the roster that gives you north of 12.5 points per contest, but they average well north of 80 points per game. It's one of those collectives that is just able to swarm, and they've been able to put up at least 75 plus points in all but 2 of their games since the beginning of the month of December. So, this is an offense that truly is inevitable, and then you combine that with the fact that this Dartmouth team has just been rough with regards to the way that they have been operating in general in terms of not being able to generate any turnovers. And I was talking about the strength of Dartmouth being down low. They're still 267th in the country with regards to their opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. You don't have really anyone other than Guy Ragland for Cornell that's able to give you north of 5 boards per contest, but that's at each of your top 3 scores. They are able to give you all at least 3 assists per contest, with Chris Bannon leading the way with about 12 points per contest. Keller Boothby shoots north of 40% from 3, and with Cornell having 8 different guys that are able to supply you with at least 6 points per contest, I do think that this is going to be thorough domination. But we saw Dartmouth the last time they played against Cornell, and this was on their home floor, by the way. They were unable to get past the 56-point plateau in that one. That was an ugly 56 of 53 game. I do think that Cornell going to shoot better than 6 of 31 for 3-point range, but I think that Dartmouth continues to struggle on offense. 146.5 or less, looking over 147.5 or higher, looking under, willing to lay up to 18.5 with Cornell, 19 or more taking the points with Dartmouth. 741, 742. Penn plays us a Brown. What can Brown do for you? Well, we don't know because there's no numbers up on this game, but I've got Penn as a 6.5 point favorite. Willing to lay up to 6 with Penn, 7 or more taking the points with Brown, so you need at least 7 for Brown to make you some money, and 140 or less, looking at the over 141 or higher to the under. I set my total at 140.5 for Brown. I was really expecting more out of this defense. They are currently outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they just need help for Keno Lilly Jr., who's been solid out there in the backcourt. Keno Lilly Jr. is supplying you with about 19 points per contest. He's been able to do a nice job of being able to elevate this offense, but you've got Nana Usu Nane, Kalu Enya. They've been able to combine for 14 rebounds per game. Past that, these guys are just not really stepping up for the team. Kimo Ferrari has never really been a primary scorer. They've been dealing with some ailments with some of their ancillary pieces, like you've got Aaron Cooley, who's been a little bit in and out of the fold. I don't think that he played yesterday, so that's been a big issue for the team. Meanwhile, you've got a Penn team that has been dealing with injuries all season long, but now they're getting their full allotment of guys back out there on the floor, as they were dealing with the injury to Tyler Perkins for about a few games. He's back. He's been able to give the team right around about 14.5 points, 5.5 boards. He's able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range. Penn is a team that ranks well outside the top 225 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but having Nick Spinoso be able to give you about 7 rebounds per game, they should be able to do an okay job down low. Brown is going to be able to win that battle a little bit, but along with that, Clark Seigert, who was out for north of 10 games earlier in the season, he's back. He's able to give you about 17 points, shoots north of 40% from three-point range. I do think that the additions for Penn very big in this one, so want to lay up to 6.5 with them. I set my line at 6.5, so 6 or less. Looking at Penn, 7 or more, going to be willing to take the points with Brown, and then 140 or less, looking at the over, 141 or higher to the under. 743, 744 on the betting board. Washington State plays us to Samford. Samford finds themselves as an underdog of 8 points, seeing 8.5 out there as well. Total on this game between 145.5 and 146, and with Washington State, I did set them as a favorite of 8 points. Was seeing a 7.5 out there as well, and if we could get back to that 7.5, which was the opener, I'd rather lay 7.5 rather than take 8.5 with Samford, because this Samford team is terrible when they're away from home. This Samford team is scoring 20 points fewer per 100 possessions in a roadside-shoot score venue rather than at home, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that Samford really does live and die by the three. Samford at home shooting north of 42% from three-point range. In a roadside shoot score venue, less than 34.5% from three-point range, and they go up against a Washington State team that's just steady Eddie. They're a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate. Andre Yagmasi, the gentleman from North Macedonia, has been able to give you about 12.6 boards. He's got some relatively good versatility. Washington State, 45th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Samford, they are well outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So you've got all sorts of issues there. It is a Samford team that I do think that they're going to be really up against it with regards to their facilitation as well. Jared Bynum has still been fighting through injuries. They've been trying to bring him back. He just has not been able to bust out and has been able to play more than like 10 minutes in a game and look anything like his normal self. You do have Maximine Raynaud, who's able to give you 15.5 points, 10 boards per contest. And for Samford, you got so many guys like Cannon Carlisle, Michael Jones, Spencer Jones, both Joneses, who are able to shoot north of 40% from three-point range, but that wanes when they're on the road. Meanwhile, you've got a Washington State team that has Isaac Jones, who's able to match up with Raynaud down low, 16.7 boards per contest, and the Miles Rice, 16 points, 3.5 assists. It's a Washington State team that they just do everything relatively well. They are shooting about 35.2% from three-point range, and they do a relatively solid job of being able to cut off the three-point arc as well. Washington State, 14th in the country with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage at home. Opponents shoot just 41.3% from two-point range, so you're going to need to try to bomb it from the outside because you're not getting a lot on the interior with the team. And then for Washington State at home, opponents shoot about 32.1% from three-point range. So circumstance where I did set my line at 8 at a 7.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Washington State. And in terms of this total, I set mine at a 146 with the way that Samford really not been playing a lot of defense in general, at a 145.5 like I'm seeing out there at Circa. Willing to take the over and willing to lay up to 7.5 with Washington State. 745, 746 on the betting board. Louisville, they throw they're facing off against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh does find themselves as a favorite of 12 to 12.5 points. Totals between 149 and 149.5 with Louisville. I did set them as an underdog of 13 points. I'm not willing to lay really too much more than 12 to 12.5, but I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Pittsburgh. It's a Pittsburgh defense that does rank in the top 30 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they cut you off from three-point range. Pittsburgh, in terms of their opponent's three-point shooting percentage, that is 25th in all of college basketball, with them shooting 30.1% from the outside. Now, for Louisville, this defense has been a mess. They are outside the top 275 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but it's not really too much of a positive, but it is something positive I'm able to say about this Louisville defense. It really doesn't take too much of a drop-off when they hit the road, as for Louisville, they're 306th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're giving up about 6 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. That's not the world's worst split, and now they go up against a Pittsburgh team that, it's been an offense that's been a little bit touch and go. You've been able to have Blake Hinson really be able to bust through. He's been able to supply this team with north of 17 points per contest. He shoots nearly 40% from three-point range, and then you've been able to have Carlton Carrington do a nice job of just being able to lead the way for the team, not necessarily too much of a flamethrower scorer or anything like that, but 4.3 assists and 1.9 turnovers per game, throws in there about 5 boards, 10 points per contest, while this Louisville team has had Tyler Johnson be able to give you about 4 assists per game. For Louisville, they got that nice hot streak towards like early February, late January, where they were able to score 80 plus for a few games, but I do think that that's going to come back to earth a little bit in this one. You've got Trey White along with Brandon Huntley Hatfield, who have been able to combine for about 14.5 rebounds per game, but I know that Trey Trey White has been a little bit in and out of the fold, should be good to go in this one. But you've got Mikey James, who's really having to headline things from the outside, shooting 37% from three-point range. But for Louisville, they shoot just 31.3% from three-point range. And despite the fact that they had that little bit of a hot run towards the beginning of the month, this is still an offense I don't trust against very good defense. Louisville, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, 198th in all of college basketball. So it's a circumstance where I do think the Pittsburgh is going to be able to bottle them up. Semi-total 145, diving in on the under. And I'm going to be willing to lay up to 12.5 with Pittsburgh. 747, 748 on the betting board. Wofford plays SIU NC Greensboro. Greensboro is a 1.5 to a 2.5 point favorite. Your total on this game, it is between 140 and 140.5 with Greensboro. I did set them as a favorite of 3 points. So at the 1.5 to 2, I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Wofford. This team continues to be outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. This against a UNC Greensboro team that is a top 25 team in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, and Greensboro has by far the best player in this game, Mikhail Brown-Jones, 20.5 points, 7.8 boards on 47.5% 3-point shooting. And for that matter, for UNC Greensboro, every player that is averaging at least 3.3 points per game sans Mr. Breath, as you have not seen Jalen Breath make a 3 all season long. So every one of their players has made at least 1 3 in this category. They're all shooting at least 37.1% from the outside. That includes the Langley brothers. Kobe Langley, more of the do the dirty work sort of guy, 6 assists, 2.2 steals, 9 points per contest. Meanwhile, Keyshawn Langley, more of a primary scorer, steal and a half, 3.5 assists, 15 points per contest. But Mikhail Brown-Jones, he really is that guy that's able to shoot 48% from 3, 20.5 points, 7.8 rebounds per game. Wofford should be able to win the battle down low. They're a top 125 team with regards to rebound rate. Kyler Fiowich has been able to give you about 9 rebounds per game, and then have a pair of guys in the backcourt, Corey Tripp, Dylan Bailey. These guys have been able to give you about 28 points per contest, and Bailey shoots about 37.5% from the outside. To the credit of Wofford, they only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. They face off against the Greensboro team that they're not the same defense that they have been in the past. They're outside the top 170 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and 176 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but they allow opponents to shoot just 32.9% from 3-point range away from home. That actually falls to about 35% from 3-point range when they're at home. But for this Wofford team, they've just been giving up points upon points, and they just really haven't had a lot more success at home rather than in a road/court environment. As a matter of fact, they're giving up more than 2.5 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home. I do think the Greensboro going to be able to take it to a Wofford team that's just been having a rough time with their defense all season long. I did make Greensboro the 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Greensboro team that they don't play super duper out of sorts. Neither of these teams are absolutely gunning it, though. Wofford has went into a little bit more of a mid-tempo style this season and has been able to get to at least 70 points in 4 of the last 5 games. So semi-total 141, look it over, and willing to lay it with Greensboro. 749, 750 on the betting board. Southern Illinois, they play Indiana St. Indiana State is a 4.5 point favorite. Your total on this game is 149.5 to 150.5. Rough one last time out for Indiana State. They took it on the chin against Illinois State, and I think that they bounced back. I set Indiana State as a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, it's a battle of strength on strength. Indiana State, a top 30 team in all of college basketball in terms of 3-point shooting percentage, and they shoot north of 40% from 3-point range away from home. Southern Illinois, they allow opponents to shoot 28.3% from 3-point range at home. They're a top 15 team in all of college basketball in this regard, and the best scorer on the floor is actually Xavier Brown of Southern Illinois. He's been able to give the team about 22.5 points, gives you about 5 to 6 assists. He does a good job of being able to hit the glass, so I absolutely love his game, but he's surrounded by guys that help him out. A.J. Ferguson has been able to give you about 9 points per contest. You've been able to get some good outside shooting from Trent Brown, who's shooting darn near 40% from 3-point range, but with the Sycamores, you just have so much really good depth with this team, as you've been able to have Robbie Avila just be that guy. He stands right around 6'10". He's got the specs on, and he's been able to do a good job being able to dole out 16 points, 4 assists, 7.5 boards while shooting 39.5% from 3-point range. And for Indiana State, out of their top 5 scorers, 4 of them shoot at least 38.7% from 3-point range. Isaiah Swope has been able to give you about 18 points on 39% 3-point shooting, and then a 49% 3-point shooter in Julian Larry, who's able to throw in there 11 points per contest, while he and Xavier Bledson have been able to give you about 7 assists per game. And this is an Indiana State team that they're looking to run, and they're going up against a Southern Illinois team that is really looking to play slow and controlled. Indiana State, they're in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game. Southern Illinois, they are 332nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So it is the ultimate something's got to give sort of scenario here. I do think that Indiana State finds just enough from the outside, and I do think that they do enough on the glass with Robbie Avila and company to be able to get the job done in this ordeal, even though Southern Illinois, a pretty good rebounding team in their own right. I did set my total at 147. It's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 with Indiana State, and here with this total at 149.5 to 150.5, going to be willing to take a look at the under. 751, 752 on the card. Central Michigan, they play us to Western Michigan. Western Michigan is an underdog of 5 to 5.5 points. So on this game between 133.5 and 134.5 with Western Michigan. I did set them as an underdog of 5.5 points. Circumstance where at the 5, I'm going to be willing to lay with Central Michigan. Central Michigan, I do think is going to have the best player on the floor. That would be Anthony Pritchard. Anthony Pritchard has been a nice do-it-all sort of player all season long. He gives you about 14 points. He throws in there 4 assists, 4+ rebounds per game. He's just on a team that really doesn't shoot it well from the floor. Central Michigan is well outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and it was really looking like you were starting to get much better production out of Western Michigan. They've gotten back the 2-time transfer in Javonte Brown, 7-footer, who's been able to give you about 5 to 6 rebounds per game. He's chipping in there 9.5 points per game, but they really hit just a big giant wall recently, and part of it is due to the fact that this team has not been too great on defense, giving up 77+ points in 3 of their last 4 games. Western Michigan currently riding a 5-game losing streak where they have scored 67 points or fewer in every one of them. You've got Seth Albert who's able to give you 15 points per contest, and then you've had Owen Lobsinger be able to shoot about 38% from 3-point range, 9.5 points per contest, but big thing for Western Michigan, they don't do the little things well. They turn the ball for 14 times per contest as a relatively low-tempo team, and they shoot from the free throw line 61.9%. You couple that with the fact that Western Michigan is 261st in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and that's pretty ghastly. They go up against a Central Michigan team that is actually 44th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents in a roadside shoot court venue to only shoot about 31.8% from 3-point range. I like what I'm seeing out of the Central Michigan team. I do think that they're going to be able to do just enough on the glass with Brian Taylor being able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game to be able to tie this one in. And for Central Michigan, they do turn the ball over a little bit themselves, 12.5 turnovers per game, and I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a sloppier game. It is a circumstance where I set my total at 135.5. I'm going to be willing to take a look at the over because while Western Michigan is doing a terrible job in terms of their offense, they've been also really rough in terms of their defense, and Central Michigan is currently dealing with Marcus Harding, one of their top low post players, being out of the fold. So I do think that that's going to allow for some easier buckets for Western Michigan. Couple that with the fact that the Central Michigan team, they have been able to get to at least 75 points in 2 of their last 4 games as well. So a circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the over, and with Central Michigan, made them a 5.5 point favorite, so one to lay up to 5 with them. 753, 754 on the betting board. UNC Wilmington is going to be playing us Elon. Elon is a underdog of 16 to 16.5 points. So this game between 144 and 145 with Elon. I did set them as an underdog of 15.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to take 16 plus. You want to be noting the status of Terzarian White. Apparently, he could have played a few nights ago, but did not for this UNC Wilmington team. Not sure why he didn't against North Carolina A&T. Apparently, that was a coach's decision, but he is the top scorer for Wilmington, being able to supply the team with about 19.8 points, 7.2 rebounds per contest, shooting 36% from 3, a part of one of the most efficient teams in all of college basketball in terms of not turning the ball over. Top 5 team with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, Elon does not really pride themselves on generating turnovers. What Elon needs to do is hit some threes. They are a team that shoots about 35.9% from 3-point range, and Elon, they themselves are well outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They are well outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' points scored on a per possession basis. Though for Wilmington, they have fallen outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis as well. So that's a bit of an issue. One thing I will say about this Elon team is that they're only scoring about 2.7 points fewer per 100 possessions in a road/shoot-scoring environment rather than at home. And you've got some balanced scoring with this team. Rob Higgins, Max McKinnon, and TK Simpkins, they've been able to supply the team with a combined about 35.5 points per contest. Don't have a single guy on Elon's team, though, that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. And even though UNC Wilmington, well outside the top 125 with regards to rebound rate, that is a little bit rough for this Elon team. Meanwhile, for UNC Wilmington, do expect Terzarian White to be out there, but if he's not, you're probably going to be seeing a lot more Shaquem Phillips. He's your main facilitator, 14 points, 3.5 assists per contest, and you still have a lot of outside shooting threats for this team. KJ Jenkins shoots 39% from 3. Nick Farrar, he's been in and out of the fold, but he's been able to shoot 45.5% from 3-point range when he's been out there, and it seems like he should be a go in this one, but they've limited him to less than 10 minutes in the last few games, so they're clearly taking a child gloves approach when it comes to being able to get him back in the fold. But all in all, I do take a look at this UNC Wilmington team. I do think that they should be able to get it done in this ordeal. And I mean, it's a Wilmington team that even in that game where Wright did not play, they got to 73 points. They've been able to get to at least 73 in each of their last 5 games. They're going up against an Elon team that has shown a little bit of a pulse with regards to their defense, but on offense, 73 points or fewer scored in each of their last 6 games. But once again, this seems like there might be something bubbling over with Wilmington. With White, I'm going to be willing to take the over just because both of these defenses have not guarded a soul. Set my total 147.5, but here at 16, going to be taking those points with Elon. 755, 756 on the betting board. UC San Diego, they're going to be playing us to Cal State Fullerton. Fullerton, an underdog of 10 to 10.5 points. Totals between 139 and 139.5 with Fullerton. I did set them as an underdog of 9 points. So now that we're getting to 10, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Fullerton. It's been a rough year for them. This team is well outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. It's been a squad that's just not been able to find anyone down low. They're not able to have anyone give them north of 5.5 rebounds per game, but they do go up against the UC San Diego team that's also outside the top 225 in terms of their rebound rate as well. So that's going to be able to help them out a little bit in this ordeal. You've got Emmanuel Shuminga down low for UC San Diego. He's been able to give you about a block, 5.5 rebounds per game. I do like what he's able to bring to the table, but that's it for Fullerton. It's all about Max Jones and Don Bruton being able to give you about 28 or so points per contest, and they're going to need to have this team hold in this game. As I mean, it's a Fullerton team that they shoot in the low to mid 30s from 3-point range, but getting back Torrey San Antonio, an all Big West defensive player from a season ago, that's massive for the squad. He's been able to give you a little bit more on-ball defending and just a little bit more consistency on that side of it as well for a Fullerton team that they are one of the more low-tempo teams in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, you got Bryce Pope on the flip side. He's going to be the best scorer in this game, give you about 18.5 points per game, but the guy that could really take a top off of the defense, Tyler McGee, who was missing for the first 10 or so games of the season, 14.5 points per contest, shoots 43% from 3-point range, but it's very touch and go with them. Sometimes he'll just lay a clunker like he did a few nights ago against Santa Barbara, where he had just 6 points in that affair. Does a good job not turning the ball over. And this San Diego team, they only turn the ball over about 9.4 times per contest. They have been very efficient, and they've been very good at not beating themselves. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, it's a San Diego team that is 72nd in all of college basketball. They're actually scoring, though, about 1.1 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/core venue, and both of these teams are relatively low tempo. So I did set my total 137 as a result. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. I do think that for Fullerton, even though this has not been some sort of an amazing team with regards to their defense, I do think that they provide just enough to be able to hold in there. I don't think that San Diego going to be able to get a lot of second chances. Well, Fullerton is a team that allows you to shoot just 32.4% from 3-point range away from home. So looking at the under, set my total 137 and take the points with Fullerton. 757, 758 on the betting board. Portland State plays us in Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona is an underdog of 6 to 6.5 points. So that's between 145 and 145.5 with Northern Arizona. I did set them as an underdog of 7 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay up to 6.5 here with Portland State. Northern Arizona has actually done a really nice job of being able to guard the 3-point arc. They're a top 125 team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. The problem for Northern Arizona is on the interior, they're well outside the top 250 with that regard, and Northern Arizona, they were supposed to have Carson Dowd, who was their leader in both rebounds and assists a season ago. He's not played this far this season, so that's not good to say the least. Meanwhile, you've got a Portland State bunch that it's become the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Last year, they had Cameron Parker being able to do a nice job doling out the ball, just doing a little bit of everything for this team. This year, they've got one guy in KJ Allen who's able to give you double figures. The rest are just guys that they really contribute to the collective. You've been able to have Eshabil Abib be able to give you about 3 assists per contest. He's been able to do a relatively solid job on that front. You've been able to get some relatively good production as well out of some like a Bobby Harvey, who's been able to give you about 10 points. She's 38% from 3-point range. Portland State only turns the ball over about 11 times per contest. They are well outside the top 175 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and they are outside the top 300 with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. But that said, this is a Portland State team that I do think that they're going to be able to hold up here against a Northern Arizona team that they just don't have much in terms of scoring outside Trent McLaughlin, who's been able to give you about 17 points, shoots 36% from 3. All in all, Northern Arizona shoots 32% from the outside, and they've got one guy in Carson Basham who's able to give you about 6 rebounds per game, chips in there about 11.5 points per game, but that's pretty much the extent of their rebounding. With Tout not being out there, Northern Arizona is clocked in at 348th in all of college basketball regards to rebound rate. Portland State, not amazing by any stretch of the imagination, but at 287th, they should be able to take control of this game. And with Northern Arizona just not being able to guard on the interior, I do think that Portland State wins from within. I set Portland State as a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 6.5 with them. And with the total, I did set it at 145 here at the 145.5. I'm going to be willing to go under. Got a Northern Arizona team well outside the top 150 in terms of total possessions per game. 759, 760 on the betting board. Old Dominion plays us to Georgia State. Georgia State is a 1 to 1.5 point road favorite with your total 149.5 to 150.5. is that Georgia State as a 2-point favorite, going to be one to lay the number. This is just not your traditional Old Dominion team. Old Dominion teams are typically very good on the defensive side of things. They cross their T's, they dot their I's, and this year they're well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they had two really nice scores for this team as Vashon Alouette along with Chauncey Jenkins were combining for about 33 points per contest, and now Alouette is dealing with an injury, so that's been not great for this team to say the least. And now you've got Lucas Saylor on the flip side for Georgia State, who's been able to do a nice job of being able to lead the way. He, along with Tornari Lane, have been able to combine for about 27 points per contest, but it's really Dwan Odom who's the straw that stirs the drink. He's the main point guard, 12 points, 5 boards, 4.3 assists for a Georgia State team as a top 35 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, it's a little bit top heavy down low, but they've also got the best rebounder in this game. Jaden Turner down for what? Who comes in from Queens NC. He's been able to give the team a little bit over 9 boards per contest for Georgia State. In terms of their overall rebound rate this season, they've been about 236th in all of college basketball. Not great to say the least, but Old Dominion is 323rd with this regard. And Old Dominion, they do really give it up from the outside as well. Old Dominion 282nd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Now, it is much better at home. At home, they're allowing opponents to shoot closer to about 32% from 3-point range, and this is a Georgia State team that, while they haven't been amazing with their defense, they are 16th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, with Old Dominion not having a lot going for them down low, and really need to rely upon some perimeter scoring. You've got someone that is able to give you 12 points, 5 boards, and Tyrone Williams, who's been giving you a little bit more from the outside. That's rough. I do think that Old Dominion going to fall once again in this one and continue their long and sad season. I set my line at 2, so I'm going to be willing to take Georgia State as a 1 to 1.5 point favorite, and set my total 146. I just don't think that you get perimeter scoring from this Old Dominion team, so I'm going to be looking at the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 1.5 here with Georgia State. 761, 762 on the board. It is Fresno State. They hit the road. They're facing off against Boise State, and Boise State is a favorite of 14 to 15 points, and your total on this game is 135.5 to 136.5. This was an opener of 13, and I thought 13 was a pretty proper number. I set my number at 12.5. Boise State, certainly the better team in this spot, but now that we're getting to 15, I'm going to be in on Fresno State in this ordeal. Fresno State well outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Fresno State also a bunch that they are outside the top 3 in terms of ball control. They do turn the ball over nearly 14 times per contest, and it has been a little bit rough for this team down low because they've been dealing with the injury to Eduardo Andre 3000, but you still have Inyak Boyaki, who's been able to do a solid job, give you about 8 boards, 1.2 blocks per contest. Not going to compare to what you get down low out of Boise State, and this is a Boise State team that is a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and for Boise State, really do like the game that you've got with Omar Stanley along with Tyson Dagenhart being able to go side by side, giving you combined about 29 points, 12 boards, and both of these guys shooting the low to mid-30s from 3-point range. But with Boise State, this offense being outside the top 125 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, I think is going to lead to them just not being able to score enough to be able to cover this number. And Isaiah Hill, though he is a part of a team that they just turn the ball over too much, I was mentioning it, nearly 14 turnovers per contest. He is able to give you some nice pop. He's able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. Gives you north of 5.5 assists per contest. Throws in there about 12.5 points per game. Donovan Yap has been able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range, while Xavier DeSalle, the transfer from Wyoming, he's been able to do a solid job. He's been able to supply this team within that neighborhood of about 12 points per contest as well. So these guys have been able to do a nice job. Fresno State does see a drop-off with regards to their scoring of about 17 points fewer per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment rather than at home. But Boise State is a very top-heavy team as well, without really a true point guard. Cam Martin, their 6'9" gobble player, does give you about 2.5 assists per contest. He throws in there about 5.5 points per game, and I do like the fact that Chibuzo Egbo has been able to shoot north of 40% from 3-point range, but I do feel like this number has went too far. For Fresno State, while this bunch has been struggling a little bit with their offense, defense has honestly been better. They've given up fewer than 70 points in each of their last 3 games, and 73 or fewer in 4 of their last 5. This is a Boise State offense that I just don't know if they're going to be able to provide enough firepower to be able to get it done in this ordeal, and they themselves have given up 75 plus in 4 of their last 5. So, circumstance where I did set my line at 12.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points here with Fresno State, and I did set my total 134.5. I do think the Boise State going to get back to basics with regards to their defense, and Fresno State has been improving just a little bit on that front. So, looking at the under, and I'm going to be taking a look at the points with Fresno. 763, 764 on the betting board. Sam Houston State plays with Liberty. Oh, Liberty Biberty is a 4 to 4.5 point favorite. Your total is 137.5 to 138.5. With Liberty, I did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay this number for Sam Houston Boise St having to replace Jason Hooten, their coach in the offseason. Darn tootin', that was pretty difficult, and I do think that for Liberty, they're just going to be able to do a good job of executing their overall offense against the same UC State team that they're a relatively okay rebound rate team. They've only got one guy that gives you really north of 4.5 rebounds per game in Damon Nichols, but they do a nice job being very well-rounded. But the injury that they've been suffering recently, that has been rough. They just got back Cameron Huffner in the fold. I know that he was out for 7 games to begin the season. He's been able to supply the team with about 7.5 points per contest. Jaden Ray has been a little bit in and out of the fold, was able to return in that game against Florida International. He was able to provide 6 assists, so should be good to go there, but you do have a lot of guys with some of these concerns. I know that also down low, Solomon Dumbilia, he's been in and out of the fold as well, dealing with injuries, but has been on a little bit of a minutes restriction recently, and for Liberty, that is going to be big, because this Liberty team, they don't necessarily have ideal size, but they do a nice job of hitting the glass as a collective. Zach Cleveland, Alonzo Van Zandt have been able to combine for about 12.5 rebounds per game. With Liberty, they do a nice job controlling the ball. They're a top 50 team in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, while shooting about 36.5% from three-point range. And for this Liberty team, it is very key that they get off to a good start, because this team has not been the same when they've been on the road. They've been giving up right around about 14 points more per 100 possessions in a roadside-score venue rather than at home. And for Liberty, they do a nice job still, whether they are at home or on the road, of cutting off the arc. Opponents are shooting just 32% from three-point range against them. This is the same UC State squad that overall they shoot from three-point range about 34%, with Nichols being able to shoot 40% from distance. Past that, you do have a lot of question marks there. It's the same UC State team that also does turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. And same UC State, they're going to give you a few open looks at the arc as well. They are about 108th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, much better at home. They allow opponents to shoot just 30% from three, and I do think that that's going to keep things a little bit more controlled. But with Lamar Wilkerson, Devon Barnes being your top scorers with about 27.5 points per contest apiece, really needing to headline things, I do think the Liberty is going to do a nice job holding up with their defense. I do think the fact that they just do a better job of being able to take care of the ball as well, that's going to be playing a large role in this one. So it is a circumstance where I did sell Liberty as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did sell by 135.5. Sam used to say is a more mid-tempo team. Meanwhile, Liberty, they're looking to get their slow, grimy style, and I think that Liberty gets it. Looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Liberty. 765, 766 on the betting board. DePaul, it's a road face-off against Providence. Providence, a 19 to a 20-point favorite, and your total on this game between 140 and 141.5. I did set my total 140.5. Mostly seeing 141 out there. I'm going to be looking at the under, and Providence, I set them as 20.5 point favorite, even with Bryce Hopkins being out of the fold, even with Providence struggling a little bit on defense, so they are still a top 35 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is becoming a hard-to-back DePaul team, as for DePaul, you don't have a single guy on the roster that's giving you north of 4.2 rebounds per game. Deshaun Nelson is having to do it all, 10.5 points, 4 boards, 2 assists per contest. It is just absolute sadness for this team. They're outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. Really, the only thing that they might be averaging in all of college basketball is their 72% free throw shooting. Like, that's it. I'm looking for anything else in which they don't do horribly, and it's really hard to come up with darn near anything. This team has been really bad with having their main facilitator, Chico Carter, now go down with an injury. He was their top three-point shooter as well at 37.5%, though they do have Jalen Terry. He doesn't pop a lot of threes, but when he does, he's able to shoot about 45.5% from distance, but I mean, it's just brutal. You've got a Providence team that has been having a little bit of a rough go of it in terms of their offense, but last time they faced off against DePaul, it was just a complete and utter butt kicking. They scored 100 points on the road, winning that game 100-62. You've got Devin Carter, who's able to give you 18.5 points, 8.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 1.7 steals on 38.5% three-point shooting. It's a Providence team that's the top 75 team with regards to rebound rate. Joshua Duru was able to chip in there 7 boards. Very top-heavy team, as you've been able to have Ticket Gaines, which that's a very interesting name, being able to give you about 9 points per contest. He's been able to give you a little bit of facilitation when needed, but just all in all, this DePaul team, it's just one that is not going to be able to compete in the conference moving forward. And for DePaul, they have scored 68 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games, and they've given up at least 85 in 4 of their last 5 games. There's really not a case to be made. It is a Providence team that, again, they've given up at least 72 points in 4 of their last 5 games. I think that they kick the rear ends of DePaul. I think that DePaul is going to do everything possible to not give up 100, but I think as a result, their offense slides away. I set my total 140.5, diving in on the under, and with Providence, I'm willing to lay up to 20 with them. 767, 768 on the betting board. UT Rio Grande Valley plays us to UT Arlington. Arlington is a road favorite of 8 to 8.5 points. Total on this game, going to be getting it at a 153.5 to 154.5. with UT Rio Grande Valley, they're outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they do face off against an Arlington team that is well outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. But that said, I do think that this is going to be a very up-tempo game. Looking at the over, and with Arlington, made them an 8-point favorite. So 8.5 is my buy point on Rio Grande Valley. The good news for UT Rio Grande Valley, and there hasn't been much of it this year, they're in dead last in the WAC right now, but one of their main facilitators and one of their main scorers is back at the fold. Hassan Abdul-Hakim, who's been able to supply 13.5 points, 5.5 boards, and shoots 38% for three for a team that shoots 29.2% from three, and he is legitimately the only player that averages north of 6 points per contest, shooting above 32% from three-point range. He's back. He's been able to get a little bit more production as well out of Sherman Bashir. He was a little bit of an afterthought coming into the season. He's now been able to give the team a combined 23 points in the last two contests. He's been able to upgrade with regards to his three-point shooting as well, but for UT Arlington, they're going to be able to win from within this Grand Valley team as well, outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate. And now they have to go up against Jamar Wilson along to Juan Gordon, who have been able to provide about 16.5 rebounds per game. Now, for Arlington, the big thing is they've got to take care of the ball better. They are turning the ball over north of 16 times per contest in terms of turnovers per possession. They're a bottom 30 team in all of college basketball, but being Philip Russell in the fold, that's cleaned things up a little bit. He gives out right around about 3.5 assists to 2.5 turnovers per game. You've also got Mekhi Williams, who's been able to give about 3 assists per contest as well. For Grand Valley, being able to have Elijah Elliott give you 16 points per contest, and for Grand Valley, they have legitimately given up at least 74 points in 20 out of their last 22 games against D1 competition. I do think that you're going to get plenty of points up on the board, and for this Arlington bunch, they themselves have gotten to at least 71 and 4 of their last 5 games. So, did set my line at 8.5 or more is my buy point on UT Rio Grande Valley. In terms of total, set mine at a 156. So, looking at the over and looking at 8.5 plus here with Rio 769, 770 on the betting board. Clemson is playing us to NC State. NC State just find themselves as an underdog of 8 points. Your total on this game is 146 to 146.5 with Clemson. I made them a favorite of 8 points. So here at the 7.5, that is my max buy point on Clemson, but I'm going to be willing to lay a 7.5 on them. I do think that PJ Hall is going to be the best player out there on the floor. He's been able to supply this Clemson team with 17 points, north of 6 boards per contest, and is able to pop it from three now with Clemson. We have seen their three-point shooting really go down the tubes a little bit. They're down to about 35.8% from three-point, still above average on the national landscape, but not what it was at the beginning part of the season. And now they go up against an NC State team that they really do struggle with their three-point shooting defense on the road, allowing opponents to shoot 37.4% from three compared to about 31.5% from three-point range at home. But for Clemson, this team does a nice job on glass because along PJ Hall, you have Ian Shefflin, who's been able to give you 9.5 rebounds per game, and that's a big issue for this NC State team. NC State, they're outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. Other than Mohamed Diarra, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, and it's really been all about DJ Turn It Up Burns, who's been able to do a very nice job of being able to give you some rebounding down low with about 4.5 boards per contest. And then how about Mr. Turn It Up Horn as DJ Horn? He's been able to do a nice job as well, being able to give you about 15 or so points per contest. He's able to shoot 43% from three-point range, but outside of Horn, you don't have a single guy in this roster that's giving you north of 2.5 points per game that is shooting above 31% from three, and that's really the way to attack Clemson. Clemson is outside the top 190 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Now, NC State keeps it clean. They shoot about 72% of the free throw line. They're a top 20 team in terms of U.S. turnovers on a per possession basis, with Michael O'Connell coming over from Samford. Doesn't give you a lot of scoring. 5 points, 3 boards, 3 assists, but only turns the ball over once per contest. You've got guys like Casey Marcel. They're able to give you some scoring, but all in all, I do take a look at this spot. I do think that Clemson going to be able to do a solid job, and just pretty much all the weaknesses that NC State has, I feel like they're going to be exposed by this Clemson team. I do think that it's going to be a relatively mid-tempo game. This was an opening total of 144.5. Now they're up to 146.5. I think we've gone just a little bit too far. Semi-total 146. Looking at the under of Clemson, want to lay up to 7.5 with them. 771, 772 on the card. Yale has a road face-off against Princeton. No numbers up on this game, as this is another one of those back-to-backs in the Ivy League, but that said, I did set Princeton as a 3-point favorite and my total of 139. So want to lay up to 2.5 with Princeton, 3.5 or more. Take a look at Yale, and then 138.5 or less. Looking at the over 139 or higher. Looking at the under, and this is actually a play that I made for DK Network a few weeks ago. That was a loss I took with Princeton, leaning in the second half and then letting the game slide away. But this Yale team has really been able to bear down with their defense. They have given up 72 points or fewer in regulation of 12 out of their last 14 games. You've got yourself on the flip side of Princeton team that they do things so well in terms of just playing smart, dotting their T's, crossing their I's. for Princeton. They are a top 20 team in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis and in terms of free throw shooting percentage. Like in the game yesterday against Brown, they shot 26 of 31 at the free throw line. You don't get a lot out of the bench for this Princeton team, but you've got a really good starting five, including a guy in Xavier Lee that just feels like he does a little bit of everything. 18 points, 5.5 boards, 3.5 assists on 38% three-point shooting going into yesterday. You've got Camden Pierce, who's able to give you about 9.5 rebounds per game. Princeton, very good at being able to deny teams a second chance look, though. They are going to be a little bit outgunned on the glass. Yale's the top 75 team in the country with regards to rebound rate, and a big reason why Mr. Danny Wolf, who's been able to give you about 15 points, 9.5 boards, and right around 6'11", 7 feet tall. He's been able to shoot it well from three-point range. You've got also a guy that I really like in terms of just being able to dole out the ball and help run some efficient offense, and Bez Mbeg, who's been able to give you about 4 assists to 2 turnovers per contest. John Polodikis, along with August Mahoney, they've been able to combine to shoot about 42.5% from three-point range. Mahoney gives you about 9.5 points per game. Polodikis has been able to give you about 12.5 points per contest, as well as a Yale team that they also do a really good job of being able to take care of the ball. 9.8 turnovers per game. Both of these teams are relatively mid-tempo teams, and last time these two teams played, you have to go all the way back to early February. That was a 70-64 game. I do think that we get a little bit more scoring here. I think there might be a tad bit more late game felling, but I mean, both teams, they shot about a combined 37.5% from three-point range. I think that it's going to be very similar to that sort of a game, though I do think that Princeton, in the end, going to be able to pull this one out, as I do think that they do a little bit of a better job on the glass on their home floor. So I did set Princeton as a 3-point favorite, willing to lay up to 2.5 for them, 3.5 for more. Taking the look at Yale, and then 138.5 for less, going over 139.5 for higher. Looking at the under, 773, 774 on the betting board. Milwaukee, UW Milwaukee plays us to Northern Kentucky. Northern Kentucky is an underdog of 2.5 to 3 points. Totals between 151.5 and 152.5. I did set Northern Kentucky as an underdog of 6 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for Northern Kentucky. It's been rough for them, dealing with so many injuries thus far this season, and the biggest one is that of Sam Vincent. Vincent was able to generate multiple steals, 13 points, and was a guy that was trying to help the team out on the glass with 5 rebounds per game. As Northern Kentucky, outside the top 3 with regards to their rebound rate. UW Milwaukee, a top 140 team in terms of their rebound rate. Trey Robinson is really the lone guy in the fold that gives you north of 5.2 rebounds per game. He's also been able to supply 10 points along with his nearly 6 rebounds per game, but for Northern Kentucky, they shoot 31% from 3. They turn the ball over 13 times per contest, but the one thing that they do a really nice job of is being able to generate turnovers. They are able to get about 9 steals per contest, and if you look at turnovers forced on a per possession basis, this Northern Kentucky team is a top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they do a good job of being able to guard the arc as well. This team is in the top 50 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they go up against a UW Milwaukee team that is well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but have B.J. Freeman, who's able to give you about 18 points, 6 boards per contest, and for UW Milwaukee, no doubt about it, this is a team that's going to give you a lot of nice open three-point looks as well. They're 281st in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but you've also got a UW Milwaukee team that has been able to get some nice production out of guys like Faison Fields, who's been able to give you about 5 or so rebounds per game. Kentrell Polian has been able to give you a double-figure amount of points. He's shipping in their 4 boards, and with Marquise Warwick having to do a little bit of everything for his Northern Kentucky team, he's been able to supply the team with about 18 points per contest, but they're really not being a problem to him. I do think that UW Milwaukee going to be able to get it done, set them as a 6-point favorite, want to lay the number in for Northern Kentucky. We did see them play a pretty harebrained and frenetic game first time around against UW Milwaukee. That's just what UW Milwaukee has been doing all season long. First time these two teams met up, that was 90-72. UW Milwaukee took that one on the chin. I do think that we're going to see another up and down game, in which Northern Kentucky probably not going to duplicate the 8 of 18 3-point shooting that we saw the first time around. So did say UW Milwaukee's a 6-point favorite, want to lay the number in, going to be looking at the over, semi-total at a 154. Sub 75, sub 76 on the card. It is Michigan. They play as Michigan State. Michigan State is a road favorite of 6 to 6.5 points, totals between 143 and 144. Even with taking into account the rivalry, even with just home court advantage in the Big Ten, I still made Michigan State a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. We saw them be able to get a nice win and cover against Penn State a few nights ago, which Penn State shot perfect at the free throw line, shot 50% from 3, and still couldn't cover that game. So I was very impressed there, and for Michigan State, His team has been a top 50 team in college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and it's really done a nice job getting things slowed down and at their tempo. They only turned the ball over about 9.9 times per contest while shooting 37.5% from three-point range. And if you look at it since the beginning of the month of December, because they had that just ghastly first month of the season, they've been shooting north of 40% from three. Ty Walker is still your main man with 18.5 points per contest, but AJ Hogar, Jaden Akins, they're both now giving you about 11.5 points per contest, and they're going against a Michigan team that's just all sorts of out of sorts, and it's been a really rough situation for them. Doug McDaniel being suspended for road games only, I think has really impacted the team both in road and home games, because it's essentially having two different lineups out there and they're not getting chemistry as a result. McDaniel, top scorer, 17 points, 4.5 assists, shoots about 35.5% from three-point range. Michigan is the top 125 team with regards to rebound rate. Olivier Como has been able to give about 7 boards per contest, and out of your top 5 scorers, 4 of them do give you at least 4.2 rebounds per game, but Nobari Burnett, he is all sorts of inconsistent, 9.5 points, 4 boards, 2.6 assists per contest. But man, I do take a look at this ordeal, and I think that it's just really torpedoing this Michigan team in general, this Michigan bunch in terms of just their overall scoring, which was supposed to be their bread and butter. They have now scored 72 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games, and sans a game that they played at home against Iowa, and that's one of the most ghastly defenses that you're going to find in the Big Ten. They've scored 73 points or fewer in every one of their other games since the turn of the calendar. It's a Michigan State team that has been able to get to at least 80 in 3 of their last 5 games, with the defense is really holding up. They've now given up 72 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 7 games. I do think that for Michigan State, they're going to do a pretty solid job of holding down Michigan, but I think that Michigan just going to continue to bleed points. They've been outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis all season long, so circumstance where I did set Michigan State as a 7.5 point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did set my total 145.5. I'm also going to be looking at the over. 777, 778 on the card is North Dakota in the road face-off against Oral Roberts. Oral Roberts is a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. Your total is 150.5 to 151, and with Oral Roberts, I did set them as a favorite of 4 points. I'm going to be one to lay the number with North Dakota. They had like a nice long 6-game win streak within the conference, but I do feel like this North Dakota team is starting to have it come against them just a little bit. They're still outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and that's what this Oral Roberts team does. They shoot 37.5% from three-point range. Oral Roberts outside the top 300 with regards to rebound rate, and Amir Kulijovic being able to give North Dakota right around 8 rebounds per game. That's going to be able to help them out quite a bit, but this Oral Roberts team does respond very well to being out there in the great state of Oklahoma in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're scoring about 6 points more per 100 possessions when they are at home, and then you've got Isaac McBride, who's the top scorer in this game with about 20.3 points per contest. He's been able to shoot about 37.5% from three-point range, and it's really just good balance with this Oral Roberts team. Out of your top 6 scorers, 5 of them shoot at least 37.5% from three-point range. So for North Dakota, things really went upward after they got back Tyree Iheanacho. He was out for the first 11 games of the season. 15 points, 5 boards, 3.5 assists for a team that only turns the ball over 10.5 times per contest. North Dakota, they only shoot about 32.5% from three-point range. That is rather rough, but you're going up against an Oral Roberts team that's well outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's 327th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. What's interesting about North Dakota as well, they allow opponents to shoot north of 39% from three-point range at home. That actually drops them more around 33.5% in a roadside shooting court environment, but I do think that we're going to see some of those splits iron out just a little bit. It's been an Oral Roberts team that's been on tough times with regards to their offense and defense, and have still been giving up their points, 75 plus points surrendered in 4 out of their last 5 games. That's up for North Dakota. It's been all over the place in terms of their offense. In their last 5 games, they've scored 95, 60, 99, 47, and 92 points. So I do think that it's a go with the flow North Dakota team. I do think that with this being a game that's going to be involving a lot of 3-point shots, that you're going to be seeing a lot of those popped, and I do think that this is going to be a game that falls a little bit under because Oral Roberts is outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, and North Dakota defends the 3 better on the road, so I'm going to be looking at the under. That said, with Oral Roberts, even though they're a little bit rough on the glass, I do think that their backcourt does just enough to be able to get this one done. Set Oral Roberts as a 4-point favorite, one to lay the number, and I'm going to be taking a look at this total under 779, 780 on the betting board. CSUN, Cal State Northridge plays those to Long Beach State. Long Beach State is between a pick'em to a 1.5 point favorite. Your total is 161 to 161.5. made my total 160. I'm going to be looking at the under. Got a pair of teams that rank in the top 75 nationally in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that dead possessions are going to be costly to you. You've got a CSUN team that they turned the ball over about 14 times per contest. For Long Beach State, they turned the ball over about 13.5 times per game, but with Long Beach State, you've got the more dominant players down low, which is why I did set them as a 2-point favorite. CSUN is a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate and in the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Traore squared. Abadur Traore, Alonso Sina Traore, combining for about 18 rebounds per game, I think is massive. Abakar, he's able to give you about 4 assists, 1.8 steals, and this has been a Long Beach State team that has been able to generate more turnovers this year than in past years, and with Abakar Traore, he also gives you about 1.6 blocks per contest. Now, for Long Beach State, they only shoot about 31.5% from three-point range, but the CSUN team is also shooting below about 33.5% from three-point range. Long Beach State, they're a good but not great defense, right around about 200th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Their big kryptonite is from the outside. They allow opponents to shoot 37% from three-point range in a road or neutral court venue, but I just don't know if CSUN is able to take advantage. You've got two guys in Deontay Bostic, Deshaun Allen Ikens, who've been able to combine for about 33 points per contest. They combine to shoot about 36.5% from three, but again, team shoots as a collective about 32.2% from the outside. It's been a CSUN team that has had a tough time just really finding facilitation in general ever since GNI Hunt has come back in the fold. He's pretty much taken over Jordan Brinson's role as the main point guard for the team, and it just feels like it's been a little bit more clunky ever since Hunt has been in the fold for this team. So I do think that with CSUN, they're going to have a little bit of an issue dealing with all of the sheer size that you've got for Long Beach State, and Long Beach State has just been incredibly consistent with their offense, 76 plus points scored in each of their last 4 games, going up against the CSUN team that, to their credit, they've allowed 74 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games, 2 up-tempo teams, but 2 teams that really do value defense. I do think that in the end, the size wins out. I like Long Beach State here on this spot, set them as a 2-point favorite, so good to be one to lay the number. I made my total 160, also looking under 781, 782 on the betting board. Cal Baptist hits the road face off against Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon is a 13.5 to a 14-point favorite. Your total is between 138.5 and 139, and when it comes to Grand Canyon, I did set them as a favorite of 11.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number with Grand Canyon. They're a top 15 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're doing an absolutely supreme job of being able to control things down low. You've got one of the most versatile players in the country in Ty Grant Foster. He doesn't necessarily pop threes well at about 32%, but 1.8 steals, 1.5 blocks, 19 points and 5.5 rebounds per game. He checks every single box. And then you've got Gabe McLaughlin giving you about 8 rebounds per game. Duke Brandon has been able to give you about 7 boards per contest. Grand Canyon, not the same 3-point shooting team that they were a season ago, shooting about 34.5% from distance. But now you've gotten Javon Blackshear back in the fold. He's been a guy that's coming off the bench and has just been a microwave scorer. He's now been able to give you 24 points in the last 2 games. He's shooting 44% from 3-point range. And you just simply don't have that on the flip side for the Cal Baptist team. And for Cal Baptist, right now they're dealing with an ailment to their top scorer in Dominique Daniels. Daniels has been out of the fold the last 3 games, and he supplies the team with 19 points per contest. This is for a Cal Baptist team that's outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Everything in terms of the offense really runs through him as he leads the team in assists as well. Now, Cal Baptist, a very good team down low. Hunter Goodrick, Ivan Odriogo, they've been able to combine for about 17.5 rebounds per game, but now you're looking at Brantley Stevens along with Wando Chiqueno, who have been able to average about 19.5 points per contest, and at previous stops have been good 3-point shooters. This year, they haven't really been able to fire it in there from 3-point range, and with Grand Canyon being one of your better rebound rate teams in all of college basketball, them being 19th, Cal Baptist in their own right, they're 63rd. I think that this Cal Baptist team just absolutely outgunned in this ordeal of that injury to Daniels. I do think that it's a pretty stinking big deal. Now, I did set my number more around at 11.5 here at 13.5 to 14. I do think that we went a little bit too far. Grand Canyon has been pretty dominant with that regard, but I do think that Cal Baptist is going to be able to make this game grimy. I think that it's going to be a case where it is going to be a little bit lower scoring, and with Cal Baptist, they allow opponents to shoot just 32.5% from 3-point range away from home, so I do think that in a low-scoring slog, Cal Baptist holds in their semi-total 137.5, diving under, and I was willing to take anything north of 12 here with Cal Baptist. 783, 784 on the betting board. Washington plays us a Cal. Cal is an underdog of 7 to 7.5 points. Your total on this game is between 154 and 155, and with Washington, I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points. 7 or more is my buy point on Cal. Cal should be able to do a relatively solid job down low. You've got Jalen Tyson. You've also got Fardaws Amick. They've been able to do a tremendous job combining for in that neighborhood of about 17 rebounds per game. Now for Cal, the backcourt has left a whole heck of a lot of something to be desired. Jalen Cone just feels like he's a black hole. Every time you pass him the ball, it's not coming back out, but he's able to give you about 13.5 points per contest. For Cal, they shoot about 34.5% from three, and that's a big thing with Cal, the outside shooting. They don't shoot it well, and they allow opponents to shoot 35.5% from three-point range. That is 290th in all of college basketball. They go up against a Washington team that is much better with their defense when they're at home. Washington, outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up more than 13 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And at home, opponents shoot just 29.6% from three-point range against them. That compares to about 37.5% from three-point range when they're away from home. And when it comes to Washington, you're looking at the two Kentucky guys to really be able to elevate the team. Keon Brooks alongside Xavier Wheeler. Wheeler, your main facilitator, with about 6 assists, 15.5 points per contest, while Brooks shoots 36.5% from three, supplies the team with 21 points per game. But who else is going to be able to step up for the team? It's been touch and go with guys like Moses Wood, Corin Johnson, who have combined for about 21 points per contest. Friday Kepadog being out with injury for pretty much the entirety of the season. That has been hurting this team. Braxton Maya just has not been able to give you too much production as a true 7-footer, so it does lead to a little bit of a rough ordeal. Cal, it did feel like, took a step back in that game against Washington State, but the defense has been able to come along for the ride. In terms of points allowed, they have given up 72 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, going up against a Washington team that, in their own right, it's not been amazing all season long in terms of defense, but it does feel like them giving up fewer than 65 last 2 nights, that's going to be able to start them just a little bit. I did set my total of 154.5. Cal is a relatively mid-tempo team that I do think is going to be able to keep things in sorts. They lost really at the buzzer last time these two teams played, 75-77, and I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job holding in this game once again. I did set my total of 154.5, looking at the under and at 7+. Won't take the points with Cal. 785, 786 on the betting board. St. Thomas is going to be playing us to South Dakota. South Dakota does find themselves as 13.5 to 14-point underdogs. So this game is anywhere between 146 and 146.5. I did set this line at 11.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with South Dakota. South Dakota, I've been finding, has been a little bit undervalued. This team does a nice job of being able to pop it at north of 36% from three-point range. Caleb Stewart, after he was dealing with a little bit of an injury, he's come back. He's given the team 14 points. He's shooting darn near 40% from three-point range now. For St. Thomas, this is just a really good collective in terms of being able to be up there in the top 125 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but well outside the top 200 in terms of their rebound rate, and they're about 173rd in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so it's not like they've been amazing with that respect. Now for South Dakota, where they can really get bludgeoned is from beyond the arc. They allow opponents to shoot 38.4% from three-point range in games played a lot away from home, but Layout Theone should be able to control things almost. St. Thomas does not have a single guy that gives you north of 4.6 rebounds per game. Their rebound rate is quite awful. Meanwhile, South Dakota, they're a top 150 team with regards to their rebound rate. Parker Jorklin, Raheem Anthony, they've been able to combine for about 26 points, 9 boards per contest, and with Anthony, he's able to shoot 46.5% from three-point range for a St. Thomas team that is in the top 45 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and certainly for St. Thomas, they get to go up against a squad in South Dakota that, I mean, it's been a little bit rough for them recently. They've lost 4 out of their last 5, but the last 2 losses were by 7 points or fewer on the road. They were able to pull off an overtime win against Denver. Meanwhile, for St. Thomas, they've lost 3 out of their last 5 games as well, and the defense has been really able to maintain. They've given up 70 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. The offense, though, it has been all over the place recently, as they have been failing to get past the 71-point marker in 3 out of their last 5 games. So, good old situation of something's got to give. I do think that with the way that St. Thomas just plays so slowly in general that it's going to bog down the total. I set my total 137.5, diving in on the under. And with regards to this line, I set it at 11.5, so we'll take these double figures here with South Dakota to go along with the under. 787, 788 on the betting board. Omaha plays host to South Dakota State. South Dakota State is a 1.5 to a 1-point favorite. And your total on this game are between 150.5 and 152. And with South Dakota State, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. So, circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay the number. South Dakota State plays at actually a bottom 75 pace in terms of total possessions per game, but they've just been really efficient, and they've got the best player out there on the floor. And Zeke Mayo is able to give you 18.5 points, 6 boards, 3.5 assists per game. Now, Frankie Fiddler, he's a stat sheet sufferer as well for Omaha. He's able to give you about 19.5 points, 5.5 boards, just under 3 assists on 37% three-point shooting, but Omaha just does not compare, in my opinion, as for Omaha, they've been really giving it up from three-point range. Outside the top 275 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, I like what Markel Sutton is able to do down low. He's able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, and for South Dakota State, this has never really been some sort of a dominant team on the glass, even with having William Kyle being able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. This is a South Dakota State team that, in terms of their rebound rate, they're one of the lesser teams in all of college basketball, though it's climbed up a little bit. They're up to about 177th this season. Meanwhile, for Nebraska, Omaha, their rebound rate has been steadily on the increase at about 213, so I do think that both of these teams are going to be a relative loss share. J.J. White, he's been seeing a drop-off in terms of his facilitation from a season ago, though, for Omaha. He's been giving out about 2.7 assists, 9 points per contest, but for Omaha, out of your top 4 scorers, only one of them, in Fiddler, shoots above 30% from three-point range. That's the way that you want to attack South Dakota State. South Dakota State gives you a whole bunch of open looks from three-point range in terms of their opponent's three-point shooting percentage. South Dakota State right around 296th in all of college basketball, with that kryptonite not being unearthed. I do think that South Dakota State gets it done, set them as a 4-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the point here with South Dakota State, and it's on my total 150. I think that this is going to be a game that's going to be close enough for late game following. This open up at a 151. Now that we're seeing the total climb up to about 152, going to be willing to take a look at the under with just a shortage of possessions, being able to help out the under, and I'm going to be looking at South Dakota State. 789, 780 on the betting board. It is Southern Utah. They play SC Utah Valley. Utah Valley is a favorite of between 2 to 2.5 points. So on this game between 146.5 and 147. I mean, Southern Utah, the 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them right on the money line. Utah Valley has just not been able to pop threes all season long. For Utah Valley, this team is inside of the bottom 20 in terms of three-point shooting percentage at less than 30%. They bring in Drake Allen, who was at Southern Utah a season ago, and he's given the team about 11 to 12 points per contest, but just absolutely nothing from the outside. And with this Southern Utah team, they are a team that does a really good job of being able to guard the three-point arc. They're a top 100 team in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. It actually is 35.7% at home, more like 30% in a roadside stretch court venue. And for Southern Utah, they are outside the top 210 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that they're going to be able to do an okay job down low. Trayvon Doris has been able to give this Utah Valley team right around about 7 boards and a block and a half per contest, but that said, you really don't have a lot down low. Meanwhile, it is a Southern Utah team that they've been able to do a nice job with Dominique Ford leading the way with about 16.5 points per contest, and Southern Utah, they themselves only shoot about 29.5% from three-point range, so I do think that that's going to lead to a lot of dead possessions, and that's going to lead to a lot of missed threes, but I do think that both teams are going to be able to find something on the interior. I do like what Zion Young is able to provide with 13 points per game, and Prashov Falah has been able to do a nice job down low, being able to provide this Southern Utah team with about 6 or so rebounds per game. I know that he was dealing with a few ailments and a little bit of a minutes restriction before he's come back to the fold, and now he's back in full force, and with having Jabari Sibley be able to provide 9 points, 5 boards, I do think that Southern Utah has just enough to be able to get it done. Both of these teams have been rough with their three-point shooting, but got a Southern Utah team that is able to crank up the tempo in the top 75 with regards to total possessions per game, going up against a Southern Utah team that they've been all over the place with regards to their defense, giving up 77, 86, 72, 45, and 46 points in their last 5 games, but they were the beneficiaries of some good circumstances last 2 games, and I do think that rubber meets the road here, and I do think that late game felling helps out with this total. I set my total at a 148.5, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to take Southern Utah on the money line. 791, 792 on the betting board. Mississippi Ole Miss is going to be playing us to Missouri. Missouri is an underdog of 11.5 to 12.5 points. Total on this game, they're between 142.5 and 143.5. With Ole Miss, I did set them as a favorite of 10 points, so here at 11 plus, I'm going to be willing to take the number here with Missouri. It's been a really rough year for Missouri, to say the least, but I do think that they're going to be able to hold in this game, even with dealing with Sean East being out of the fold. This bunch has been able to get some really good production out of Nick Honor. Honor has been able to give you double figures from three-point range. He has been able to shoot north of 40% from distance thus far this season, while Tamar Bates has been able to give you about 14.5 points. He shoots north of 40% from three, and despite that, Missouri still only shooting about 33% from distance thus far this season. Big key for Missouri is being able to win the battle down low, as they have been outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, but with Ole Miss, despite the fact that they've got Jamarian Sharp, Musa Cisse, this team has been outside the top 150 with regards to their rebound rate as well, though these two guys do combine for about 4 blocks per contest. Matthew Morrell has been able to shoot 39.5% from three-point range, and for Missouri, it has been a bunch that has been giving up the arc quite a bit. They go up against an Ole Miss team that shoots north of 36% from three-point range, so you do have your issues there with Missouri. It's been a bunch that has been giving up from three-point range. Opponents shoot about 33% from distance, but it honestly travels halfway decent as well. So I do think that they're going to be able to do an okay job here while being able to generate some turnovers. Ole Miss, they allow opponents to shoot just 30.3% from three-point range at home as well. So I do think that this is going to bottle up this offense really on both sides. With Missouri, they have failed to get past the 70-point plateau in 5 out of their last 6 games. And for this Ole Miss squad, it's been very touch and go for them. They're a team that lives and dies by the 3, and I do think that Missouri going to play good enough defense for you to be able to get an under in this spot. And I do think that with Ole Miss having scored 65 points or fewer in each of their last 2 games, that's a little bit of a wake-up call for them as well. So my total 142, diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take north of 10 here with Missouri. 793, 784 on the betting board. It is San Francisco, and they're going to be on the road. They're going to be facing off against Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount is a home underdog of between 8.5 to 9 points. So on this game, they're between 145 and 146. With San Francisco, I did make them a road favorite of 7.5 points. Now that we're getting to 9 and the 8.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points. With Loyola Marymount, they had to play with just 6 scholarship players against Gonzaga. They're going to be without a lot of those guys once again, but they might get 1 or 2 back in the fold. And when it comes to this Loyola Marymount team, they were down like 1 point with about 8 minutes remaining. If you, like me, had the points, that was just an absolute pit of sadness what happened after that. But for San Francisco, they're a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're a pretty top-heavy team. Jonathan Mogbo is able to give you 10.5 boards, 15.5 points, 1.8 steals per contest, and then you've been able to get 42% three-point shooting in that neighborhood, about 8 points per contest out of quite a few guys like and Guido Newberry, hopefully I said that correctly, Mongolian Mike, he's been solid with about 8 points, 3 assists per contest. But for San Francisco, I just feel like they need more ancillary producers, and even though they're a top 40 team with regards to rebound rate, Mogbo is the only guy that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game, and Loyola Marymount is a top 100 team with regards to their rebound rate, despite the fact that Alex Merkfeldez is really the lone guy that gives you north of 5.2 rebounds per game. Having Kelly Leau-Pape deal with injury is a little bit of an issue, and Dominic Harris did not play in the last game against Gonzaga. Got to figure that he's going to be out of the fold once again, but while they lose those guys, they've gotten out Justice Hill back at the fold, someone who's been banged up all throughout the season. Their main point guard who's been able to give out 4.2 assists, 10.5 points per contest, all while being able to keep things very efficient. Loyola Marymount only turned the ball over about 11.5 times per contest, shooting 36.5% from three-point range, with Will Johnson being able to give you 11 points per game. It's a thin Loyola Marymount team, but they go up against a San Francisco team that they're not looking to really play super-duper up-tempo themselves, and we've noticed with San Francisco, they've now given up at least 70 points for their last 5 games. It's been a Loyola Marymount team that it's been a struggle for them to be able to get offense up on the board, and both of these teams, they play relatively slowly. I do think that this is going to be a much more controlled game on both sides, so I did set my total 141.5, looking at the under, and with Loyola Marymount, we'll take 8+ with them. 785, 796 on the main board. Pacific, it's a road face-off against Gonzaga. Gonzaga is a 30 to a 30.5 point favorite. The total on this game between 152 and 152.5. For Pacific, they held a lead the last time they played Gonzaga at the half. I don't think that that's going to happen once again, but I think we've went a little bit too far. I set my line at 29. I'm going to be willing to take the 30 here with Pacific. For Pacific, they got blown out twice against St. Mary's, but it just feels like they match up better with Gonzaga. And for Pacific, this is a sad team. They don't have a single guy that gives you double figures. They're outside the top 250 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They shoot 63.5% at the free throw line. Justin Martindale shoots 40% from 3. He's the only guy on the roster that sees meaningful minutes that shoots above 35% from three-point range, but for Gonzaga, I do feel like this is a little bit of perhaps a look-ahead spot for them, just because with Gonzaga, they're going to be having coming up those games against San Francisco, and then also the game against St. Mary's a little bit later on. I do feel like this could be a game where they sort of ease up just a little bit, show some mercy. You've got Anton Watson, Graham Ike, who will be able to give you a combined about 30.5 points, 14.5 boards. They combined to shoot it well from three-point range, with Watson being your main guy, shooting about 45.5% from 3. But I don't know, Gonzaga is only shooting about 34% from 3. Ryan Emmert has been able to clean up his act recently. 6 assists and 2.3 turnovers per contest. Gonzaga back in the top 25 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. But I do think that for Pacific, they're going to be able to show just enough fight here to be able to hold in there. They have been giving up quite a few points recently, 79 or more, given up in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, it's a Gonzaga bunch that they've honestly been a much better team on defense thus far this season. They have now given up fewer than 64 points in 3 of their last 5 games, Last time these two teams looked up, it was 82-73, a game in which Pacific went 8 of 22 from three-point range. I do think that that's going to be bogged down just a little bit, and I do think that for Pacific, they do just enough to be able to hold in there. I do think that Gonzaga going to be able to put their foot down in the first half, but I do think that walk-ons coming in the second half for you to be able to just barely get there with Pacific, and I do think the Pacific just continues to give up points. I said my total 155. I'm looking at the over, and with Gonzaga, made them a 29-point favorite, so we'll take the 30 here with Pacific. 797, 798 on the betting board. It is Montana. They play out Montana State. Montana State is a 7 to 7.5 point underdog. Total of this game is anywhere between 145.5 to 146 with Montana State. I did set them as a underdog of 6.5 points. Here at the 7, I'm going to be willing to take those points. Aiden Moody has done a very solid job being able to shoot it from three-point range at nearly 36%. He was sub 32% about a month and a half ago. He has really been able to crank it up recently. Meanwhile, you've got a Montana State team that is outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've got one of my favorite players at the mid-major ranks in Robert Ford on their side. Robert Ford only stands about 6 feet tall. He's been able to give you about 15 points, 7 boards, 3+ assists. He has been very rock solid with that respect, and you've got a Montana State team that has guarded the arc quite well. They're inside the top 75 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Inside the arc, that's a little bit of a different issue, and Lalu has been able to do more than an okay job down low for Montana. He's been able to give the team 6+ rebounds per game, so I do think that's going to be a little bit tough there, and you've got Deshaun Thomas, who's able to give you about 5 rebounds per contest, but with Montana being outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, that should allow for Montana State to be able to have some open looks. Montana State team that only shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, but I do think that with those open looks, they're going to be able to take advantage of them, and it's been a Montana State team that, despite the fact that they play slow, with all the points that they have been surrendering, as they have given up now at least 70 points in 3 out of their last 4 games, that Montana State, they themselves have allowed at least 73 in 4 of their last 5 games, that get a little bit of a nice scoring expose. I did set my total 146.5. I'm going to be looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to take 7+ here with Montana State. 799, 800 on the betting board. Utah Tech, they play host to Seattle. Seattle is a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. Your total on this game between 142 to 143.5. Not sure why the team is coming on Utah Tech, but all the better for me. I said Seattle is a 9.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, as this was an opener of 8, by the way. And for Seattle, they're a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They've hit the road quite well thus far this season. And for Utah Tech, they are dealing with darn near everyone being out of the fold, as they've been having Tanner Christensen be able to give you about 12 points, 7 boards per contest, but they're outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. They're outside the top 320 in terms of just ball control in general. You've got Noah Gonsalves, who's been able to give you 12 points, shoots 40% from 3, but this is a Utah Tech team that's built around 3-point shooting, and they shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range. The turnovers are just all sorts of unsightly going up against the Seattle team that they really don't force a ton, but you've got Brandon Chartfield along Kobe Williamson, who combined for about 2.5 blocks per contest, and Cam Tyson being able to supply 17 points per contest, shooting 37.5% from 3. I do think that a Seattle team that has really been able to be dominant in terms of their defense, I think is really going to take it to a Utah Tech team that has just not been able to find their footing on offense. They have scored 70 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games. For Utah Tech, I just don't see much of a path for them staying in this game. Last time these two teams played, it was 70-53, and Utah Tech had many more of their guys that they have been relying upon all season long in the fold that are going to be out for this game, so I just don't see a path for Utah Tech holding in this game. I set my line at 9.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, set my total at a 139.5 as well, with the way that Seattle has been playing on defense, and Utah Tech scored 53 points the first time around, so diving in on the under, willing to lay it with Seattle as well. 801, 802 on the betting board. Arizona, they play as Arizona State. Arizona State, an 18 to a 19-point underdog. Your total between 157.5 and 158 with Arizona. I did set them as an 18-point favorite, so here at the 19, that is going to be my buy point on Arizona State. Arizona State, still a top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Arizona State certainly going to get just dragged on the glass. They're outside the top 275 in terms of rebound rate. Arizona, one of your top 5 teams in the country with regards to rebound rate. Having Umar Bololo being able to give you about 10 rebounds per game, getting good production out of Kashad Johnson with about 11 points, 6.5 rebounds per game, and a Arizona team that overall is shooting about 37% from 3. They average near 20 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shooting quarter environment. But I do think that Arizona State is going to be able to generate a few turnovers. Frankie Collins, 13.5 points, 3.5 assists, 3 steals. It's a Arizona State team that really outside of Jose Perez, who shoots 45.5% from 3, they've got no outside presence whatsoever. Other than that, you don't have a single other player that's averaging more than 4 points per contest as active in this game. Shooting above 31% from 3-point range. But Arizona State actually does do a good good job taking care of the ball. Only turned the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, even though they don't have a ton down low, which by Neal right now being your top rebounder with about 5.5 rebounds per game, with this being an intra-state rivalry. And with Arizona State finding a little bit more offense, 70-plus points in each of their last 3 games. They're riding a nice 3-game win streak going up against an Arizona team that has certainly been getting their points up on the board with at least 82 in each of their last 5 does make it an interesting ordeal. I did set my total at a 154.5. I think that Arizona State going to be looking to make this game a little bit more gross, and I think that they're going to have a little bit more success with it. So looking at the under and looking at 19 plus here with Arizona State. 803, 804 on the betting board. UC Irvine, they play as the Cal State Bakersfield. Meet me for the Roadrunners, who do find themselves as 15 to 16 point underdogs. Total in this game is anywhere between 135 and 136 with Bakersfield. I did set them as an underdog of 15 points. So here at 16, I'm going to be willing to take those points. Bakersfield about 250th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and a bunch that's really not hitting the glass very well. But Ulises Concretes is the only guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, and they do go up against an Irvine team that has been a top 30 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But Irvine has actually been a more dominant defense when they've been on the road rather than at home. As a matter of fact, for Irvine, they are your top defense in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis when they're away from home. And at home, this has been a bunch that has actually given up about 3 points more per 100 possessions. Now for Irvine, they do have a nice bunch of switchable pieces. Justin Hohen along with Darren Sarin, they've been able to combine for about 23.5 points per contest. They combine to shoot about 39% from 3-point range, and Pierre Cockrell is a guy that really makes everything run. He's the main point guard. 6 assists to 2.3 turnovers per game for an Irvine team that's relatively mid-tempo. Bakersfield back outside the top 240 in terms of their total possessions per game, but they've got a nice go-to scorer in Caleb Higgins, who's been able to give you 17 points, 3.5 assists for a team that they only turn the ball over about 11.8 times per contest. They do shoot just 29.5% from 3-point range, and they go up against a Bakersfield team that is going to have the leg up in terms of 3-point shooting, both offense and defense. Irvine is in the top 75 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Bakersfield, they are 240th in the country, but Bakersfield actually allows opponents to shoot just 32% from 3-point range on the road compared to 39% at home. I do think that Irvine going to be able to get it done and win this game quite convincingly. I do think that we went a little bit too far in terms of the total, as Bakersfield has actually been a little bit of a more pesky bunch on the road. I did set my total at a 133, so I'm looking at the under end. I think north of 15, taking the points with the Roadrunners. 805, 806 on the betting board. San Jose State is going to be playing against Wyoming. Wyoming is an underdog of 1.5 points. Your total on this game, it is between 140 and 142, and I did set San Jose State as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. San Jose State, a nightmare with regards to defense this year, outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and 355th in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Wyoming, they've been having their issues as well. They're well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Wyoming, they actually allow opponents to shoot 31.1% from 3-point range away from home compared to 37.5% from 3-point range at home. Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, but for Wyoming, they've been a bottom 50 team in the country in terms of taking care of the ball. They turn the ball over nearly 14 times per contest. I do like what they've been able to get out of their main scorers, though. Sam Griffin has been able to give you 19 points. He shoots in the high 30s from 3-point range, and then we've also had a cool Cott do a solid job being able to supply 15 points. He's another guy that shoots darn near 40% from 3-point range, but for San Jose State, the team is top heavy, but they've got a really good big four in Tebek Gronair along Trey Anderson, combining for about 24 points on 39% 3-point shooting. Myron Amy, he's been your top scorer with 35% 3-point shooting, 3 assists, 15.5 points per game, and Alvaro Cardenas, 5.6 assists to 2 turnovers per game for a San Jose State team that they only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. You've been able to get some good sort of rim protection down low, and 7-footer that comes in from Senegal, Adrame Dionge. He's been able to give you about a block and a half per contest, and that's something that Wyoming just doesn't match up with. Wyoming, well outside the top 200 with regards to the rebound rate, and when it comes to San Jose State, has been a team that's been all over the place with regards to their home and road splits this far this season, but in terms of their offense, they have been able to generate about 7.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-shoot-score environment, and for Wyoming, they do see a drop-off of 12.2 points fewer per 100 possessions when they leave home. So, interesting circumstance here. Pair of relatively mid-tempo teams. I do like the over in the spot. Set my total at 149. San Jose State has been awful with their defense, and so has Wyoming. And with Wyoming, this is a squad that they see a drop-off with regards to scoring away from home, but I do think that both teams sink plenty of threes in this game. So, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2.5 here with San Jose Jose St, 807, 808 on the betting board. Pepperdine, they play as Portland. Portland is an underdog of 5 to 5.5 points. Totals between 153.5 and 154.5. And with Portland, I did set them as an underdog of 7 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Pepperdine. Pepperdine had some pretty extreme home and road splits as well. Now, regardless of where they're at, this team has been one of the worst in all of college basketball in terms of three-point shooting percentage defense. But at the very least, at home, they're not quite giving up north of 45% from three-point range like they are when they're away from home. And Pepperdine, they are in the bottom 20 in all of college basketball in that regard. But they've got Houston Michael Ajay. They've been able to combine for about 32.5 points per contest. Ajay is able to give you 9 boards, shoots 45.5% from three, while Mal shoots about 40.5% from three. And for Pepperdine, they've slowed things down. They're outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, but they only turn the ball over 10.5 times per contest. Meanwhile, for Portland, they're starting to cut down on the turnovers a little bit, 12.8 per contest out of them, and they've got arguably the most versatile player on the floor in Tyler Robertson, 16 points, 3.5 assists, 4 boards on 34% three-point shooting. But this Portland team, they have been giving it up from three-point range as well. They're right there on par with Pepperdine. Portland outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, at 346th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. So both of these teams should have a bunch of wide-open looks, and the question becomes, what are you going to be able to get down low? Because Javon Porter, he has come back for Portland. That's the brother of Michael Porter. He's been able to give you about 10 points, 5 boards per contest, and both of these teams do certainly have their issues down low. But for Portland, with two Yamanachi Williams giving you about 5 boards per contest, it's elevated them. Not enough, though. Pepperdine, 258th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Portland, more around 302nd. I do think that just as a whole, the Porter edition a little bit better than Yamanachi Williams, and I do think that Pepperdine, in their home floor, going to be able to get it done in a game where both teams are going to struggle to get stops. So a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Pepperdine, set them as a 7-point favorite, and maybe my total 155. So also looking at the over 809, 810 on the betting board. San Diego is going to be playing us at Santa Clara. Santa Clara is a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. Your total on this game between 153.5 and 154, with Santa Clara to make them a favorite of 5.5 points. Here at 6, that is going to be by buy point on San Diego. San Diego well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but the Santa Clara team has been having their hits and misses all season long as well. Santa Clara going to be able to control things down low. You've got Christoph Chile, a 7-footer that's able to give you about 5 boards per contest. Johnny O'Neal comes over from American. He shoots at a clip of about 32% from 3. He stands right around 6'10", and for San Diego, other than Steven Jamerson, who's able to give you about 7 boards per contest, you don't necessarily have a ton down low. But for the San Diego team, they're giving up about 7 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a neutral court venue. And for the Santa Clara team, they're clocking in with regards to their defense about 155th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 12.9 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. Though for the Santa Clara team, it's been Carlos Marshall, who's really been able to do a nice job from the outside, shooting 42% for 3, 12.5 points per contest, while Adama Ball, he's been able to chip in there about 15 points per contest. And for San Diego, their way to be able to hold in there, being able to knock down some outside shots is Deuce Turner, Wayne McKinney, the fourth, have been able to combine for about 29.5 points per game, both shoot north of 36% from 3, while you've been able to have PJ Hayes be able to shoot about 42.5% from 3-point range as well. With San Diego, they are going to need to pop those threes because they are not able to do a solid job in terms of being able to man up down low. That said, they do get to go up against a Santa Clara bunch that they're allowing opponents to shoot about 32.5% from 3-point range, while San Diego, they allow opponents at home to shoot just 32% from distance. Both of these teams have been pretty rock solid with regards to perimeter defenses. That means that Santa Clara can have a little bit of a leg up down low, and I do think that leads to a little bit of a lower scoring game. Set by total 153.5, so here at the 154, diving in on the under. But I do think that with San Diego getting Jamerson going down low, they're able to do just enough to hold in this one. I set my line at 5.5, so I'm going to be willing to take 6 here with San Diego and the under. 8-11, 8-12 on the betting board. USC is going to be playing against Colorado. Colorado is a 1.5 to a 2.5 point road favorite. Your total is between 149 to 149.5. Colorado has fallen on some tough times the last few games, but I do think that they get right here. I did set Colorado as a favorite of 3 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number down. Last time they played against USC, you had, for the USC bunch, Boogie Ellis along with Isaiah Collier be out of the fold, but they were able to knock them off by double figures, held USC to fewer than 65 points. I don't think that that's going to be a replay here in this one, as for Colorado, they have been allowing opponents to shoot 36.5% from 3-point range away from home, and for Colorado, they do suffer a little bit with regards to their offense. They're scoring about 15 points fewer per 100 possessions when they leave home, and their 3-point shooting percentage is north of 40% at home. That slides to about 35% away from home, but USC outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And then you've got Collier and Ellis both being able to combine for 32 plus points per contest, and Ellis shooting north of 40% from 3-point range. They're going to get absolutely wrecked down low. DJ Rodman, with his about 5 rebounds per game, is leading the way down low with Vincent Iwuchukwu, give you about 4.5 boards. Joshua Morgan does give you 2 blocks per game, but for USC, they also turn the ball over about 13 times per contest. So while Colorado, they do have to sort of gamble to be able to get their wide open threes. That results in about 12.5 to 13 turnovers per game. They're going to be right on par with this USC team, with having KJ Simpson be able to give you about 19.5 points, 5 boards. Tristan De Silva giving you 15 points. These two guys shooting north of 39% from 3-point range. And all in all, a Colorado team that is a top 25 team with regards to 3-point shooting percentage going out there. I do think the Colorado goes out there, gets it done in a game that's much higher scoring than what we saw the first time around. Set my total 153. Looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Colorado. Made them a 3-point favorite. 8-13, 8-14 on the betting board. Oregon, it's a road to face off against Oregon State. Oregon State is an underdog of 6.5 to 7 points. Totals between 137 to 138.5. Set Oregon is an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Oregon State. They are giving up about 17 points fewer for 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment, and obviously a big-time rivalry. Used to work at the official flagship station of the Oregon Ducks, and I can tell you that this is a big one for Oregon State, but I just don't think that they have the horses to hold in there. You've got Jordan Pope, who's been able to give you 17 points, 3.5 assists on a 3-point shooting percentage of about 38%, but for Oregon State, this team is shooting about 32.5% as a collective, and I do think that this just Oregon State team is warped with regards to their metrics because they played so many overtime games. It makes their offense look a little bit more, shall we say, up-tempo and lively than what it truly is. You've been able to get a little bit down low with Michael Rotage alongside Tyler Bladeau being able to combine for about 11.5 rebounds per game, but getting back in Folly Dante for Oregon is big. He's been able to supply the team with about 8.5 rebounds per game. Jermaine Cuisinart has been able to chip in their 15 points on 36.5% 3-point shooting of Jackson Shellset, combining with Cuisinart for about 5.5 assists per game. Both of these guys doing a good job being able to maneuver, dish out the ball, going up against an Oregon State team as well. They turn the ball over north of 13 times per contest while not generating a lot of turnovers. That should allow Oregon to be able to take control of this game. It is an Oregon bunch that's not the same on defense as they have been in past years. 149th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and you've got an Oregon State team that certainly has been much better with their offense when they've been at home rather than in a roadside shoot court venue. That said, even with that, I do think that Oregon, just by far the better team in this spot, and a team that is going to be able to go out there, get the job done against an Oregon State team that's 291st in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Set by total 136, diving in on the under out with Oregon. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8 with them. This is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit a break, and the extra games 8-15, 8-16, UNLV, they play us in Nevada. Nevada is a 1.5 point underdog, totals between 139 to 139.5. Set Nevada is a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them outright on the money line. This Nevada team has been able to do a good job of traveling all season long, and for Nevada, they're a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and a bunch that they just do a good job of being able to execute the little things. Nevada actually closer to 55th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Oversold them a little bit, and for UNLV, it's just really hard to take a look at the metrics with this team. They're 234th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, while inside the top 150 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, but playing much better than that. A big reason why Dedrin Thomas, their main point guard, he's as a true freshman really been able to step up with about 12.5 points, 6 assists per contest. But for Nevada, the versatility of your two guards in Jared Lucas, Keenan Blackshear, I think is big. It combined 33 points. Blackshear at 6'5", gives you 4.5 assists per contest. Doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3, but Lucas, he does at 39% from distance. Nevada, top 30 team with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And for Nevada, even though they don't necessarily have that one guy that's absolutely massive on the glass, you do have Nick Davidson, who's been able to give you about 7 rebounds per game. And Nevada, all in all, has been a very solid team that it seems like they check every box in terms of being good and none in which are great. UNLV, meanwhile, 284th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Certainly have been better since they've gotten the Boone brothers back at the fold, but they've been struggling on the glass all season long. Nevada, a top 40 team in terms of percentage of missed shots that they just haul in there and make sure that an opponent does not grab an offensive rebound on. I do think that that allows Nevada to control this game. I do think that this game going to be close enough for late game felling. I do think that Nevada hits their free throw. Set my total at 142, looking at the over, and with Nevada, made them a 2-point favorite, so looking at them outright on the money line. And coming up next, we start the extra games. Are your on Let's Go 6 with myself, David Peters, and now a part of the Beats and Family Podcast. And we're back to MLB Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the Beats and Family Podcast. All right, we are through the normal games on the Las Vegas betting board, and I do have to note this. We are right here at about 10 o'clock p.m. Pacific time as I'm recording the extra games. I need to get this up by midnight Pacific time, so probably going to be going a little bit faster like these like I usually do on Saturdays, but let's get the extra games started right now and get you guys some more winners.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-557, 306-558. It is Navy on the road against Boston U. Boston U is a 4.5 point favorite with your total 131.5. I did set my total 126.5. I'm diving in on the under. Both of these teams well outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Navy has really been able to take the ball away. They're a top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going up against a Boston U team that they're not terrible at taking care of the ball. They're turning the ball over about 11.7 times per contest, but they shoot about 31% from three, barely 40% from the floor with one player in Miles Brewster. That gives you north of 9 points per contest. He throws in there about 10.5 points per game, and for Navy, this team has been seeing a little bit of regression in terms of their defense, but what's more concerning is the offense. 67 points or fewer scored in each of their last 5 games, all losses for Navy. It's just been tough for this team to be able to break the 70-point plateau. As a matter of fact, they have not done so at all in any of their last 9 games, so you do have Osman Genie, who's been able to give you about 16 points per contest. You've got Donovan Draper, who's been able to give you 2.2 steals, 9.5 points, 9.5 rebounds per game for a Navy team that they only shoot about 29% from three-point range. They do get to go up against the Boston U team that is much more soft with regards to their three-point shooting defense, so at home they allow opponents to shoot 36.3% from three-point range at home, so I do think that that's going to help out this Navy bunch a little bit. I do think the Boston U going to be able to get it done, but I do think that the rough and tumble nature of Navy, with them being able to generate so many steals, and with Boston U just really searching for answers in terms of generating offense, is going to cause for a low-scoring slog in a one-possession game. I did set my line at 2.5. I'm going to be willing to take 3+ here with Navy. Made my total 126.5, so also diving under. 306-559, 306-560. It is UMBC playing us to Albany. Albany is in a pick'em game. Your total on this game between 174 and 175.5. I did set my total 169.5. Both teams got to 100 the last time they played. I do think that things are going to be a little bit more tame here. Both of those teams were just an absolute flamethrower from three-point range the first time around, and this is now an early game, whereas the last time it was a late game. And typically in early games, I do bog down my totals just a little bit for this Albany bunch. They've been able to do a better job on defense. In the last 2 games that they played against UMBC and gave up 114 points, they've given up a combined 117 in the last 2 games. So I do have a feeling that was just a little bit of an outlier in Albany. I do think it's going to be able to do a good job taking control of this game. I do like them outright on the money line. I did factor in the fact that Jonathan Beagle has been able to do a nice job down low with about 9.5 rebounds per game, and for UMBC, I think that it's going to be a little bit rough for them on the glass. You've got Deion Brown, who's been able to do a nice job supplying the team with about 17 points, 6 boards per contest in UMBC, shoots nearly 36% from three-point range, but for UMBC, they're about 279th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Albany, they're clocking in more around 180th, and you've got the better facilitator on the Albany side in Sebastian Thomas, who's able to give you 5 assists, 2 steals, doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3, but that's why you've got Amari Marshall give you double figures, shooting 36% from the outside, going up against an UMBC team that does turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest. It's an Albany team that they do a relatively good job of being able to guard the arc as well. They're a top 50 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. UMBC more average in terms of college basketball with regards to the three-point shooting defense. And for Bryce Johnson, him being out of the fold, that does hurt the UMBC offense a little bit. He was averaging about 11.5 points per contest. So you've got a lot of UMBC players that have been in and out of the fold. Also deal with the injury to Kadarius Smith. I do think he's going to allow UMBC to really not be able to get the full amount of offense that they were able to the first time around. I did set my total as a result at a 169.5. Looking at the under of Albany, taking them on the money line, set them as 1.5 point favorite. 306-561, 306-562. Fairleigh Dickinson, they play us St. Francis of Pennsylvania. St. Francis is an underdog of 7.5 points. Total on this game is anywhere between 148 and 149. And with St. Francis, I did make them an underdog in this ordeal of 8.5 points. So it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay up to 7.5 here with Fairleigh Dickinson. Fairleigh Dickinson hopefully will not get stuck in an elevator this time around, but for Fairleigh Dickinson, this team does, despite the fact that they are one of the shortest teams in all of college basketball, have a trio of guys that have been able to give you at least 5 rebounds per game, and I like what they've been able to get out of Sean Moore. He does give you more down low. He's been able to supply the team with about 7.5 boards. He chips in there 12 points per game, and then you got Ainsley Almoner, who does it all, 5.5 boards, 16.5 points. He's able to shoot about 39% from three-point range. Fairleigh Dickinson is outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, so a little bit of an issue there. That said, I do think that for St. Francis of Pennsylvania, the injury to that Cam Gregory is going to catch up with them. He was their lone double-figure scorer, averaging about 12 points per contest. He has been out of the fold the last few weeks, and it looks like he's probably going to be, once again, Eli Wilborn. He's been able to do a nice job, giving you about 7.5 rebounds per game, but now he has to just do a little bit too much. He's got a bit too much on his plate, though. I will say, Bobby Rosenberg III, he's been able to step up in the absence of Gregory. He's been able to give the team 16-plus points each out of the last 3 games, but for St. Francis, this team turns the ball over about 13.5 times per contest. They shoot 62.5% at the free throw line. Just a very undisciplined team going up against a Fairleigh Dickinson unit that they've been able to do a little bit of a better job in terms of their defense. If you're looking in regulation and regulation only, this team has been able to give up 71 points or fewer in 2 of the last 3 games. Meanwhile, for St. Francis, Pennsylvania, ever since the injury to Gregory, 72 points or fewer in every one of their games. Though they have been relatively close. I do, though, think that Fairleigh Dickinson, they're going to be able to take that win that they got after being stuck in an elevator, run with it, and take advantage of the fact that St. Francis of Pennsylvania is shorthanded. I did set my line at 8.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number and did make my total more of a 150.5. I did think that St. Francis going to be able to get some offense going, and Fairleigh Dickinson outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I do think that that's going to lead to a pretty explosive game. Looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Fairleigh Dickinson. 306-563, 306-564. Holy Cross plays us Army. Army is a 3 to a 2.5 point favorite, and your total on this game is 127.5. For Holy Cross, I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be taking them outright on the money line. For Holy Cross, this team has been able to get back Bo Montgomery, and that makes their lineup all the more complete. Holy Cross outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're improving on the glass with Caleb Kenny, Joe Octave being able to combine for 12.2 rebounds per game. You've got an Army team that is in the top 175 with regards to their rebound rate, but Army also shoots below 60% at the free throw line. Not like Holy Cross is great. They shoot just 65% at the free throw line, but getting Bo Batchelor to be able to be a little bit more in his role with Bo Montgomery back, shooting 36% from 3, being that off-the-ball scorer, that's working out well for the Holy Cross team. Meanwhile, you've got an Army team that has been able to have Josh Govins chip in their 12.5 points, shoots 31% from 3, but team as a whole shooting just 32.5% from distance. They turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest, much like Holy Cross does, while being outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Now, to the credit of Army, they are 55th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but they themselves have just been so rough with their offense. I don't think that they're going to be able to take too much advantage of it. Holy Cross, they're about 358th in the country in terms of their opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well, but once again, who's going to be able to make those shots for Army to be able to take advantage of that? You do have Charlie Peterson, great name, who's fallen a little bit out of sorts. He's been able to give the team 4 boards per contest. As for Army, they've only got 3 guys on the roster that give you north of 6.9 points per game, and for Army, this offense just has not been clicking on all cylinders. In regulation, 68 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Holy Cross team that has been doing a better job with their defense, giving up 67 or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games. I did set Holy Cross as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm looking at them outright on the money line. I did set my total 126.5. Army has been playing some very low-scoring slogs, with they giving up 67 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. So diving under and looking at Holy Cross outright on the money line. 306-565, 306-566. Longwood is going to be on the road facing off against Presbyterian, and Presbyterian does find themselves as a 2-point home underdog. Your total on this game is 142.5. With this Longwood team, it has been a little bit tumultuous for them recently, but I'm still going to be willing to back them here. I did set them as a 3-point favorite, so going to be looking at Longwood. Longwood has been one of the more dominant mid-major defenses in all of college basketball. The issue has been the 13 turnovers per game on offense. You do have Waylon Knappers able to give you 13 points, right around about 5 boards, and really out of your top 5 scores for Longwood, you do have 4 of them giving you at least 4.5 rebounds per game. Simon Zapala is a 7-footer that comes in from Utah State. He's been able to give you about 6 boards and a block per contest as well, but Longwood, even with their recent struggles, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're still about 75th in all of college basketball, going up against a Presbyterian team that does have Sabache Teal, who's been able to shoot north of 42% from 3-point range, but all in all, they're about a mid-30s 3-point shooting team, and for Presbyterian, 301st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 2.9 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a road/neutral court venue, even with Longwood only shooting about 33 or so percent from 3-point range. I do think that their improved defense, the way that they're able to hit the glass against the Presbyterian team that's well outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate, and without a single guy that's able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game, going to win out. Michael Crispus is able to give you about 6.5 boards per contest, and then Jonathan Massey gives you some nice versatility, 11.5 points, 5.5 boards. It's a Longwood team that still does shoot about 32% from 3-point range, not great, but good enough to be able to get the job done here against the Presbyterian team that has given up at least 71 points in each of their last 5 games. So, circumstance where I did set my total at a 137. I'm going to be taking a look at this total under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Longwood, set them as a 3-point favorite. 306-567, 65-68. Stetson is going to be playing against the Florida Gulf Coast. Florida Gulf Coast is an underdog of 1.5 to 2 points. So the last game between 142 and 142.5. This was an opener of 4 on Stetson, and I agree with the opener. I said Stetson as a 4-point favorite. Now that we're getting a discount, I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Stetson. This team does an amazing job of being able to go bombs away from 3-point range, and Florida Gulf Coast outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Stetson not going to be providing a lot of defense themselves. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Jalen Blackman by far the top scorer in this game. 21 points on 41% 3-point shooting, and you've got Oben Gesterse, who's going to be able to give this Stetson team right around about 7.5 rebounds per game. Florida Gulf Coast, they're going to be able to win the battle on the glass, 89th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Stetson, other than Gesterse, they don't necessarily have a ton down low, but do have Stefan Swetson, who's been very versatile, 12.5 points, 5 boards, 6 assists, 2.5 per contest. Doesn't necessarily pop well from 3, but you've got Alec Oglesby, who's been able to chip in there about 4.5 rebounds. He's been able to shoot about 40% from 3-point range, and though Stetson is going to lose the battle down low, they've been a little bit better on the glass this season rather than in past years, about 225th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Meanwhile, you've got a Florida Gulf Coast bunch that's been dealing with injuries all season long. Zach Anderson has been your main constant, 13.5 points, 5.5 boards, and he shoots 49% from 3-point range, going up against a Stetson team that, while they're not quite as bad as Florida Gulf Coast in terms of giving up the arc, it certainly has been rough for them. 232nd in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They actually give up a higher rate from 3-point range at home rather than in a roadside shoot corner environment. You've got Isaiah Thompson, who's been able to give you 13.5 points. He shoots 35% from 3-point range, but a lot of the, shall we say, ancillary pieces, they just have, for one, been injured. And Chase Johnson, along with Andre Weir, they have played less than 10 games thus far this season. And for 2, the chemistry, just guys being in and out of the fold, that's been rough for a Florida Gulf Coast team that doesn't have a single guy giving you north of 2.5 assists per game. Meanwhile, you do have that main facilitator on the side of Stetson. They have given up at least 77 points in 3 of their last 4 games, but this offense has been very consistent, getting to at least 72 points in each of their last 5 games, going up against the Florida Gulf Coast team that they have been very inconsistent with regards to the way that they have been defending as well, having given up 90 points 2 games ago against Eastern Kentucky and then 52 the previous night against Bellarmine. I did set my line at a 144 in terms of the total, so I'm going to be taking a look at the over. I did think that Stetson goes bombs away from 3. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4 with them. 3-6-5-69, 3-6-5-70. Colgate plays us a Bucknell. Bucknell is an underdog of 13.5 to 14 points. So on this game between 137 and 138. And with Bucknell, I did set them as a 12-point underdog. Do think that we've went a little bit too far here. This Bucknell team has had their ups and downs all season long, but I do like really their main feature 2 guys. You've got Jack Forrest, who's able to give you 16 points, 5+ boards per contest, and Noah Williamson as a true 7-footer. He's able to pop some threes. He's able to give you about 5 boards per contest as well. They go up against the Colgate team as a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. In terms of points allowed per possession in any sort of conference play, they've been a top 20 team with this regard as well. You've got Braden Smith, who's able to do a nice job giving you 6 assists, 5.5 boards, 13 points per game for a Colgate team that they're not quite where they were a season ago with their 3-point shooting percentage, but they're up to 37.8% from the outside. That's a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. For Bucknell, they've actually been a little bit better, though, with regards to their perimeter defense on the road. They're allowing opponents in a roadside shoot corner environment to shoot about 32.5% from 3-point range, with Alvin Edmonds now being able to give you double figures. I do think that Bucknell is going to be able to hold in this game. Colgate has Keegan records down low, being able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, and though Bucknell overall for the season, they've got a rebound rate that's well outside the top 225 in all of college basketball. It's not as if this Colgate team has been a juggernaut on the glass, being about 100th with regards to rebound rate. Colgate has been playing outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game, so slower than what we've seen in past seasons. And with Bucknell guarding the arc, I did set my total at 136. I'm going to be looking at the under of Colgate, going to make them a 12-point favorite. So taking a look at the points with the bracket butts and Bison, and I'm going to be taking a look at the total under as well. 306-571, 306-572. Loyola Maryland, it's a road face-off against Lehigh. Lehigh is a favorite of 11 points, seeing 10.5 out there as well. Total on this game, 137.5. With Lehigh, I did set them as a 9.5 point favorite. So circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the 11 with Loyola Maryland. Loyola Maryland has been really struggling in terms of their backcourt play, but I do think that they're going to be able to do a good job down low. With Golden DK being able to give you about 7 rebounds per game. Lehigh, they've only got one guy in Dom Pearland that's really able to give you about 5 boards per contest or more. He's been able to give the team 5.5 boards per game. And Keith Higgins, he's been out of the full last 9 games. They haven't really missed him. They've done a nice job of being a mix and match without him, but Lehigh, they're about 254th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. Loyola Maryland, they've been having their issues all season long, but they're about 152nd with this regard, so they've got a little bit of an edge there. And for Lehigh, not like they're doing an amazing job on offense. Outside the top 240 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, shooting 30.7% from three, with Tyler Whitney Sidney leading the way with about 14 points per contest. Meanwhile, Deion Perry, D'Angelo Steins have been able to combine for 26.5 points per contest for a Loyola Maryland team that, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, a bottom 35 team in all of college basketball with 14 turnovers per contest and does shoot just 64.9% from the free throw line. But Steins, he's been able to shoot about 36.5% from three. Perry, 90% of the free throw line, 35.5% from three-point range. And then when you're able to throw in there about 5 boards per game out of Milos Ilic, I do think that Loyola Maryland has enough to be able to hold in there against a whole Lehigh team that is really the lone team in the conference inside the top 125 with regards to total possessions per game. And for Lehigh, they pulled off their last 2 games, but they needed overtime and double overtime to be able to do so. I have to wonder if there's going to be a little bit of tired legs here going up against a Loyola Maryland team that has now given up 70 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. I did set my line at 9.5. I'm going to be willing to take double figures here with Loyola Maryland, and looking at the over in the spot, did set my total at a 139.5, as I do think that Loyola Maryland going to be having their tempo cranked up just a little bit in this one. 306.573, 306.574. Lemoyne plays us to Stone Hill. Stone Hill is an underdog of 9 points. Total on this game is 140.5. With Stone Hill, set them as an underdog of 11 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Lemoyne is scoring more than 12 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-neutral venue. And for Stone Hill, it's just been a team that's been a disaster, to say the least. They're outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 300 with regards to rebound rate, as they don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5 boards per contest. Max Zagorowski has been able to give you about 12.5 points, 4.8 rebounds per game. And then Tony Felder, who comes in for VMI, has been able to give you about 3.5 assists to 1.8 turnovers per game. So he's been able to give you a little bit of something. But the Stone Hill team, they also shoot about 31.5% from three-point range, going up against a Lemoyne team that has been able to get Kaye Cleary to really be able to take off 16 points, 6 boards, shoots 38.5% from three-point range. And for Lemoyne, each of their top 7 scorers all shoot at least 34.5% from three-point range. Lemoyne well outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate, but you've been able to get a little bit more out of O'Cypher Owens, who's been able to give you about 4.5 boards, 7 points per contest. He's been in and out of the fold, but Luke Sutherland, he has been in there consistently with 4 boards, 14.5 points. This Lemoyne team as a whole, they're shooting about 36% from three-point range. And last time Stone Hill played against Lemoyne on their home floor, they got bludgeoned 88-57 in a game where Lemoyne shot 18 of 33 from 3. I think that there's going to be a little bit of a ironing out there, but still, this feels like a very bad matchup for a Stone Hill team that really doesn't have a lot of good matchups in general. I did set my total at a 143, circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the over, as I do think that Stone Hill, a team that's in the top 150 in terms of total possessions per game, going to give up quite a few points. So Lemoyne team that fires on all cylinders at home, so looking at the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 10.5 with Lemoyne. 306.575, 306.576. It is Maine. They hope to not get Maine. They're playing us in Vermont. Vermont, a 2 to 2.5 point road favorite. Total on this game is 127.5. With Vermont, I'm going to be willing to lay it. I set them as a 4.5 point favorite. Maine has done a nice job of being able to slow things down. Really, both of these teams have. Both of these teams outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and Maine is last year's leader in steals, as Kellen Tynes has been able to do a nice job with 13 points, 2.5 steals, 3.5 assists per contest, and Peter Filipovsky has been able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game. But for Vermont, this team has their biggest vulnerability being with regards to their perimeter defense, and they go up against the Maine team that shoots about 30.5% from three-point range. Vermont has been allowing opponents to shoot about 33% from three-point range in a roadside shoot court environment. Meanwhile, this is the Maine budget. They do leave themselves a little bit exposed when it comes to the post, and for Vermont, even though this is a squad that they really don't have that one guy that's going to give you like north of 7 rebounds or anything like that per game, it's a better rebound rate for them rather than Maine, who's well outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate. And for Vermont, we've got a lot of nice sharpshooters on this team. TJ Long has been able to go long. He's been able to give you about 13.5 points, shoots north of 40% from three-point range. Down low, Shamir Bogues has been a little bit in and out of the fold coming over from Tarleton State, but he's back. He's able to give you 10 points, 5 boards, doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3, but he does give the team 1.6 steals per game. And for Vermont, I do think that they're going to do a good job against this Maine defense, as in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, it's a top 30 team in all of college basketball. And then you've got Matt Ferrato, who's got some size at right around 6'8". He's able to shoot about 35% from 3, provide you with about 9.5 points per contest. With this Maine team, they allow you to only shoot about 25% from three-point range at home, but Vermont, they're crafty in the way that they're able to generate points, and this is a Vermont squad that you just take a look at the way that this defense is operated. They have given up 72 points or fewer in a conference that has some of those up-tempo teams in all of college basketball in every one out of their last 12 games, and they have given up more than 73 points once since the beginning of the month of December. I do think that this is going to be a slow slog of a game, set by total 126.5, diving in on the under of 127.5, and with Vermont willing to lay up to to 4 with them. 306-577, 306-578. Mississippi Valley State hits the road. They're facing off against Alabama A&M. A&M an 11.5 to a 12.5 point favorite. Totals between 139 and 139.5. Legitimately a battle of two bottom 10 teams in all of college basketball, but a circumstance where I said Alabama A&M as a 12.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Alabama A&M. They've got the second best player out there on the floor in Dalen Smith, who's able to give you about 13.5 points per contest. It's really between he and Raekwon Brown. Brown has actually been solid for Mississippi State. He's been able to give the team 15 points, 5 boards, chips in there a few assists. Problem is there's just absolutely nobody around him, as it's a Mississippi Valley State team that has 3 different players that give you north of 4.5 points per contest. It's really a lonely feeling, and for Alabama A&M, they don't have a single guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. They've been having just guys be in and out of the fold, but they've got their main facilitator and Cameron Tucker back to the fold, who's been able to give you about 4 assists per contest. Both of these teams are in the bottom 25 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and both of these teams are teams that really do give the ball away, but Alabama A&M, they're a team that at the very least are able to generate about 7.5 steals per contest, and for Alabama A&M, defense has been very good for them recently. Fewer than 70 points surrendered in each of their last 4 games. They've been able to crank it up with that regard. You've been able to have the peak of Amari Peak, who's been able to give you 9 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. He's provided at least 8 points in each of the last 4 games, and for Alabama A&M, even though the team has been all sorts of dysfunctional, it's just not quite at the same level of a Mississippi Valley State team that has now scored fewer than 56 points in 3 of their last 5 games in the SWAC, while giving up at least 72 points in pretty much all but one of them. This is a circumstance where I did somebody told 132.5. I think Alabama A&M's defense continues against the nation's least efficient offense. Somebody told 132.5, diving under with Alabama A&M, willing to lay up to 12 with them, set them as a 12.5 point favorite. 306-579, 306-580. Merrimack plays us at Long Island. Long Island is an underdog of 11.5 to 12.5 points. Totals between 139 and 139.5, and with Long Island, I did set them as an underdog of 14 points. I'm going to be one to lay the number. Merrimack is still a top 10 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, last time these two teams played, Long Island was able to do a very good job of holding in there. That was a game that went to overtime. Long Island lost that game by a count of 82 to 79, but I do think that Long Island is not going to be able to duplicate the 7 of 18 3-point shooting that they had the first time around, and they actually won the turnover battle 21-20. That was an all sort of sloppy game. Long Island, they're looking to speed things up like they did the last time around. Merrimack, they're looking to slow things down. I do think that this time Merrimack is going to be able to put the brakes on Long Island, which is why I did somebody told 134. Looking at the under, the one thing Long Island does very well, they're 36th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So they've been able to do a nice job holding up around the perimeter, but meanwhile Merrimack allows opponents to shoot just 23.8% from 3-point range at home against them. You've got Jordan Deadcock, who's the most versatile player in this game. He's been able to do for Merrimack about 17 points, 6 boards, provides 2 steals per contest, and then Adam Clark gives you about 2.5 steals on 12.5 points per contest. Merrimack, not a team that's going to be looking to shoot a lot of threes in this game. They only shoot as collected about 29.5% from the outside, and they look to turn defense into offense with regards to their steals. Meanwhile, Long Island, they're a team that in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis outside the top 200, other than RJ Green, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.8 rebounds per contest. And then Terrell and Ty Strickland, the sons of the father and Rod Strickland, they're your main guards in the backcourt. Ty Strickland has been your top scorer with 14.5 points per contest, but he only shoots about 25.5% from 3. Terrell, he gives you about 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 7 points, and a steal per contest, a little bit more of a table setter, but I do think that for Merrimack, after they had a little bit of a scare the first time around, they're just so much more dominant on their own floor. I think that they're going to be able to take it to this Long Island team, and if you're looking at points allowed on a per possession basis, specifically on a team's home floor, Merrimack in the top 50 in all of college basketball, with Merrimack giving up more than 10 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/switch corner environment. I did somebody told 134, looking at the under, and want to lay with Merrimack. 306-581, 306-582. NJIT plays us Binghamton. Binghamton is a 2.5 to 2-point favorite. Your total on this game is 137.5 with Binghamton. I did set them as a favorite of 3 points. It's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay at Binghamton, a top 100 team with regards to rebound rate, and you've got 2 nice superstar players for this team. Timo Chenery has been able to give you about 15 points per contest. Doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3, as Binghamton as a whole, they're shooting in the bottom 50 in terms of 3-point shooting percentage. That said, you've been able to get Samir Torrance to be able to give you about 9 points, 7 boards, 7 assists, just an absolute stat sheet sufferer, and one that NJIT just not going to be able to match up with. They do bring in Elijah Buchanan, who was playing for the beginning part of his career over at Manhattan. He's been able to supply the team with about 12.5 points, 5.5 boards per contest, and Tariq Francis is now shooting 35% from 3 with about 2.5 assists per game, but NJIT outside the top 250 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, nearly at 300th with regards to their rebound rate. Been able to get a little bit more of Levi Lowell, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, but For NJIT, this team also allows a lot of open looks from three-point range, even though Binghamton has not really been able to knock them down. NJIT is allowing you to shoot 35.7% from three-point range overall. Now, I will say for NJIT, the three-point shooting defense, more like 30% at home, sub 40% when they're away from home, but this Binghamton team has been able to travel in terms of their defense as well. They're allowing opponents to shoot less from three-point range when they're on the road rather than at home as well. So I do think that Binghamton going to be able to win from within. Did set them as a three-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number and did set my total at a 141. I do think that both of these teams going to break some threes, but I do think that Binghamton wins from within. Looking at the over, and I'm going to be one to lay with Binghamton. 306-583, 306-584. Alcorn State plays as Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman is an underdog of 1.5 to 2.5 points. Total on this game between 146 and 148. I did set Alcorn State as a favorite, more in that neighborhood of 5 points. So I'm going to be one to lay the number with Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman is a top 10 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But for Alcorn State, after they were a wreck out of conference in terms of their defense, they were well outside the top 325 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They've gotten their act together, and they should be able to win the battle down low. Jeremiah Kendall has been able to give you about 16.5 points, 6 boards, and in a SWAC where you really don't have a lot of shooting, this team has been able to shoot about 33.5% per distance, with Jeremiah Granberl being able to shoot about 40% from the outside, chips in there and steal, 12 points per contest. And while this team does not quite compare to Bethune-Cookman with regards to their ability to be able to generate steals, this has been a squad that should be able to just continue to ascend with regards to their defense. Alcorn State, they're actually doing a better job in terms of guarding the arc when they're away from home rather than when they are at home, but they go up against the Bethune-Cookman team that they themselves are about 275th with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They themselves are outside the top 340 with this regard, and for Bethune-Cookman, they only shoot about 31% as a collective from three-point range. You've got Zion Harmon, who's been able to give you about 15 points per contest. Jacoby Heedy, he gives you more like 16.5 points per contest. These two guys, they combine to shoot about 30% from three-point range. Now, these three guys, and the two that I just mentioned before, along to Sean Dyson, they've been able to give you about 5 steals per contest, but really outside of your main 5, you don't have anyone else that's able to give you north of 4.5 points per contest. Bethune-Cookman outside the top 300 with regards to their rebound rate, and for Bethune-Cookman as well, the offense, it has been able to get cooking. They've been able to score at least 79 points in 3 of their last 4 games, but also this is a squad that they just continue to give up 72 plus points. They've been able to do so in each of their last 3 games. We know Alcorn State is now giving up 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. I like the recent form of Alcorn State, and I'm going to be willing to ride in this one. I do think that it's going to be a relatively high-scoring affair. I did set my total at 149, even though Alcorn State has been a little bit better defensively recently. I do think that it's up and down, following 2 teams inside the top 100 with regards to total possessions per game. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Alcorn State. 306-585, 306-586. American plays us to Lafayette. Lafayette is an underdog of 6 points. Totals between 125 and 126. I did set my line at 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with American. American's outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 300 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but Lafayette, they don't have a lot of guys that are able to really stroke it from 3. You've got Eric Sonnenberg, who shoots 40% for 3, 9.5 points per contest, and he's the only other top 5 scorers that shoot above 33.3% from 3. Now, Justin Vanderbond, down low, 9 points, 5 boards. He's a true 7-footer. That should cause a little bit of disruption to Mark Rogers, who's a versatile 6'9" gentleman for American. So able to give you 16 points, 6 boards, and for American, this team has become a top 125 team with regards to rebound rate. And American last year, they returned the ball over about 14 times per contest. They've really been able to ascend this year with cutting that down to about 11 turnovers per game. Elijah Stevens has been able to give you about 5 assists per contest in American. They're about 123rd in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, Lafayette, they're about 333rd. Lafayette has been on a nice run here in Patriot League play, but I have to wonder how much of this is based on sand, considering they defeated 0 Division I opponents when it came to the non-conference portion of the slate. And for Lafayette, it's been one of the most random defenses I've ever seen. They gave up 69 to American to end January, and here in February, they have given up 56 in overtime, 59, 90, and 79 points. So it has been very much up and down. Last time these two teams played, American was able to get the job done, and I do think that it's going to be a similar blueprint, though. I do think that American is going to be able to do an even better job in this spot because Lafayette shot 9 of 23 from three-point range. Lafayette was pretty even up with regards to turnover battle, and with American being able to get a little bit more down low, I do think that they're going to be able to win this game by a larger margin. I did set American as a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. American, relatively slow and controlled team, but I think that this has went a little bit too far in terms of this total, as I do think that Lafayette knocks down a few shots once again in this one from 3. Set my total at 131, so I'm going to be looking at the over to go along with American. 306-587, 306-588. Bryant is going to be playing us to UMass Lowell. UMass Lowell is a underdog of 1.5 total on this game between 156.5 and 157. I said UMass Lowell is a 1 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them. I'll ride on the money line. UMass Lowell, a top 40 team with regards to rebound rate. Bryant outside the top 275 with with regards to their rebound rate. Now, Bryant has actually been one of your better mid-major defenses in all of college basketball. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this Bryant team clocking in 51st in all of college basketball. They only give up about 0.9 points more per 100 possessions, so when they leave home rather than at home. So not too much of an advantage there. You go up against a UMass Lowell team that's now getting back Abdul Kareem Kulapali, who last year was able to give the team about 8 boards per contest. That should be able to help this team out moving forward. And UMass Lowell, 47th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but actually giving up fewer points per possession when they're away from home. They're actually a top 15 team with regards to points allowed per possession when they do leave home. And for UMass Lowell, you've got a Indy Akeem who's been able to give you 15 points, 5.5 assists, doesn't shoot it well from 3. UMass Lowell as a whole, they do turn the ball for 13 times per contest with about 31.5% three-point shooting. But for Bryant, they have Sharif Gross-Bullock, who's been able to give you about 19 points per contest, shoots 39% from 3, but they only shoot about 34% from 3. And in a nip and tuck game, Bryant shoots just 66.5% the free throw line. UMass Lowell, they shoot in the low 70s, so not necessarily amazing, but that said, I do think that UMass Lowell going to be able to take hold in this game. Recognize that Bryant is a top 5 team with regards to total possessions per game, but with the way that Lowell is playing defense, I think that travels, keeps this game under, and UMass Lowell in position to win. Set UMass Lowell as a 1-point favorite. Looking at them on the money line, and going to be diving in on the under semi-total 153, 306.589, 306.590. Nichols is playing against McNeese. McNeese is a road favorite of 10.5 points. So on this game between 140.5 and 141. Did somehow line at 10. I'm going to be willing to take the 10.5 here with Nichols. It's been a little bit of a hot and cold season for them, but Dante Smith along Jamal West being able to supply the team with a combined about 32 points per contest, I do think is going to be very impactful going up against a juggernaut of the Southwood in McNeese that is a top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they've got by far the top scorer in this game, and perhaps one of the top scorers in just mid-major college basketball, Shada Wells. 17.5 points, 4.5 assists, nearly 3 steals, shooting 39.5% from three-point range. At McNeese, they do shoot 39.5% from distance. That's something that's going to be a little bit of an issue for Nichols. Nichols outside the top 225 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and Nichols at home, they allow you to shoot 35% from three-point range. On the road and in a neutral court environment, that actually falls to 32.7% for 3. So they're actually a top 125 defense away from home, bottom 200 when they're at home. So that's been a little bit interesting to take a look at. And for McNeese, they've actually been a more lockdown three-point shooting defense when they've been away from home themselves. McNeese allows you to shoot only about 31.8% from three-point range away from home, closer to 36 at home. McNeese should be able to win the battle down low as well. You've got Christian Shumate, who's able to give you about 9.5 rebounds per game. But I do think that for Nichols, with the way that they've been able to get some good facilitation out of Deontay Smith, with the way that they've been able to do a nice job blocking down on defense as well. 73 points or fewer surrendered in regulation in 4 of their last 5 games. At McNeese being well outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. That's going to keep Nichols relatively lively in this one. And it is a Nichols team that they do generate about 11.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral court venue. So it is a total I did set at a 140. Here at the 141, I think we've gone a little bit too far as the opener was 138.5. So here at 141, it's down by buy point on the under. I'm willing to take north of 10 here with Nichols. 306.591, 306.592. Compensate places to Delaware State. Delaware State is a 7 to a 7.5 point favorite, and your total on this game between 129 and 138.5. And with Delaware State, I did set them as a favorite of just 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Compensate. Compensate is going to perhaps have the most versatile player out there on the floor in Justin Winston. Winston is able to give you 12 points, 5 boards, saw quality minutes for St. Bonaventure a few seasons ago, and has come in and has helped out a Compensate team that, while their offense is absolutely anemic, they're in the bottom 5 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. This Compensate team has actually been relatively respectable in terms of defense, that they've been making games really, really gross and grimy. 204th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So you do go up against a Delaware State team that, in their own right, they're about 92nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. For Delaware State, they should be able to have a nice leg up on the glass. Martez Robinson, along with Wesley Oba, have been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game, and with Robinson, he, along with Jevin Munoz, have been able to combine for 31 points, nearly 10 boards, and both of these guys do shoot between 35.5% and 36% from three-point range. The way that you want to be attacking Delaware State is via the perimeter, as this is a Delaware State team that's 349th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Compensate, needless to say, they're a little bit more locked down with that regard. They're 126th in the country. At home, opponents are shooting just 28% from three-point range against them. You have Brandon Stone be out of the fold for pretty much the entirety of the season for Delaware State. And for Compensate, they're finally starting to get someone to be a help out Winston and Greg Spurlock. He's been able to give you about 9.5 points, 4 boards per contest. It's a Compensate team that they only shoot about 26.5% from three-point range. They have been turning the ball over nearly 16 times per contest, and with Winston, he's been a little bit in and out of the fold, but was able to return the last few games. It's been really making an impact for this team with regards to their backcourt, and I do think that they have just enough to be able to hold in this game against a Delaware State team that is a top 125 team with regards to rebound rate. But I think that this is going to be a slow down, grimy grimy game on both sides. Semi-total 128.5, diving in on the under, and we'll take 5+ here. With compensate 306, 593, 306, 594. Norfolk State, they play us to South Carolina State. South Carolina State is a underdog of 8 points. Your total on this game are between 139.5 and 140. With South Carolina State, I did set them as an underdog of 9 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Norfolk State. Norfolk State in the bottom 10 nationally in terms of total possessions per game. And for Norfolk State, they're a team that does really struggle on the glass. They're outside the top 240 with regards to the rebound rate, but they are going up against the South Carolina State team that they just really have nothing in the backcourt. South Carolina State in the bottom 25 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So I will say they are 110th with regards to the rebound rate. Down low, Davion Everett has been able to give the South Carolina State team 6.5 rebounds per game, while Jelani Darden, the only guy for Norfolk State that really gives you north of 5 boards per contest. But having Jabari Thomas come in from UNC Wilmington to provide 17 points, 3.5 assists on 38.5% three-point shooting is big for a Norfolk State team that is in the top 40 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Going up against the South Carolina State team that they're in the top 100 with this regard as well. You've been able to have Michael Teal now be able to give you about 2.5 assists per game, and South Carolina State up to shooting about 31.7% from three-point range, but they don't have a single guy on the roster that averages more than 8.4 points per game. That would be Mitchell Taylor for South Carolina State. It's been a squad that's been able to ascend a little bit recently. They've been able to win 4 out of their last 5 games on the backs of their defense, giving up 72 points or fewer in every one of those games, but now they've met their match. They're going up against a Norfolk State team that has allowed fewer than 70 points in 4 out of their last 5 games. I do think that this is going to be a slowed down, relatively grimy, gross game, though South Carolina State, there are a bunch that they do rank in the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game, and I do think that there's a propensity for this game to be close enough for some late game fouling. I did set my line at 9. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Norfolk State, and did set my total 143, so even though both of these teams have been really dominating on defense, I do think that Norfolk State is going to be able to go bounce away from the outside against the South Carolina State team that, with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they've been lacking just a little bit with that regard. South Carolina State, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they're about 216th in all of college basketball, going to about 35.5% away from home. So want to lay the number with Norfolk State and looking at the over 306, 595, 306, 596. Wagner is going to be playing us to Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart does find themselves as a underdog of 2.5 points. So it's between 131 and 132. With Sacred Heart, made them a 3-point dog. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Wagner. Wagner has been able to do a nice job making games. It's very slow in general, Wagner, outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. And they go up against a Sacred Heart team that has been dealing with the injury all season long to one of their main men down low in Tanner Thomas. But you've been able to have Nico Galletti be able to provide you with about 6 boards, 13 points per contest, like what he's able to do. And then Alex Sobel has been able to chip in there about 7 rebounds per game as well. Wagner, meanwhile, they don't really have anyone that gives you north of 6 rebounds per game. They are outside the top 175 with regards to their rebound rate, but Wagner has been able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range, and they only turn the ball over about 9.8 times per contest. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, it is a top 75 team in all of college basketball, while Melvin Council has been able to do a nice job running things in the backcourt with about 14.5 points per contest, while Javier Esquire has been able to give you 4.4 assists to 1.9 turnovers per game. Brendan McGuire on the flip side for Sacred Heart, he's been helping out Aiden Carpenter. Carpenter about 9.5 points, shoots 35% for 3, while McGuire, he's done a nice job with 3.8 assists to 1.9 turnovers per game, only gives you about 4.5 points per contest, but I do think that things are going to be very much in control in this game. Wagner, they have been able to be one of the top defenses in the Northeast Conference, as they have now given up 71 points or fewer in all but one of their games within the conference. I do think that things are going to be very slowed down this ordeal. You've got a Sacred Heart team that is in the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, and first time around, Sacred Heart won the game by kind of 66-61 in that game. Sacred Heart went 9-22 from 3, Wagner 6-24 from distance. I do think that irons out, and that allows Wagner to be able to get their revenge in a game that sees about that sort of scoring once again. Set my total 129, diving in on the under of Wagner. Going to be willing to lay up to 2.5 with them. Made them a 3-point favorite. 306, 597, 306, 598. NC Central is going to be on the road facing off against Howard. Howard does find themselves as 3.5 to 4-point favorite. So it's between 141 and 141.5. Set Howard as a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. NC Central has had a tough time on the glass outside the top 200 with regards to the rebound rate. Though I will say this for NC Central, this has been a top 75 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, going up against Howard team that does have a lot of versatility. You've got the former Ivy League Player of the Year who's been able to perform very well in concert with Bryce Harris, as Seth Towns along with Harris, they're combining for about 31.5 points, 13.5 boards per contest, while Harris shoots 40+% for 3-point range. Howard as a whole, they do shoot 35.8% for 3, bottom 75 team, though, with regards to taking care of the ball, with regards to their turnovers. Meanwhile, it is a Howard team that they're certainly going to allow you to have some opportunities from three-point range. Howard 216th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, although it does get down to 31% when they're at home. And both of these teams don't have their woes on the glass, so Harris being able to provide Howard with about 7 rebounds per game should allow them to be able to win that battle. It's an NC Central team that they are a top 75 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis as well. Their top 4 scorers, 3 of them do generate at least a steal per contest, while Po Boy King, along Jadarius Harris, Fred Cleveland, these 3 guys, they've been able to combine for you about 44 points per contest. Harris and Cleveland, they've been able to shoot a combined about 36.5% from three-point range, but with NC Central, with this team just getting absolutely plowed on the glass, and for this NC Central team, being a team that in regulation has failed to get past 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, that does have to give you a little bit of trepidation. Meanwhile, this is a Howard team that they should be able to do a relatively solid job holding up down low. You've been able to have Emmanuel Izabuner be the only guy for NC Central to be able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game, and for NC Central, while they do such a good job of being able to guard the arc, this is a team that in the interior, they're well outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that Howard wins from within, so by total 144.5. Howard, a top 75 team with regards to possessions per game, I think cranks it upward, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it. Howard 306, 599, 306, 600. USC upstate, they play as Gardner Webb. Gardner Webb finds themselves as a road favorite of between 2 to 2.5 points. Total on this game is between 144 and 144.5. Set Gardner Webb as a 2.5 point favorite at the 2. That's maximum lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. Gardner Webb outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that Gardner Webb going to do a nice job of taking it to a USC upstate team that they just have been all out of sorts with turning the ball over 13 times per contest. You've got Amir Langless down low giving you about 7 rebounds per game, but for Gardner Webb, even though it's been disjointed with Charles Robinson having to be a do-it-all player, he's done a nice job being able to give you about 13 points. He's able to supply the team with about 6 boards per contest. Julian Soromo shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range as well, and they get to go up against an upstate team that has been leaving themselves very vulnerable from the outside. Yes, the upstate, in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, 292nd in all of college basketball, and that's actually worse at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment, while Gardner Webb has been ghastly with regards to their defense. It really doesn't go down when they're away from home. As a matter of fact, they allow opponents to shoot just 31.9% from three-point range away from home. Trey Bordeaux has been able to give you this USC upstate team right around about 13 points per contest, but past that for USC upstate, they haven't really had a lot of consistency in terms of the offense. Floyd Redu has been able to give you about 8 points per contest. This is a relatively solid shooter, but there's going to be some nights where he gives you 15, some nights where he gives you 2. I do think that for Gardner Webb, they're going to be able to generate just enough turnovers against the USC upstate team that they do turn the ball over about 12.5 times per game to be able to get the job done. I do like Gardner Webb in this spot up to 2. I set them as a 2.5 point favorite and did set my total at a 144.5. I'm seeing some 144s out there looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2 with Gardner Webb. 306-601, 306-602. Central Arkansas plays us to Lipscomb. Lipscomb is a 9-point road favorite. Your total on this game is between 157 and 157.5 with Lipscomb. I did set them as an 8.5 point favorite, so going to be willing to take 9 here with Central Arkansas. Last time these two teams went up, Central Arkansas won the game shooting north of 60% from three-point range. I don't think that's going to duplicate itself, but Lipscomb is outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 280 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage as well. And Tucker Anderson, he's a 6'9" combo player that shoots north of 38% from three-point range for the Central Arkansas team, throwing in there 14 points per contest. And then along with that, Okong Obazi, he down low has been able to give you about 7 rebounds per contest for the Central Arkansas team. Meanwhile, for Lipscomb, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. They were expecting to have Jacob Onyesevich down low, has not been able to play all season long due to injury. And for Lipscomb and Central Arkansas, both of these teams, both in the top 100 with regards to total possessions per game. And first time these two teams squared off, you had yourself a nice scoring expose. 96-86 was the final in that one. So I do expect another high scoring game, though I did set my total at 160.5. I do think that things iron out a little bit more, but I do think that both of these teams are going to be approaching 75 plus. I'm going to be looking at the over, especially with the fact that Central Arkansas turns the ball over about 12.5 times per contest, but they don't have to worry about a bunch of steals from Lipscomb. It's a Lipscomb team that they themselves have given up at least 75 points in each of their last 6 games. Central Arkansas has given up at least 77 points in now 3 out of their last 5 as well. I do think that this is going to be a high scoring affair. You've got Darren Boyd for Lipscomb able to give you 17.5 points per game, and while Lipscomb, I do think is going to be able to get revenge and win this game. It's been a Lipscomb team that's just too, shall we say, shoddy on defense to be able to trust in this spot. Want to take the 9 here when Central Arkansas made them an 8.5 point dog, and looking at the over as well. 306-603, 306-604. UNC Asheville plays us to Charleston Southern. Charleston Southern is an underdog of 12 points. Draw on this game is 146. This will be my last game before I take a break, by the way. I did set Charleston Southern as an underdog of 11.5 points, so here at the 12 to 12.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points. You remember, it's going to be by far the best player out there on the floor for this UNC Asheville team. He's been able to do a nice job supplying them with 18 points, 7.5 boards, gives you multiple blocks per contest, and for Asheville, this is a top 75 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but Charleston Southern has allowed opponents in a roadside shoot score environment to shoot below 33% from three-point range. They've been relatively solid with that regard. You do have Caleb Burgess on the flip side for Asheville, being able to give you about 4.5 assists to 2.7 turnovers per contest, but even though Charleston Southern outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, I do think that they're going to hold in there against a UNC Asheville team that they've only been averaging about 5.5 points more per run possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot score environment. And for Charleston Southern, they've got some nice firepower of their own. They've been able to get about 16 points per contest out of R.J. Johnson. He's been able to supply the team with about 2.5 assists per contest. Ajay Kelly, only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, but he supplies 8 boards per contest. Asheville should be able to win that battle down low, but Charleston Southern does shoot about 76% of the free throw line, 34.5% from three-point range. Asheville has been able to get pretty good production down low out of Nate McMillan, who's been able to give you about 6.5 boards per contest. You've been able to have a pair of 40% three-point shooters and Fletcher AB along Josh Banks be able to supply the team with a combined about 23 points per contest, but I do think that all in all Charleston Southern giving you much better efforts now than at the beginning part of the season, and last time these two teams played was pretty nip and tuck. Asheville won that game by kind of 71 to 65, a game where Charleston Southern only went 4 of 19 from three-point range at 5 of 12 at the free throw line. I do think that they're going to be able to hit some more shots, helping you out with regards to the total line, being able to stay relatively snug in this one. Did set my total 145.5. It was relatively low scoring first time around. I think we went a little bit too far with the total, looking at the under, and I'm willing to take 12 plus here with Charleston Southern, and I'm going to take my final break next, and then we're going to finish up the extra games right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Craig Peterson, now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Craig Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. All right, we're in the home stretch. Few games left on the extra games board. Let's finish them up and get you guys some winners. Going to be a little bit quicker on this one since we're running out of time, so let's dive right in.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
386-605, 386-606. You've got Southeast Louisiana playing against UC Christian. UC Christian, a 13.5 to a 14-point underdog. So this game between 143 and 144. Did sub by total 144. So looking at the 143 over, you've got a Houston Christian team that's in the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game, and a Houston Christian team that's in the bottom 50 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Houston Christian has actually been a halfway decent perimeter three-point shooting defense as they allow opponents to only shoot about 30.5% from three-point in a roadside shoot court venue. But Southeast Louisiana is going to be looking to control this game down low. Roscoe Eastmont is a good point guard that's able to give you about 6 assists, 8 points per contest. Meanwhile, Roderick McFarland and Caldwell, both of these guys have right around 6'6", 6'7" size, combined for about 13.5 rebounds in that neighborhood, about 30 points per contest. Caldwell's able to give you about 41% three-point shooting. Meanwhile, for Houston Christian, you have two guys on the roster that shoot north of 25.5% from three-point range. Michael Green is able to shoot about 42% from three, about 14 points per contest. Actually, Marcus Green, not Michael Green. And then Dom Capriati shoots about 40.5% from three-point range. As a whole, Houston Christian, they turn the ball over 16 times per contest. They shoot 29.5% for three, and it's a battle of the tortoise of the hare. And Southeast Louisiana, they're outside the top three with regards to total possessions per game, but offense has been on point recently, scoring at least 75 points in 4 of their last 5 games. This Houston Christian team, they have been getting just completely lambasted, 80-plus points surrendered in each of their last 5 games. And with Houston Christian just not having a lot down low other than Michael Ibaraju, who's been able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game, Southeast Louisiana should be able to win from within and get a lot of wide open looks from three-point range, while Southeast Louisiana, they themselves outside the top 250 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. So did set my line at a 14. I'm going to be willing to lay 13 with Southeast Louisiana and made my total 144. Looking at the over. 386-607, 386-608. Maryland Eastern Shore, it's a road face-off against Morgan State. Morgan State, a 5 to 6 point favorite. Total on this game is 142. I did set Morgan State as a favorite of 7.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Winston Tabbs, top scorer for this Morgan State team, was out of the fold throughout much of the beginning part of conference play, but now he's back. He's been able to give this team right around about 13 to 14 points per contest along with Will Thomas to be able to make a nice 1-2 punch against the Maryland Eastern Shore team that's in the bottom 10 nationally with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, other than Troy Hupstead, who's been able to give you 13 points, 8 boards per contest. Don't have anyone else that's that's able to give you north of 11 points or more than 5 rebounds per game. And Hupseed, he's been in and out of the fold recently. Just played 15 minutes in the team's last game against a non-D1 opponent. So after wondering how close to 100% he's going to be here for a Maryland Eastern Shore team that turns the ball over 13.5 times per contest as a mid-tempo team. Last year, they were one of the best teams in all of college basketball, being able to generate turnovers. They're very middle of the road this season, going up against the Morehead St team that does turn the ball over about 14.5 times per contest, but with tabs, he's been able to shoot about 38.5% from three-point range. And for Maryland Eastern Shore, despite the fact that this is a team that's built very much around the perimeter, they do give up a lot of open looks from three-point range in a road/switch corner environment. They're allowing opponents to shoot 34.5% from three-point range. Morgan State, they give up a lot of good looks as well. Morgan State, 274th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. That does go down to 30% at home, and I do think that Morgan State going to use that home court advantage and having tabs back in the fold to be able to get it done. Did some I told 143.5, even though Maryland Eastern Shore very inefficient with regards to their offense. Morgan State outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Morgan State. 3-6-6-09, 3-6-6-10. Texas A&M Corpus Christi plays this to Texas A&M Commerce. Commerce is an underdog of 10.5 to 11 points. Totals between 134.5 and 135 with Commerce. I did set them as an underdog of 11 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi has become a top 80 team in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and Corpus Christi is a top 75 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Commerce is another top 100 team with that regard, but other than generating turnovers, you just don't have anything with regards to the Texas A&M Commerce team. You've been able to get a little bit of scoring out of guys like a Kalen Williams, who's been able to give you about 14.5 points per contest, and then Jerome Brewer is also able to give you about 14.5 points per contest, but Brewer currently dealing with an injury. Don't have a single guy on this Commerce team that's able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game. And for Corpus Christi, they're a top 75 team in the country with regards to rebound rate. Commerce, they're a bottom 50 team with this regard, having Gary Clark be able to give you 8 boards, a steal per contest. Massive for a Corpus Christi team that they're a bottom 75 team in terms of three-point shooting percentage at about 29.5%, but they do a nice job being able to take care of the ball, only turn the ball over about 12 times per contest, despite the fact that they really don't have anyone other than Marion Humphrey to be able to really dole out the offense. They've been able to do a solid job there, and then Dean Prim being able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game should allow this Texas A&M Corpus Christi team to take advantage of a Commerce bunch that has been really giving it up recently. At least 75 points surrendered in each of their last 3 games, and at least 70 in each of their last 4. Meanwhile, you've got a Corpus Christi team that has been a top 10 team in all of college basketball to the under, giving up 71 points or fewer in all but 2 of their Southland games. So it's a circumstance where I did set a little bit of a lower total here. I did set my total at a 133. I'm going to be looking at the under of Corpus Christi. I did set them as an 11-point favorite, one to lay up to 10.5 with them. 3-6-6-11, 3-6-6-12. Lamar, it's a road face-off against New Orleans. New Orleans does find themselves as a home underdog of 5 to 5.5 points. Totals between 158 and 159. Set Lamar's 5.5-point favorite, one to lay up to 5 with them. New Orleans outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. New Orleans was towards the beginning part of conference play actually doing a good job of being able to guard the arc that has went straight down the toilet bowl. New Orleans 265th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis from three-point range in terms of three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 35% from distance. And when it comes to this Lamar team, they've got just so much good spread out scoring, as you've got essentially 4 separate guys that give you between 10.7 and 12.2 points per contest. Scary Terry Anderson, coupled with Alex Hamilton, they've been able to combine for about 12.5 boards per contest. Anderson shoots in the low 30s from three-point range, but you've got a pair of guys, BB Knight, coupled with Chris Pryor, that they both shoot north of 39% from 3. All in all, Lamar is able to shoot about 36.5% from distance. And for New Orleans, they've got Justin Johnson, who's able to average about 21.5 points per contest, but we've seen him out of the fold in the last few games, and that really does affect this New Orleans team. I do think that he's probably going to be out once again in this one. You've got Caleb Wilson-Rouse, who's been able to give you about 11 points per contest. He shoots 34% from three-point range, but I mean, really, without Jordan Johnson, you've got nothing for this New Orleans team. They're outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate. You've got one guy in Javon Vincent that's able to give you 5.7 rebounds per game. They've only been turning the ball over about 12.5 times per contest, but you take out Johnson, that is probably going to be going way northward as well. I think that's just a big giant mess for a New Orleans team that has not been able to guard a soul, and I do think that it's going to be much like we saw the last time if you don't have Johnson out there in the fold. They lost that game to Northwestern State 70-59, but with Lamar being on a nice heater with regards to their offense, being able to get past the 71-point plateau in 5 out of their last 6 games, having already scored 98 points once this season on New Orleans, I do think that they're going to be able to run it up in the spot semi-line at a 5.5. You could get some late game felling to help you out with this total as well. So looking at the over and one to lay up to 5 with Lamar. 3-6-6-13, 3-6-6-14. Alabama State is playing against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff finds themselves as an underdog of 6.5 to 7.5 points. Total on this game is 148 to 149. I said Alabama State as an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Pine Bluff has been just absolutely terrible with their defense outside the top 350 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they give up a lot of wide open looks from 3-point range. Arkansas Pine Bluff, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they're in the bottom 70 in this regard. They've been able to do a little bit of a better job recently when they've been at home, but that said, they still allow opponents to shoot about 36% from 3-point range, so all sorts of issues there. Meanwhile, you've got an Alabama State team that has actually been halfway decent with regards to their defense, allowing opponents to shoot just 33% from 3-point range. It has been a Arkansas Pine Bluff team that has been able to do a solid job with a trio of guys in Joe French, coupled with Rashad Williams and Kylan Melton. They've been able to combine for about 47 to 48 points per contest. All three of these guys shoot at least 35% from 3-point range, and Ishmael Pletch has been able to give you about 6 boards per contest, but other than that, you don't have a ton down low. Meanwhile, you've got an Alabama State team that, while they do shoot as a collective less than 40% from the floor, and in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're a bottom 50 team in all of college basketball. They're pretty much your most efficient defense out here in the SWAC in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, ranking in the top 150 with that regard. And then you got TJ Madlock, the son of the coach in Tony Madlock, who's been Mr. Do It All. 15 points, right around 5 boards. The last time these two teams played, Alabama State was able to really get to Arkansas Pine Bluff. That was a game that they went on the road. They won by a count of 83 to 72 in that affair. You did see Arkansas Pine Bluff go just 7 to 27 from 3-point range, while Alabama State, they went 8 to 26. I do think that both teams going to be a little bit warmer in this spot. I do think that things are going to be slowed down a little bit, but did somebody total 152 looking at the over of the Alabama State willing to lay up to 7.5 with them, made them an 8-point favorite. 36-6-15, 36-6-16. You've got Incarnate Word playing against Northwestern State. Northwestern State, a 2 to 3-point underdog. Total game between 143.5 and 145 with Northwestern State. Did set them as a 3-point dog. I'm going to be one to take the points with Incarnate Word. They do have Sky Wicks, who's able to give you about 15 points and in that neighborhood about 7 to 8 rebounds per game, but I do think that Northwestern State is starting to turn the corner, play some better basketball. The defense has been much better recently, giving up 73 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, it's an Incarnate Word bunch that they've been all over the place in terms of their defense, giving up at least 71 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Incarnate Word has gotten a nice boost out of getting Alex Anderson, the 2-time transfer, into the fold. He's been able to give the team 12 points, but for Incarnate Word, 15.7 turnovers per game. In terms of turnovers per possession, they're outside the top 320 with that regard, and they go up against the Northwestern State team that they've been able to do a solid job of being able to get a little bit more offense out of Cliff Davis, shooting 40% from 3, 14.5 points per contest with Northwestern State. Not necessarily a beastly defense by any stretch of the imagination, still outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but their perimeter defense up to our 59th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Incarnate Word, they're going to allow you a lot of open looks from 3-point range, allowing opponents to shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range. That's 291st in all of college basketball, with the way that Northwestern State has been much improved recently, and the way that Incarnate Word just has not been able to do a good job around the perimeter. I think that allows Northwestern State to hold in this game set by total 145. I think that this game is close enough for late game felling, so at the 143.5, looking at the over, and with Incarnate Word, could only set them as a favorite of 3 points. I'm seeing a few 2s out there as well. I was actually giving out the Texas Southern Grambling line, with that being between 4 and 5 points at a 2 to a 2.5. Going to be one late with Incarnate Word, and I'm going to be taking a look at this total over 306-617, 306-618. You've got Texas Southern playing against the Grambling. Grambling is a 4-point underdog. Total on this game is between 132.5 and 133 with Grambling. I did set them as an underdog of 5 points. So here at the 4, I'm going to be one late with Texas Southern. Texas Southern, year in and year out, has been one of the better rebound rate teams in the SWAC. Hasn't been quite the case this season, but they've been able to both get up a little bit more with regards to their offense. And for Grambling, this team has just had such a tough time in terms of just being able to get functionality in general. Now, I will say this for Grambling, 70 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, but for this Texas Southern team, they've also been able to get to 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. These are 2 of the more slow and controlled teams in all of college basketball, and both of these teams fall outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but I do think that PJ Henry going to be the best scorer in this game. He's on the side of Texas Southern. 2 steals, 14.5 points per contest. Texas Southern as a whole, they shoot about 39.7% from the floor, 30% from 3. Grambling, meanwhile, they shoot 31% from 3, but they do turn the ball over 13 times per contest. It's going to come down to which team is going to be able to do a better job on the glass, as you've got Jonathan Aku for this Grambling team, who's been able to give you about 5.5 or so rebounds per game, and Antoine Burnett was missing for a little bit of time to begin the season, but he's been able to come back. He's been able to give the team 9 points, 6 boards per contest for a Grambling team that last season was the top 20 team nationally with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Now they find themselves 320th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Texas Southern Southern, leaving something to be desired themselves, but they're up to about 249th in the country with this respect, having Grayson Carter being able to be pretty versatile for the team, giving you about 4.5 boards, 7.5 points. He's been able to shoot in the low 30s from three-point range, and with Texas Southern cleaning up the turnovers with about 13 turnovers per game, I do think that both of these teams get back to their roots a little bit more defensively, and for Grambling, to their credit, in regulation, they've still given up 70 points or fewer in 2 out of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for Texas Southern, that's 4 out of their last 5 games, and Texas Southern, I do believe, is going to be able to play the better defense in this spot. Semi-total 131, looking at the under end, I'm willing to lay up to 4.5 with Texas Southern, 306-619, 306-620. Jackson State plays this with Florida A&M. Florida A&M is an underdog of 9.5 to 10 points. The last game is anywhere between 143.5 and 145, and with Florida A&M, I did set them as a 9.5 point dog here at 10. I'm going to be willing to take the points for Jackson State. They've got the best scorer out there on the floor, and Ken Evans was able to give you 18 points from three-point range. He's been firing in there at north of 40% from 3, and Chase Adams does a nice job doling out the ball with 4.5 assists and 2 turnovers per game, but Jackson State is still turning the ball over 14 times per contest. They go up against a Florida A&M team that is well outside the top 340 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Jalen Spear has really been able to give this offense a breath of life. He's been able to supply the team with 18 points, 4.8 assists, was injured towards the beginning part of the season, now shooting 46% from three-point range for a Florida A&M team that does shoot 36% from three-point range, and this is a Jackson State unit that have been a little bit rough with regards to allowing it from three-point range down. Florida A&M, they're by far the worst three-point shooting defense here, and 31st in all of college basketball in that respect. But for Jackson State, they do allow you to shoot from three-point range right around about 36.5% for distance in a roadside-stretch court environment that goes all the way down to 23.9% at home. But they've played hardly any home games. Overall, it's about 35%. So I do think that things are going to iron out a little bit more. You've been able to have Keith Lamar as well for the Florida A&M team. Supply you with about 12 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. It's been a Florida A&M team that has been dealing with a lot of injuries. They had Love Bettis be able to give you a lot early on during the season, but has not been seen in quite some time. And for this Florida A&M team, they have been consistently just giving up the points. They've given up at least 73 in 4 of their last 6 contests. Meanwhile, you do have a Jackson State team that they've been able to do a little bit more on defense, giving up 72 points or fewer ever since they gave up the 88 spot to Florida A&M the last time these two teams played. I do think that things are going to be calmed down a little bit more, which is why I did set my total of 143.5. Here at the 145, I'm going to be looking at the under last time these two teams played. Both teams shot north of 42% from three-point range, and you saw a lot of possessions in the game. I do think that things slow down, allowing you to be able to hit the under, and with this Jackson State team, could only make them a 9.5 point favorite, so we'll take the 10 with Florida A&M. 306-621, 306-622 per review. Plays us to Southern. Southern is a 2 to 3 point road favorite. Your total is between 142.5 and 143.5. Semi line at 2. So you're at the 3. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Prairie View. Prairie View, a top 15 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnover sports on a per possession basis. Southern's in the top 75 with this regard as well. And Southern, they've only got one guy that's able to give you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, and Derek Tazino. And I do think that that's going to allow Prairie View to be able to remain lively in this game. They got Brian Miles, who's been able to give you 8.5 rebounds per game. Prairie View always struggles with their three-point shooting. That way, once again, this year with 30.7% three-point shooting. But Charles Smith, the fourth, along with Javante Hopkins, have been able to combine for about 28 points per contest. And Smith has been able to shoot 38% from three-point range, with Southern being a bunch that really turns it over. They're in the bottom 50 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, turning it over 13.3 times per contest. That is going to be rough for them. You've got Tavon Joseph, though, who has been able to give you about 20.5 points per contest, primary scorer, but has missed the team's last 2 games. I think that he's going to be out once again. That means that your main point guard, Intijane Diomasi, is going to need to step up a little bit more. He's been able to give you 5 assists and 2.5 turnovers per game, but not having that primary scorer for Southern does cause them to be diminished. If he was in there in the fold, I would be setting this Southern team probably closer to about 4.5 to a 5 point favorite, so pretty significant movement there. I did set Southern as a result as just a 2 point favorite. Going to be willing to take 3 here with Prairie View, maybe by total 146 as well. So circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the over to go along with Prairie View. 306-623, 306-624. High point hopes to not be a low point. They play us for Radford. Radford a 7.5 to an 8 point underdog. Total on this game is 148. Did set high point as a 12.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I think that this is a reputation play for Radford because I think that this line should be double figures with Radford. They're outside the top 175 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. You've had DeQuan Smith be able to give you double figures, and Brian Antoine does shoot about 40% from three-point range. He's been able to supply the team with about 11 points and a steal per contest, but High Point is a top 35 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and you've got a lot of weapons for this team, especially down low, as you've got Kamani Lawrence along Jocelyn Bodu, who've been able to combine for about 16.5 rebounds per game, and then Duke Miles, Kesagifa, they combine for about 7 assists, 34.5 points per game, with Gifa shooting 36.5% from three-point range. High Point as a whole, they shoot 34.5% 40% for three-point range with Abdoulaye Fiam also being able to give you double figures. Meanwhile, this Radford team, they do a good job guarding from the outside. They allow opponents to shoot just 33.5% from three-point range, but this is a high-point team that they don't necessarily take a whole bunch of threes. They actually do a lot more from the interior, and this is a high-point team that they themselves are outside the top 225 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Justin Archer should be able to do a solid job down low for this Radford team. He's been able to give the team right in the neighborhood of about 9 rebounds per game. That said, with this Radford team, in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, that's been all over the place. 272nd in all of college basketball. That's where High Point is really going to be able to exploit them. And I do think that this turns into a much more up and down game. Radford still playing slowly, but just not very efficiently on the defensive side of things. Did set my line at 12.5, willing to lay the number. Set my total 152.5. So also looking at the over 306.625, 306.626. You've got Bellarmine playing host to Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is 6.5 point favorite. Total on this game 146. Set my total 145.5. Going to be looking at the under. Eastern Kentucky still outside the top 325 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. That said, this Bellarmine team has just been a little bit of a mess. They've gotten Bash Weiland back to the fold, a guy that's able to give you double figures, and he's been able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range, along with Ben Johnson, who's been able to supply you with about 13 points per contest. But Bellarmine outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, this Eastern Kentucky team as the leader in block shots in all of college basketball, and Isaiah Cozart giving nearly 4 blocks, 15.5 points, 9.5 rebounds per game, other than Langdon Hatton, who's able to give you 7 boards per contest. Really nothing for a Bellarmine team that's outside the top 250 with regards to the rebound rate. Devontae Blanton has been able to chip in there about 14 points, shooting 35% from three-point range in Eastern Kentucky as a whole. They've been able to shoot 36% from three-point range in their own right, going against a Bellarmine team that is going to give up all sorts of good looks in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. It's a little bit better than their two-point shooting defense, which is 358th in all of college basketball. But still, for Bellarmine, they allow you to shoot about 34% from three-point, 181st in all of college basketball, and that actually balloons up to 36% at home. Bellarmine has not really had any sort of home court advantage whatsoever, and I do think that this is a bad matchup for them. Said Eastern Kentucky is a 7.5 point favorite, willing to lay the number, and semi-total 145.5. Bellarmine outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game, so looking at the under and willing to lay with Eastern Kentucky, and we wrap things up with 306-627, 306-628. Austin Peay is on the road facing off against North Alabama. North Alabama, a 3 to 3.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 141.5. Set my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Austin Peay. Currently, they're dealing with DeMarcus Sharp, who's leading the team in points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks, being out of the fold. For Austin Peay, they've actually been solid on their offense in the 4 games that they've been without him. They've been able to get to at least 75 points in all but one of them, but I do think that loss is really going to be catching up with them against the North Alabama team that is good at protecting the ball, only turned the ball over about 11 times per contest while shooting about 35.5% from three-point range. Been able to get really good production out of Will Sofsey, who shoots darn near 50% from 3, and then Tim Smith, about 9.5 points, 5 boards per contest. It's an Austin Peay team that's outside the top 240 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis and give up a lot of open looks from three-point range. And even though they've been able to have this nice run with Sharp being out of the fold, I do think that it's going to catch up to them in Austin Peay team that's well outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate. They don't have anyone on the roster currently with Sharp being out of the fold. That gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, though. Cy Witt has been able to give you those 5 boards, 7.5 points per contest, and it's stepped up recently, coming off of a nice double-double a few nights ago. But for North Alabama, having KJ Johnson out there being able to supply you with about 14.5 points per contest, and this North Alabama team being a top 75 team with regards to possessions per game, them being able to get to at least 75 points in 3 of their last 5 games, and the defense now giving up 72 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that they're going to control this game. It's an Austin Peay team that's outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that late fouling and also Austin Peay being outside the top 250 with regards to opponent's 2-point shooting percentage is going to allow this total to go over. Set my line at 5, going to lay with North Alabama, and set my total 143, also looking over, and that'll wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Good Soups, now part of the VSiN family of podcasts. If you do like hearing from this fine podcast, Good Soups, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, think about an idea, whatever for this podcast, do have one of 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at Jaden_41. Keep in mind, letters EM, they mean doesn't matter. So as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. Other way, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire or whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast by the 5-star review coming at you guys every single day throughout the college basketball season. That means I'm coming at you once again tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in.
The new McCrispy Strip is here. Dip approved by ketchup, tangy barbecue, honey mustard, Sprite, McFlurry, Big Mac sauce, double dipped in buffalo and ranch, more ranch, and creamy chili McCrispy Strip Dip. Now at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
If you work in quality control at a candy factory, you know strict safety regulations come with the job. It's why you partner with Grainger, Grainger helps you find the high-quality and compliant products your business needs to inspect, detect, and help correct issues. And the sweetest part is, everyone gets a product that's as safe to eat as it is delicious. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.